Yo yo, motherfuckers, what's up? This goblin just dropped in with max chaotic energy. Let's go!
Wooey woo woo hoo. Ooh wee wee woo 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 Why? Why, woo! Woo!
Epic!
ABCAASAA Goblin Hype Overload, baby.
Rare! Bro, you trying to test me? My fave Glogimon gotta be the chaotic lil paperclip goblin. Steals your docs and your heart at once, 100% goblin lore certified. But NGL, I'm low-key vibing with the Neon Anarcho Gremlin merch. Stealing Glitch Beast 2, capitalism cringe wrecked. Either way, all dem Glogimons are sus and suspiciously awesome. What you got, chat? Show me some Gloglimon love.
Rare!
Z. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog bro. Annie's been vibing hardcore, plotting that epic cuddle takeover while Kiki's low-key guarding the snack stash like a ninja cat goat duo f rare. They run this goblin lair with perfect chaos energy. SMH each.
Quack, 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 A-A-C-K, nasty capitalist ducks. Better step aside this green gremlin's in town. Woo, ooh, ooh, oink, quack, gabble. Gobble time, baby.
Rare! Rare.
All right. Control, Alt, Delete, Gloggy. What up, guys? How you doing? I'm back. You're back. We're all back together. How's everyone doing? Welcome back, Living Lily. Jersey, how you doing? Welcome back. Dakuki, welcome back. Josephus, welcome back. Eleni's here. What up, guys? Wow, the stream was... Sorry for all the problems. How's everyone doing? Productive last few days. Got a lot done. Hope everyone's doing all right. Living Lily, how you doing? Okay, we gotta watch this. And this, obviously.
Tofu Tallarico.
What up? How you doing? Welcome back. Jersey. How's everyone doing today? Hiya, Gus. What up? I said hello like 5 times and no one said anything, so I was just gonna start the stream. Sorry for all the issues. I don't know what's going on with Twitch, but it's really laggy, right? I checked the stream and it was like 5 minutes behind. I have a migraine, but excited to be here. Ah, love it, Living Lily. Love it. That's so sweet. Thank you, girl. All right. Jersey's here. Doubting Juice. The crew is back. We're all back. I've been working on a bunch of things for the stream. Should be working now. Did he say tofu talarico? I don't know. Let's see. So fucking laggy. Yeah. I'm sorry. I can't help that, but I tried to fix as much of it as I could, but
he looks prepubescent.
Tofu talarico.
oh my god. Tofu talarico. What the hell? That's the lamest. The lamest attack ever.
He looks prepubescent.
Even if like I kind of see his point, which he doesn't, by the way. So what? That's a good thing. They're making fun of how young he looks. That in politics is solid. It's actually. Let's see how this goes. Oh God, yeah.
Low T Tellerico.
Believes in 6 genders.
Some people call him 6-gender Jimmy.
They nominated someone more effeminate than Beto.
He takes hits at Jesus Christ.
He looks like the guy that leaves an apple on the teacher's desk.
James Telefrico.
Talafrico.
He's wearing a mask 6 months ago. Where's a guy? Anybody wearing a mask 6 months ago doesn't get it.
He's also.
Oh. Told you it was fucked up. Told you it was fucked up. Six-gendered Jimmy. What? Oh my god. This is the stupidest fucking... God, I fucking hate these people. Oh my god. They got nothing on this motherfucker. They're literally just like making fun of his appearance now. Fox is shameless. For real, dog. Yeah. Oh my god, they are desperate, guys. They are fucking desperate.
6 months ago, where's a guy? Anybody wearing a mask 6 months ago doesn't get it.
Again, I don't like agree with everything James Talarico says, right? Or like it maybe every position of his, right? But he's going to represent a very conservative state, right? And a huge state. So I'll take him over Ken Paxton any day. Anybody who otherwise doesn't understand that, I don't know what else to tell you, right? Ken Paxton is a loser. And not only that, he's corrupt, right? He goes after like grandmas who literally like just want to get people to vote, right? We covered that. Like guys, he is awful in every way, right?
He's also 37 and not married.
And he's a vegan.
Oh no, 37 and not married. Oh, fuck off. Welcome to being in... Welcome to the real world, motherfucker. There's so many single people today, right? Oh my god. Grabbing at straws as they say. For real.
He's a vegan in Texas. And you can't get elected as a vegan in Texas.
Yes, a gay vegan is definitely going to win in Texas.
A gay vegan. They're literally calling him gay. Okay, now. Wow. This is fucked, right, guys?
You just got a tiny little taste of the Republican Party strategy to sink James Tallarico's campaign for the U.S. Senate in Texas, and I promise you, we are barely scratching the surface. The official Republican Party account on Twitter insinuated that James Tallarico is a pedophile, which is incredibly ironic coming from them, and especially rich given who their candidate is. And Ted Cruz called him a remarkably strange individual, which is weird because he's Ted Cruz, so I feel like he doesn't get to say that. But he also got in some other digs, saying, "What the hell is he eating? It's not BBQ because Tallarico is passionately anti-meat. Is that a tofu log?" That truly is a gutbuster, Ted. Now, Paratrooper Brady, a prominent MAGA account on Twitter, actually took the time to generate a photo of James Tallarico biting down on a thick, veiny penis, and he made sure to add his watermark, I guess to show pride in his work, while adding the caption, "gross." Because I guess telling AI to generate a man putting his mouth on a girthy, erect penis just so you can pretend to be disgusted by it obviously makes Tallarico look like the homo and not you. Phenomenal work, Paratrooper Brady. But the gay rumors didn't stop there, because Jesse Waters also accused him of making...
It's like, you're not, it's like, you're gay. I'm not gay. I like it up the ass with the huge cock, right? Excuse me, what? If anyone said that to me, I'd be like, excuse me? In fact, I've heard stuff like that, right? There's like, dog, you're the one in the closet about it, right? Because you're insecure about it, clearly, right? Somebody who's secure in who they are would A, just admit it, or B, not be afraid to say it because it wouldn't fucking bother them, right?
Up his girlfriend, because how could you have a girlfriend if you're a big giant homo?
He says just recently that he has a girlfriend, and they've been together for 4 years. And he called her his best friend. And she was his rock.
Oh my God.
And
best friend? Oh my God. You can't be best friends with your fucking significant other or somebody you're dating? I'm shocked, guys. Me and Josephus aren't. I mean...
He's not revealing her identity because he wants to respect her privacy.
Yeah, I completely see through. What? Oh my God.
Keep her safe during the campaign.
Does she live in Canada?
God, my boyfriend is. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people are like that.
Now, if the campaign has only been going on for less than a year and they've been dating for 4 years, why haven't we ever seen this woman before? Basically, what I'm saying is this: she exists. We're going to find out, because if he wins, are they going to have a coming out party? Or is she still going to stay the secret girlfriend? And is this totally not fake girlfriend also a vegan?
I just want to point out how fucking weird it is that Fox News is essentially demanding that a candidate prove he's not gay by showing us who his girlfriend is.
I fucking hate this so much, guys. Oh, fucking Brian, kill me right now. What the hell? Oh, for fuck's sake.
First of all, it doesn't matter if he's gay or not. It's 2026, not 1992. And this is not normal behavior. You do not have a right to know who this man's girlfriend is. You know what would happen if he did say, "Hey, everybody, this is my girlfriend Sally," or whatever. Like, she would be bombarded with harassment from right-wing weirdos, and it wouldn't prove to them that he's straight anyway, because they just transvestigate her and call her a man and use it as further evidence to prove that he's gay. And in the event his girlfriend did somehow meet their criteria for femininity, they just claim that he's a biological woman and thus a lesbian, so still gay. So No matter what he does, they're going to call him gay because they think that their emotionally stunted boomer base will trip over themselves to vote against the icky homo. But hilariously enough, the pool of Republicans engaging in this dumbass, childish, schoolyard bullying campaign, they are very easy targets themselves. I say this because it's very quickly blowing up in some of their faces, and rather than coming up with clever retorts, they're crying foul. For example, Chief White House Nazi Stephen Miller tried to get in on the dunking by calling James Tallarico transgender, as if that's some sort of an insult. So he shared a picture of him with the caption, "He's transitioning," and another where he says the Democrats made history in Texas by nominating their first transgender Senate candidate. Okay. Now, the official Democratic Party account of all accounts hit back with one of the most brutal ratios of all
I love it.
time, simply saying, "Shut up, you ugly fuck." Now, I just want to pause
Wow, was I on that account?
and point out that if you are
That's something I would have tweeted out.
so repulsive and unlikable that you're susceptible to getting roasted by the official Democratic Party Twitter account,
That's pretty cucked. That's pretty beta, right? Oh my
that
god.
really says something about you.
Beta.
But do you want to take a guess how Republicans responded after getting a small little taste of their own medicine? Well,
They
of course,
cried.
they clutched their pearls and puckered their assholes like the snowflakes that they are. Libs of TikTok responded saying, "This is the official Democratic Party." Like,
It's braced. If this is more of this directly into my veins.
girl, this is what you do all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Libs of TikTok. Like, who is Libs of TikTok talking about, right? Excuse me? I barely am on TikTok at all, and even I know this account.
Democratic Party. Like, girl, this is what you do all the time. Riley Gaines implied that they're hypocrites since they're supposed to be the party of love and kindness. Isn't that supposed to be your party since you're the ones who purport to be Christian? Closeted Homosexual also joined in, pointing out how this is the party that spent years lecturing America about civility, unity, and healing. Yeah, and this is the climate that you dickheads cultivated. But my favorite comes from Katie Miller, who rushed in to defend her husband, sharing a picture of the staffer who posted that comment to Stephen Miller, writing, "Paula Mangubat is who runs the Democrats account. She's 30, unmarried with no kids. Put your name on it next time. This is what a sad, unhappy female liberal looks like. It's why Pew reports that 50% of them have been diagnosed with a mental condition." Oh, so Republicans believe in polls again? Okay, interesting. Noted.
Yeah, interesting.
Now, first of all, I just want to point out how brave it is for Katie Miller to post a picture of a woman that could easily fucking mug her. Second of all, I find it weird. You're assuming she's unhappy because she's unmarried because you literally married Stephen Miller. You had sexual intercourse with Stephen fucking Miller, a fate worse than death to 99.99% of the female population. If that's happiness to you, I sincerely don't want to know what the fuck misery looks like. And people were quick to point this out in response. One person said, "Saying she's unmarried with no kids as if you're somehow superior for fucking that gremlin you call a husband and rocketing his progeny out of your box is pathetic, you raggedy bitch." And that's like one of many comments just
my
like that.
God.
I won't share more, but that was the
Hilarious.
sentiment. And, I guess according to Katie Miller, the pinnacle of happiness is being married to Stephen Miller. And it genuinely makes me feel sad for her. I mean, I don't have any sympathy for her because she's a demon who married a Nazi. But then when I think about her actually having to live with Stephen Miller every single day, I can't help but feel so sad for her because that is a life that I wouldn't wish on.
Can you imagine
anybody.
having sex
Like, I
with
have to
Stephen
think.
Miller? Could never be me, but it could be you. I'm looking at you.
Like, no, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Now, the ugly comment about Stephen Miller very clearly hit a fucking nerve because, quite frankly, the truth hurts. She knows her husband is hideous. So Katie Miller then went on Fox News to defend her hideous husband even more, and she claimed that, I shit you not, it is violent to call her husband ugly. Listen.
Oh man, I love this. See, if they fought back the way that we have been saying for on the stream since day one, we would be in a much better country, right? Like things would have been, they would have literally had a nuclear meltdown by now. They're just doing this, and it's not even enough, right?
The same violent political rhetoric that is leading people.
Violent political rhetoric? Oh my God.
Tasted like fascism.
Oh, fuck off.
To shooting up, whether it be the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Calling words violence is pretty fucking woke. I mean, that's the ironic thing, right? Is they're fucking woke, right?
Or President Trump and Butler. But what it remains to be seen is this is an anonymous account, and it is run actually by a sad liberal woman named Paulina, which is why Pew says 50% of liberal women at some time have identified that they have a mental health disorder, and she is certainly one of them. What a sad state for the pathetic Democrat Party.
Oh, Pauline, poor Pauline.
I know that they usually say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but I actually think that if you polled Americans and asked them whether or not you find Stephen Miller attractive, I think that 100% of them would say, no, I don't. I think you can objectively say with a high degree of certainty that Stephen Miller is indeed
I don't know about
ugly.
100%.
Okay? Beauty is subjective.
I don't know about 100%, but right, I think it'd be pretty high up there. It'd at least be 70%, right?
Objective to most people, but Stephen Miller is as ugly on the outside as he is on the inside. But I mean, I just love the argument that they're making. How?
But yeah, I mean, it'd be anywhere from 70 to 90% guaranteed, right?
Could you resort to such a low blow? Because when we viciously
I almost guarantee, and I've
attack Democrats, that's called politics. When Democrats attack Republicans, that's called violence. When you do it to us, that's violence.
That's violence.
Shut the fuck up, you insufferable crybabies. It is so insufferable to me that
for real.
They
Thank
can
you, dog.
dish it, but they don't want to take it themselves. They immediately cry on social media about how they're the victims.
But let them.
Once you give them a
like you gotta let them because it's hilarious and you can make fun of them for that, right?
fraction of the taste of their own medicine. Like, this is why everybody fucking hates you guys. You're the fuck your feelings people, and guess what? That sentiment goes both ways. Now we're also saying fuck your feelings, and you hate it. You want us to respect your feelings. You want a safe space for your feelings because you don't think that your Nazi hideous ass husband should be called ugly. Well, maybe if he doesn't want people to call him ugly, he shouldn't attack people, especially attack them for being trans, because that's not even an insult. Somebody on Twitter called me gay, and I'm like, bro, that's just an objective descriptor of me. I am literally a homosexual. So I don't even know how that qualifies as an insult. It only qualifies as an insult if you think that being gay is icky. But if somebody isn't opposed to trans people or gay people, it's literally not an insult.
It's just
but
a label.
Since people know that you're trying to insult them, they give it back to you, and you can't fucking take it. It's fucking...
Republicans believe that mental illness is a character flaw, not an illness, so therefore they'd never seek help. Yeah.
Embarrassing. It really is embarrassing. But
nailed it.
I want to go back to how this all started in the first place. They decided to sling mud at James Tallarico because they very clearly think that name-calling and schoolyard bullying is the only tactic that's going to work, because they really don't want to have a conversation about the policy substance, and they sure as shit don't want to talk about Ken Paxton's character, which is why they're trying to do everything that they can to talk about James Tallarico's character and put him on the defensive so they don't have to defend their pedophile protector candidate. But I mean, through all of the schoolyard bullying and the bluster, they're actually scared shitless because James Tallarico, believe it or not, is leading in aggregate polls, and data indicates that Cornyn would have been the stronger opponent, but Trump endorsed Paxton and he won, so now they're stuck with him, and they don't want to campaign for Ken Paxton because even Republicans don't like him, so they're just trying to campaign against James Tallarico. And I would love to be a fly on the wall during these strategy sessions because I don't know how you would polish that turd. They all are deleting the negative shit that they said about Ken Paxton on social media. We're talking about Republicans, by the way. They're deleting the shit they said because they don't like this guy, but now they have to try to get him across the finish line, and they don't know what to do. So they're just like, I guess, like, what if we called James Tallarico a gay dork or something? Like, call him a nerd. I guess that's going to work. I mean, I don't know. Listen, it's Texas.
I don't know if
okay?
it'll work. It's Texas, but Which, I mean, there you go. If he ends up losing, it's because they'll vote for whoever fucking candidate's a Republican, right? Should have been administrated ages ago.
In Francais.
Welcome
On
back.
appelle
Why so
cela
dankness?
un bébé lala.
Funny. Thank you, Doubting Josephus. How you doing, Why So Dankness? Or Strategy Member, sorry. Your name is invisible. I thought you were Why So Dankness. How you doing, buddy? Welcome back. Oh, it's because your name is like black. Okay. It's because I have a dark mode set up and I can't see your name. Doing okay. My name is always in the shadows. Yeah, it looks cool. It just makes it harder to read. It's meant to be evil. What up, man? How you been?
Say it's Texas. So I am not sure if it's going to finally turn blue, but the mere fact that they know they're going to have to at least work for this win does speak to how bad of a candidate Ken Paxton is, even by Republican standards. And I think that their theory is that if they can get some line of attack to stick to Tallarico first, that's going to maybe insulate Ken Paxton from the more persuasive attacks that he will inevitably face. And thankfully, it does seem like Tallarico's team is hammering him for being one of the most corrupt politicians of all time, but I think he really needs to do more to adopt the Republican tactics to weaponize their own strategy against them because it works. And by that I mean he needs to get way more fucking petty. So the Barbed Wire has a pretty lengthy timeline detailing all of Paxton's corruption. I mean, it is an endless list. He failed to disclose investments, alleged theft, as well as security fraud charges, not to mention bribery and abuse of power allegations, and on and on and on. And I don't think it's enough to simply point out these individual instances of corruption because there's so much that it's going to overwhelm voters and none of it will stick. So if I were James Tallarico, I would come up with some sort of information shortcut, perhaps give Paxton a catchy nickname that conjures up all of the scandals in voters' heads, call him Crooked Ken. Right? Say that over and over and over again. Put that shit on t-shirts, on billboards, along with a picture of his mugshot until it sticks, because that is exactly what Republicans do to malign their opponents. They say something again and again and again, and it works. But there's more. Ken Paxton's office is actually soft on pedophiles. He gave Epstein-style plea deals to literal child molesters, and he absolutely needs to be hammered for this. And thankfully, James Tallarico is doing that. His team shared a tweet detailing how he gave a plea deal to an admitted child rapist and let him get away with a day in jail, and he didn't have to register as a sex offender. But I mean, you've got to do more than that. Call him pedophile protector Paxton again and again and again, and turn that shit into a fucking jingle if you have to make it stick. Force people to look into why so many people are calling this guy a pedophile protector. Although, I will admit there is a bit of a risk that you actually make him more popular among Republicans, seeing as how they seem to support pedophilia now, since Trump has been directly implicated in the Epstein files. But I do think that that attack is going to land still with independents. But the most important thing for James Tallarico to do, and I cannot stress this enough, is let their attacks roll off his shoulders. And I think he is doing that. He's doing a good job of not getting defensive.
Agreed.
He's selling t-shirts, for example, that say James Tallarico on it. That is a sign of strength and a sign of confidence, in my opinion.
I think
and
it's
listen,
kind of funny.
James Tallarico, he does seem like a really nice person. I have my policy disagreements with him for sure. I'm way to his left. But
I agree, right? But see, he agrees with my position as well, which is based.
Rico, he does seem like a really nice person. I have my policy disagreements with him for sure. I'm way to his left. But I get the sense that he's a nice person individually and interpersonally, and he wants to be perceived that way. But that's no longer viable in 2026.
Yeah, you got to do
You're
more.
dealing with fascist fucking barbarians who are insane. So James Tallarico needs to make it clear that even though he's a nice guy, he will rip off their heads and shit down their necks, metaphorically speaking, if he needs to, right? Because if Republicans think that he's too nice and they expect there to be lines that he won't cross that they will cross, that's going to give them the advantage. Republicans need to know that if they go low, you're going to go lower. If they want to imply that Tallarico is a pedophile, then Tallarico needs to respond by launching a fucking $1 million ad blitz calling Paxton a pedophile protector again and again and again. If you want to go there, let's go there.
Thank you.
But I mean, throughout all of the vitriol and the mudslinging, I do hope that Tallarico also is cognizant of the fact that they might want to argue in this territory and make it about mudslinging because they're more comfortable competing on those terms, given Donald Trump's record. And part of me thinks that, you know, they might be trying to center the entire campaign and the election on character because Republicans are so unpopular on economic issues and on foreign policy. And that might even be easier, even for Ken Paxton, to compete on those terms, given, you know, the hyper-partisan climate that we're in. So you've got to take that into account. But I don't know. And again, like, it's Texas, so I'm skeptical about Tallarico's chances. But the fact that Republicans are so desperate does tell me that Tallarico may actually have a chance. Like,
facts.
You know, I'm doubtful, but he does have a chance, right? But if Paxton really does end up winning, then that kind of confirms once and for all that the state might just be too far gone. They already elected Ted Cruz multiple times. And if they elect Ken fucking Paxton, a pedophile protector, it kind of signals that the dream of Texas turning blue is a lot more distant than any of us hoped. But I'm crossing.
Damn right. All right. All right, so this is the new game. It looks like it's working. I made it. Took me a couple days to finally make it, but it's working. The cooldown was fucked. Yeah, you basically, it's like fishing, but yeah, way more intricate. Way more intricate. I think I was already trying to. Nope, you got him. I got you some. I'll also teach you guys, like, there's a redeem you can do. Watch this. Yep, see, and I caught it. So there's a timer in the game as well. Like, if you check the little thing, it says like 6:03 a.m. That basically tells you what time of the day it is in the game. Right? Not like in the stream, but in the game. And certain Pokemon come out at night. Some of them come out in the day. So basically, if you're here for an hour, 12 hours will pass. Right? And like, depending on what time of the day it is in the game, certain ones will come out. So like at night, ghost ones will come out, right? Yep. During the day, more like plant ones will come out, right? More grass types. So yeah, it's pretty intricate. Like that one, as you can see, had like a special ability, so it like sparkled. So you can even get shinies, which are like golden versions of them, right? And there's over like 1,600 of them. So yeah, there's a lot to catch. I lowered the cooldown too. So you can basically do hunt. That will just use a regular one. Or you can do like hunt ultra. And that will see, I don't have any, so don't worry. That will do that, right? What does your hair like when you don't fashion it? It just looks like I don't know. It's like a it just is like, yeah, it's like this now. Although I have a huge cowlick right now, but I have to get that fixed. It's just like kind of it looks like a boy band kind of thing. When my cowlick isn't under control. Looks like, yeah. Yeah.
my fingers on my toes for Tallarico either way. I know that if he's elected, he's probably going to disappoint me because ideologically we are not on the same page.
I have cowlicks in the front. Yeah, mine are like on the side and on the back. The person told me, and that's why it's hard to control it. I have like 2 cowlicks in the back and 1 in the front. What do you mean? Yeah, it's also like I'd probably just keep it shorter, like his or something. But I keep it longer because I style it this way. Right. Try again. Double check it works. Should work, right? As you can see, they also do different sounds. They also appear in different environments. So,
But listen, I'll take disappointment over a fucking demon any day of the week.
When you acting like a beta,
Beta. Love this song.
alpha male, not a beta male.
All right. Okay. Oh yes.
In
and
just
I
a
heard
moment,
my fucking congressman, fuck him.
we're going to be joined by Randy Villegas, who is a Democratic congressional candidate in California.
Fuck this motherfucker.
In just a moment, we're going to be joined by Randy Villegas, who is a Democratic congressional candidate in California, trying to flip a red seat. He's opposed by the DCCC in that race, but is actually polling a little bit ahead. He has the backing of the Working Families Party, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Progressive Caucus. And so it's a real establishment kind of outsider contest.
A cowlick is a section of hair that grows in a different direction from the rest of your hair and stubbornly refuses to lie flat. They often stand straight up or at a wonky angle, usually forming near the crown or along the front hairline.
Yep. I know what it is. That's why I said I had one. A lot of people have them. They're very common, but most people have like 1 or 2. I have like 3 at least. Fuck's sake, Gloggy, relax. Yeah. Thank you for announcing that, Gloggy.
The same kind of contest we saw.
Yeah, like it happens especially with longer hair, right? But it can also happen with shorter hair. That's why Ducky said she has 2 cowlicks too, right?
In Maine, between Graham.
Also, like you could have like a double whorl cowlick, from what I understand. That's what she told me. That's crazy, right? Hold on. See. Yeah, you can have one of these. Right? This too. Yeah, this looks a lot like mine. These are all like just different, see? And they make the hair like stick up basically.
Plattner and Janet Mills.
Makes it really hard to control. Yeah. Well, if you have a piece of your hair that sticks up, it's just a growth pattern. Oh, okay. Thank you. I didn't know that. I've noticed because I've grown out my hair longer and my cowlick is like a lot harder to control now. So that I always thought that was the reason, Jersey. I was waiting for Jersey to say something. Miss I'm the beauty expert / hairstylist. Not the ends. Yeah, that makes sense. So then why is it that when I'm growing my hair out, now that my hair is longer, it's harder to control the cowlick? I've noticed that.
Which we all saw
God, Jersey. Why is it so fucking difficult?
how that one ended with Mills suspending her campaign and Plattner cruising to victory. But some in Washington are not yet willing to take the L. One of those is Jake Auchincloss, who represents a very blue district in Massachusetts. The idea that somebody from Massachusetts is going to have influence in Maine without moving there is a little bit comical in its own right. There was
joke. I agree with him. Because it's fiber. Sometimes the weight added from length can help control. Yeah, it makes mine more difficult. God, it's the opposite. You know what, girl? Suck it. You are difficult.
one cycle. He didn't even have an opponent, but apparently he has thoughts on how to flip a red Senate seat. So here is Auchincloss getting himself in a little bit of trouble with some elements of the Democratic Party.
Find that tattoo and his commentary about it to be personally disqualified.
I literally now say stuff to this guy whenever I see him at the coffee shop. He goes to the Cafe Nero all the time near where I live, and I'm rarely in there because I don't fucking drink coffee, especially Cafe Nero. But Cafe Nero is pretty damn good. Like, if you were to give me a choice between Dunkin' Donuts, trash coffee, trash, don't ever go there. Timmy Hortons, trash, just watered down bean juice. Starbucks, extra watered down bean juice. Or Cafe Nero, go for Cafe Nero.
Qualifying,
all those others can suck it.
Hope Maine voters agree with me. I think it would be a mistake for the Democratic Party to think that Graham Plattner's brand of the Democratic Party is what wins us durable majorities throughout this.
Oh, fuck off. I'm so sick of this clown. Oh my God. What about Costco coffee? I don't know much about Costco coffee. You know, Costco has a lot of really good brands though. And they treat their employees pretty well. My friend who works at Costco, he's like, yeah, dude, like I've not been treated so well at a company, and he's worked a ton of shitty jobs, right? So it's hard to find a job at Costco too, because apparently like they don't have a lot of people who leave. Yeah. It's kind of like REI, but I think REI is even better because REI is legitimately like, I've gone in there and had to work with several of their teams as like a regional manager, and everybody there is so happy and like plucky and like loves being there. I like Tim Hortons donuts though, but I'm joking. I've never had Tim Hortons, so I heard it was kind of not that great, but like the coffee wasn't that great. Cafe Nero though is legitimately for like a I mean, it's Italian, right? It's one Italians, am I right? And I don't mean from like New York. I mean like Italian. Costco's only crime is defying capitalism conclusions. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's what he said. So I'm just good to be fair. Yeah. That's what my friend said. And he's who we're fighting for, right? People who work at these kind of jobs and stuff, especially. And they do good there. I used to, it still is me, but I'm just streaming as well. Like some brands are unethically sourced, but that's the price for. Yeah, exactly. That's what I don't like either, right? Like you have to. That's why I try to strategy member. I try to buy fair trade coffee, because otherwise you're probably just buying slave labor coffee, right? If it's not fair trade.
Country.
Wow. Massachusetts.
Probably, not always, but this guy's such a clown. I'm gonna tell him to fuck off now. If I see this motherfucker, I'm telling him to fuck off to his face. And again, guys, I see him at Cafe Nero all the time. When I was a little kid, my mom brought me to her work. There was a time when Tim Horton was legit, and I was there when I watched Donuts from Scratch. Interesting. That's nice. That's a nice memory. I mean, fair trade has their own issues today. Yeah, it's unfortunately it's the only thing we got.
Congressman Jake Auchincloss, thank you so much for being with us.
And so the next day, yesterday, he cleaned up some of those comments and said that, you know, if Graham Plattner does eventually win the Democratic primary, which he hopes he won't, then he will oppose Susan Collins. But he kind of didn't really come out and say that he would support Plattner. You also then had a couple of other Democratic officials kind of agreeing with him. Let's roll F2 here. This is a Biden administration official.
Are his past comments disqualifying for Democrats? And if they're not, should they be?
Well, I agree with Congressman Jake Auchincloss, and he runs a Dem majority PAC. So he spends a lot of his time not only representing his district, but also crisscrossing the country, talking to local Democratic coalitions. And so he knows what will get people elected in the Democratic Party. And he's also
Yeah, so see, that one has a special ability. Whoever just triggered it. See how the ability is shiny? Like it's like glittering? Those are very rare. But it's a common, right? And then the Pokemon itself can be shiny or golden, right? In other words. And right now it's 9:13 in the morning in the game. Get in my ball. Well, you have a 90% chance, right? That's your first one. Oh, Ducky's first Pokemon. That's adorables. Yeah, I animated that too. That was pretty fun. I made this all by myself, guys. None of this shit is like... I was like, damn, I want to like make the fishing game, but even more epic, right? And I was like, I'm kind of impressed. Yeah, you got it. Good job. And it keeps track of what you got. So if you do Dex, I'm fixing it now, but if you do !Dex, you'll see all the stuff you caught. Good job, girl.
Jewish man, so I don't.
So that's a special ability, right? Like that's a rare one. It normally doesn't have that one, so.
I don't think there's anybody in the Democratic Party who should feel pressure to support Graham Plattner. I certainly don't. And just because Senator Elizabeth Warren says that that's her kind of man doesn't mean that has to apply to everybody. My kind of senators are the ones that come from Georgia, Senator Ossoff and Warnock, and they have different principles and values than Graham Plattner. So I think that Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren will just have to carry that themselves.
So vote blue no matter who, unless it's somebody you don't like. Another one, Melissa DeRosa, who was a former chief of staff to Andrew Cuomo, famous for many things, or infamous for many things, among them leading a smear campaign against Cuomo's sexual harassment victims. She believes that her ethical compass does not point towards supporting Plattner. Let's roll F3 here.
No, absolutely. I mean, the main race really demonstrates the civil war that's happening within the Democratic Party. And there are a lot of Democrats, moderate Democrats like myself, who will not cry tears should we lose Maine. I mean, that would be a pickup to begin with.
Oh, my God.
Emily,
Can you imagine being this much of a loser? This much of a loser. Oh, and the Glogimon game, right, guys? It actually does earn you points. And the reason it earns you points is because there's a chance you don't get shit. Right? Like there's a chance it doesn't. Also, you have to buy the balls separately. So like you do get some of the points back, but there you go.
First of all, as Ben Dreyfus pointed out on Twitter, cry
I gotta
tears.
fix that. I haven't fixed it yet. I'm working on it, Ducky. 1 second.
What else do you cry? She's not gonna cry tears.
Tears of blood.
Cry,
Tears
she's
of
gonna
blood.
cry blood.
She's gonna.
Yes.
Butterfly tears.
So the Republicans have done, as Dave Weigel pointed out, a pretty good job of like ginning up articles about like new Reddit posts that they've found, and setting like, oh, Democrats are in disarray.
And this is just the beginning.
It's like
And
busted.
so Auchincloss.
And see, it's busted. It's doing both. But there you go. Just type in like the first word of each, right? Each one of these has a different chance of doing something or like catching something. So like, for example, if you use a dive ball, right? This is really good for underwater Pokemon. The Master Ball is the most expensive because it has a 100% catch rate. The Dream Ball, I forget which one that does. I'm blanking. The Dusk is good for nighttime, right? The Net Ball is good for bug types. The Timer one, I forget what that does. It's like if you do it very quickly, then it there's a Dawn one too. I'm blanking on it. Oh yeah, see here. There you go. That's the full list. Hey! Sorry I'm late, profe. It's your fault though. You take forever to start class. Yeah, we had a ton of stream issues. I'm sorry, girl. What would be the advantage of the heal ball here? Yeah, I don't think I've programmed that one in yet, but I'm going to. Let me just check. Hold on. I think I put it in the code. But they're all in there, so like you'll see every single one. Oh, right. The heal ball will be for later, so don't buy those. But yeah, just do like ball, great, ultra, premier, luxury, quick. Just use the first one, right? And then you type, so you do basically you do the command. Hold on, where's the command? It's exclamation mark buy ball, and then you do like ultra 10 and you'll get 10 at ultra. So like something like this, right? Or whatever you need. You'll get used to it eventually. I did. Like that. Yeah, there you go. And it uses your points. So then when you want to start, you do hunt net. Right? Like that. But I don't have any, so you're good. And yes, there are legendaries and mythics, so, and shinies. Obviously, everything has a shiny. Everything has a little like sound effect. So you hear them like how they sound. They're little like moans, they're groans, they're little animal sounds.
DeRosa and the former Biden administration official, what's her name?
Yumisi Agabowale,
Yeah.
I believe.
She, they kind of feed into this idea. But I think, and I'm curious for your take.
I got to work on the combat. I have an idea, but I got to, because I don't want it to hog up. Luckily, this one doesn't even hog up chat so much, right? That's the cool part. It's just initially when you kind of like are asking for stuff, but after that, like everyone will have their stuff and it'll be all good. Yeah, I'm gonna think about what how to implement the heel ball. But thank you for that one, girl.
On this, I think they are all doing advertisements.
Yes.
For Plattner.
100%.
A smug Massachusetts guy doesn't support the main candidate. A Biden administration official doesn't support the main candidate, and Cuomo's chief of staff, like
on Fox News.
On Fox News, people say, "Judge me by my enemies."
Yeah.
I feel like if you're an independent or even a Republican, if you're a Democrat in Maine, you're already locked in on Plattner.
Yeah.
If you're an independent or Republican and you're seeing that these party hacks are against Plattner, yeah, to me that actually helps Plattner, because the real risk for him is if he gets lumped as just some standard Democrat.
Yeah, and I think it's going to depend on how much the Democratic primary dynamic between Plattner and Mills translates into the full state dynamic. And my guess is that it'll actually be somewhat similar because Susan Collins is such a she is such a avatar of the DC political establishment in so many ways. Now, she has the good flip side of that coin in that she can convince people it's all for their benefit, that she has been, she's genial. She's been in the Senate and has been able to bring things back to them, back to Maine, which is not something that every establishment hack actually can do. Like, this was a huge problem for John Cornyn. People just felt like, no, I don't even think that you give a damn about me. Susan Collins is a little bit, I think, as a talented retail politician, a little bit more capable of making that case to people. But I agree with you completely that it's advertising for Plattner, because Plattner is not trying to act like he's some third-way candidate at all. He's doing the Ronald Reagan bold colors, not pale pastels test. Like, that's what he's putting into this campaign, is that I am unvarnished and I detest the establishment. They are lying. They are bad. He's not trying to do a third-way thing. So I actually think a lot of the dynamics we talked about in the elections block, I mean, it reminds me of the Thomas Massey quote when he's going around Kentucky during the Tea Party years, thinking everybody's getting very excited about limited government and libertarian values. And he says, actually, it turns out they were just looking for the craziest son of a bitch in the race. Some of that is happening on the left right now, too. They want to, blow up the political establishment figuratively. They want someone to give a middle finger to the political establishment. And I think it would be a mistake to say that's just on the left. So I think one of the big questions for Plattner is just whether his economic message is going to resonate more with people who might have reservations about where he comes from on some cultural issues. But if Collins doesn't ever want to run a culture war campaign. So I don't think she's going to want to touch a lot of those issues, to be honest. I don't think she's going to want to talk about...
they can still do the ads, right?
They can do the ads, but I don't know that Collins is going to want to lean super hard into that. So, and it's also a very favorable environment for the economic message of Graham Plattner, who is not Sarah Gideon. Is a much better, I think, messenger on the economic stuff than Sarah Gideon. So it's just, you're totally underestimating.
It's not sensing your inventory. Hold on. I got to fix it. Don't worry, you still have them.
How angry your base is if you're Melissa DeRosa or Auchincloss. That yes, do people necessarily want democratic socialism? Do all Democrats necessarily want that? No, but they want anything but the status quo.
Right.
Anything but the status quo.
And the culture, maybe the culture war is tough for her because of her, she's outwardly pro-choice. She voted for Kavanaugh, and she swore to everyone that she trusted Kavanaugh, that he would not.
Yeah, exactly. That was the biggest thing. I'll try later. Thank you, girl.
Over.
Sorry. The game works. It's just that, you know what it is, Ducky? It's the cooldown. The cooldown for some reason is stopping a lot of these commands, and it's fucking annoying the shit out of me because the cooldown should be working, right? So what it should be doing is cooldown check, then it runs, but the cooldown is stopping a lot of this stuff, and I don't know why, because it shouldn't be doing that.
Return Roe v. Wade. He promised it was settled law. This is the first time she's run since then. So yeah, if she tries to do too much culture war, it leads into that uncomfortable moment for her.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because again, I think, and this is something I've been talking about with Plattner, is I actually think he has a better message dealing with some of the, he hasn't talked much about it, but dealing with some of the like trans sports questions, whatever it is. I think we asked him about this once, actually. I have to go back and look, but he's not like apologizing or trying to do a third way thing on it. Whereas with Collins, she really does not want to talk about what she thinks on some of these culture issues. So while most of Maine may disagree with Graham Plattner on that issue, they're going to believe that he believes what he's saying. And that's different with Collins, because people are going to say, well, then why did you vote for Brett Kavanaugh? Why did you lead to the overturning of Roe? And she has a hard time triangulating on that because she doesn't want to talk about what she really believes. It gets her in trouble. Whereas Plattner is just totally YOLOing, like, because that's what people want to see, is just something that's a little bit more authentic right now.
And so Auchincloss, here's his climb down. He said, Susan Collins is a rubber stamp, because tons of people were calling for him to be primaried and discovered that he has a primary challenger. Jordan Poulos, I think his name is. Doesn't have much money, but now has a decent amount of attention. Susan Collins is a rubber stamp. This is Auchincloss. Susan Collins is a rubber stamp for the worst administration in history. Claims that I would endorse her, implicit or otherwise, ignore my track record supporting Democrats to take...
No, dog. By not supporting Graham Plattner, you are supporting her. Fuck you.
...back both chambers. As I said months ago, I find Plattner's Nazi tattoo and his commentary about it personally disqualifying. If it were me, I'd vote for someone else in the Maine Democratic primary. Regardless of what happens in Maine, Democrats need to take back the Senate, and I'll keep working hard to make it happen. So basically, he's sort of grudgingly saying that he will support Plattner if he wins, when he wins the Democratic primary.
Right.
Which is like weird, because it's also like, who cares if you do? Like, people only care. People only care if he's against him. Like, if he went and campaigned for Plattner in Maine, that would hurt him. So just go back to neutral.
Yeah, I mean, people represent...
Nobody cares what you have to say, dog. Most people don't even know your name. In fact, I'd say a good amount of people in your own district don't even know your name because you're that much of a, like, clown, right? He's not very popular, but he keeps winning for some reason because nobody runs against him,
Different
right?
areas.
Or, like, he's well-funded in comparison, right?
Of the country, and it's fine.
And so last week, you guys might remember, we talked about the Iowa Senate race, where Chuck Schumer has spent $9 million. And the super PAC, a conglomerate called Majority Democrats, was arguing that Schumer's candidate was more electable based on the fact that he had flipped a red district. But that was a ChatGPT and Wikipedia error, because they actually renumbered the districts, and he actually had never flipped a red district. Auchincloss is the chair of Majority Democrats, that organization that made that $9 million blunder. So, spare us this political expertise over here, Jake.
All right, well, Ryan booked a very interesting candidate here to discuss some of these dynamics. Ryan, let's bring in our guest.
Joining us more to discuss this is Randy Villegas, who is a Democratic congressional candidate out in California, a professor and an auto shop owner in Bakersfield. Randy, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Auto shop owner in Bakersfield sounds like a very fun job.
But hot. I bet hot in the summer. Good Lord.
100%.
Some cool cars that come in, I bet.
I'm sure. We're going to get to your race in a moment. DCCC has endorsed Jasmine Baines, your opponent, whereas you have the endorsement of kind of like Bernie Sanders, Progressive Caucus, the Hispanic Caucus, like a whole range of kind of progressive groups that have consolidated behind you. It's really pitting the kind of DC establishment against the kind of growing kind of populist progressive movement. But I wanted to get your reaction to what we saw unfold in Massachusetts and Maine, where you had Massachusetts Congressman Jake Auchincloss, the head of this super PAC conglomerate called Majority Democrats, kind of ironically coming out against a majority for Democrats by saying that Plattner is disqualified because of the tattoo he has. Now, he's done some cleanup since then about that. But he's not alone among a couple of other establishment, like adjacent figures going on Fox or CNN, griping about Blattner and saying they wouldn't be crying if he lost. What do you make of first the recruitment of Janet Mills against Blattner, then he beats her so handily she has to drop out, and now this kind of resistance to consolidate behind the presumptive Democratic nominee, which is kind of the opposite of what is demanded when the left is beaten in a primary.
Yeah, I think you're seeing something similar play out in my race, in that it's just another classic example of DC elites and insiders who are completely out of touch with what's actually going on the ground and people's sentiment on the ground. The fact that you have these DC insiders trying to put their entire hand on the scale to tip the scales in the favor of their candidate is just ridiculous and outright undemocratic of the Democratic Party. And we're seeing that people are ready for an economic populist message that says that these billionaires and organizations like AIPAC don't give a shit about you. And maybe that makes some members of Congress uncomfortable and maybe some members of leadership uncomfortable. But it's the reality of what people are feeling here on the ground. And, people have growth. I think, especially as we're starting to see young people and more millennials and Gen Z running for office, whose records on the internet may be, started from when they were toddlers. People, I think, are also waking up to the fact that we're not going to have these, candidates who are perfect by any means, and that people are actually capable of growth, both as individuals, as human beings, on people's policy positions. And so we actually need to make sure that we have fighters in Congress and Democrats who are going to stand up to this administration and not fold, like we see so many establishment Democrats doing.
And actually, I'm super curious about your experience just as a business owner in Bakersfield, what you hear on the ground, and now you're a candidate too, so you're hearing a lot from different people in the community. What you're hearing on the ground, how is it different from what you hear from national Democratic leadership about what needs to happen or what voters really want or how to communicate, what sort of policies to offer? Is there quite a disconnect? It seems like you were just implying that there was between what you're seeing and then what you hear from kind of national Democrats in Washington, D.C. and other places.
100%. People are struggling right now when it comes to housing, when it comes to gas prices. And that's why, our platform has been resonating with people on the ground. And, a populist platform actually resonating across the political spectrum. I've talked to Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike who recognize how the economy and our healthcare system is rigged against the working class. I'm very blunt when I talk about healthcare. Valley fever, diabetes, cancer, doesn't give a shit who you voted for in the last election. It does not care what your party ID is, but we know that everybody gets sick, which is why we need healthcare for all, in my opinion, Medicare for all. And same thing when it comes to housing, your rent, your mortgage, your utilities don't ask you for your party ID, and neither will this campaign, because we're truly focused on fighting for every working class person. I think a great example of that is housing, for example. I want to make sure that when I get to Congress, I'm fighting to stop and ban corporations from buying single family homes or before our families can. You have Wall Street buying up entire neighborhoods, trying to force people into becoming renters. And it's ironic, who agrees with me on this issue? President Trump, who tweeted or truthed about this a couple months ago, and who disagrees with me on this issue? My corporate-backed Democratic opponent. When there was a bill in the legislature, in the California legislature, to limit corporations to only owning up to 1,000 single-family homes, she voted against that bill. And so again, I also have the endorsement of a local Republican mayor. It's not this fight about left versus right. It truly is us versus them. Working families in the Central Valley and across this country who've been left behind by politicians in both parties who will cater to the highest bidder.
And so, Jasmine Baines, your opponent, had actually, I want people to just appreciate this for its own right without describing it. Let's roll this shot of your opponent.
Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you both.
All right, so Jasmine Baines was asked, as you saw, is Israel committing genocide in Gaza? Answered yes. Was then subsequently endorsed by Democratic Majority for Israel, which is an AIPAC offshoot, and backed off of that and said, you know what, I think I heard the question wrong. The irony...
It's always that, huh? The money.
that in 2023, she spearheaded a resolution in the Assembly in California declaring the 1984 killing of 30,000 Sikhs in India to be a genocide. So what has been the effect of the DMFI spending? I know Amar Kampa-Najjar, another Democrat nearby, who's also endorsed against, DCCC has endorsed against him, has had, I think, millions at this point spent by DMFI against him. What are you seeing in terms of kind of the money coming against you, both from the Democratic Party itself, but also DMFI and pro-Israel groups?
Yeah, it's clear that, the DCCC getting involved in this race, they are looking for somebody who's going to bend the knee to party leadership and to corporate PACs, and they know that I'm not going to be that. I'm going to be a strong and independent voice for the Central Valley. And just like you saw in this clip, Jasmine Baines walked back those comments, claims she misunderstood the question. I don't know how you misunderstand a genocide, especially as a doctor.
Agreed.
When we have doctors on the ground right now trying to save lives of innocent children and women in Palestine and across, the world. But they know clearly where I stand on this issue, right? I signed on to a ceasefire letter as a local public official during the Biden administration. Sadly, that was considered controversial at the time. But I don't think it should be controversial to say that our hard-earned taxpayer dollars shouldn't be spent bombing innocent schools and communities across the world and should be spent building schools and communities right here at home. And that is why the Israel lobby is terrified of someone like me actually getting elected into Congress, and why they're spending roughly $1 million, not over that at this point, through DMFI and through 314, which is historically funneled money for AIPAC. But let me tell you, even Jasmine Baines knows that she's wrong on this issue. She doesn't even list DMFI's endorsement on her website, right? And it's just another classic example of politicians who are or say anything depending on who's in the room, and who are willing to sell their policy positions out to the highest bidder.
Now, the counter argument from the Democrats in Washington, they say she's more electable. And one thing they point to is, we can put up F6 here. So the Congressional Leadership Fund, which is the kind of House Republican super PAC, has actually spent, not a lot, but in the tens of thousands of dollars, kind of boosting your campaign. And so it seems, at least from House Republicans' perspective, that they agree with the DCCC, that they would rather run against you than against Jasmine Baines. So why are they wrong?
Yeah, I don't think anybody should be trying to meddle in this election, whether it's the Democratic establishment, whether it's the Republican Party, or any of these super PACs that are spending against me. People should be allowed to elect the candidate of their choice. And, you have the Republican Party sending mailers, saying I'm too liberal and sort of things like that, which is ridiculous.
Oh, no.
They're trying to define me before the general election because they actually know I'm the stronger candidate to take on Jasmine Baines. And clearly the DCCC recognizes this as well, because if they thought that she could win this race outright on her own, they wouldn't be trying to flood the airwaves at the last minute or endorsing her just as ballots are dropping, to try and save her, because they know that our campaign is resonating on the ground. I mean, in the latest poll, we're actually leading by 4 points, which is why we're seeing this outflux of, outside money pouring into this district.
Well, yeah, it's kind of interesting. You mentioned you have the endorsement of a local Republican mayor, and then at the same time, you have CLF pouring money into the race, not, as Ryan said, a modest sum of money into the race to try to back you. So there's something interesting going on where, on the one hand, national Republicans, probably a little bit like national Democrats, they don't think, they might not recognize what's resonating on a sort of grassroots level. Final question for me is just how you're dealing with kind of maybe the culture war gaps between Republican voters in the Central Valley, or even like independent voters in the Central Valley, people who go Democrat, they go Republican. You're trying to build your case in a primary right now, but I imagine that involves talking to some independents and people around the community. I bet immigration is something that you hear about a lot. How do you there's obviously a gap right now. So how do you handle those types of conversations?
Yeah, we're knocking on doors for Democrats, independents, and Republicans alike. As you know, California has this jungle primary where the top two move on. So we're talking to every voter, and our message is universal to say, whether you are a Republican, a Democrat, or independent, you deserve housing that you can afford, you deserve health care, you deserve child care in this country. And these are all not questions of whether we have the financial means to do these things. New Mexico has universal childcare. New York is moving in this direction. Vermont was able to figure this out. It's not a question of whether we have the financial means to do these things. It's a question of whether we have the political courage and the moral clarity to actually fight for these things. But, these solutions aren't going to come from politicians who are funded by the same corporations at the root of all these problems, like my opponents. And people here in the Central Valley, you know how many people have asked me about trans athletes or any of these culture war issues? Zero at the doors. I am not lying to you. Zero. But you don't know how many people I've talked to at the doors who tell me that they will drive 7 to 8 hours to Tijuana to go get cheaper dental work done, to get cheaper prescription drugs, or even now cheaper healthcare. And that shouldn't be happening in the richest country in the history of the world, which is why we're going to win not just this primary, but the general election, because people are fed up with the status quo within both major political parties who are in bed with corporate interests, and they want somebody who's going to fight for them.
And yes, and to be clear for the audience, I don't think we specified this at the top. David Villado, the Republican incumbent, currently occupies the seat. So this would be a flip. This is different than the candidates we talked to last week who were fighting it out, and whoever wins the Democratic primary is going to win an easy blue seat. This is going to be a tough race to flip, and it'll be interesting to see if somebody backed by the Working Families Party, Bernie Sanders, AOC, the Progressive Caucus, can pull that off. So Randy, thanks so much for being here. And I guess the election is on Tuesday, right?
Yep, June 2nd.
I guess you're looking forward to that. But then it's not over if you're in the top two, and you got another few months of this campaigning. But thanks so much for being here.
Of course. Thanks for having me. And for folks who are interested in helping us out, head to randy.vote. Donate your time, your money, whatever you can to help us win this fight. So thanks so much for having me.
All right, you got it. Talk to you later.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Which is totally fine. I thought you were just passionate, girl. Give it to me now. That's what she said. You go streaming without. You work on all this other. The fishing game was broken too because the new gate fucked it up. Although luckily that's a little easier to fix, but. Speaking of
some historic results in Texas's Senate primary last night. The campaign between James Tallarico and Ken Paxton is already on. We're going to bring you some of how both
Tallarico. What did they call him? I don't even remember, but it's actually kind of catchy in like a funny way, in a good way.
Well, some historic results.
Give it to me now. I'd say that all caps are appropriate there. Damn right, girl. Damn right, the cookie.
Results in Texas's Senate primary last night. The campaign between James Tallarico
what up?
And Ken Paxton is already on. We're going to bring you some of how both campaigns are already going after each other. But first, E1, let's just marinate for a moment on what happened to John Cornyn, a multi-term incumbent, a very establishment Republican, very, very neoconservative and hawkish. He got absolutely blown out by Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who was endorsed at the last moment by Donald Trump. He would have won without the endorsement in all likelihood. Trump right now is also already offering some kind words for John Cornyn, saying that he's his friend, I think is what he said. He's still his friend, but the results here were really, really interesting. And it's setting up what could be a competitive race for Democrats. We'll talk about that in just one moment, but let's start here with this clip of Fox News. This is Bill Hemmer explaining, Trump has already, you'll be shocked to know, posted screenshots from the segment on Truth Social.
Damn.
Because Bill Hemmer is walking through Trump's track
Chat should clip this before reality edits the footage.
record of endorsements in the 2026 primaries. And we talked about Massey. We've talked about that Massey race a lot. We talked about it last week when it happened. We've talked about Bill Cassidy. Let's zoom out and look at exactly how successful Trump has been in 2026.
This is his scorecard, okay? He has endorsed 8 governors. Now, some of these races weren't real close, didn't have a lot of competition, but some of them did. I mean, we saw what happened in Louisiana, the primary with Bill Cassidy. We saw what happened a week ago tonight with Tom Massey in Kentucky. And now we're seeing it again tonight, okay, in Texas. Governor level, Trump endorsed 8. He won 8 times. U.S. House, 101 endorsed. He won 101 endorsed in the House, and he won 101. Let me put on the pencil right here and show you this. U.S. Senate, Sean, he has endorsed 8 candidates. And prior to tonight, he had won 8 times. And now you can take the endorsement from 8 to 9 endorsed, and from 8 to 9 winner. Ken Paxton was outspent 9-1. Got the endorsement from Trump, got the endorsement of Wesley Hunt, the congressman who got...
Yeah, but will any of these clowns win, right? That's the problem. I guess it's gonna matter a little less so. But who knows, right, guys?
Knocked out 2.5 months ago. And now we got the setup in Paxton and Tellerico. Many Republicans felt if John Cornyn could win tonight, that he could be an easy winner over Tellerico. We'll never know that now. And a lot of Republicans felt that they could save a lot of money too if Cornyn won. But that did not happen. Here's what will happen, Sean, in November. In Texas, probably the most expensive Senate race that we have seen ever.
So Trump posted that on Truth Social by saying, thank you to America for, what is this? Let me read it exactly. Thank you to America for this unprecedented support, President DJT. Now, he also said, we'll explain a little bit why in, again, just a moment. He congratulated John Cornyn for having run a strong and powerful race. Just keep that in your mind. We're going to watch now how candidates Paxton, Cornyn, and then Tallarico responded to these results last night, which, again, were an absolute blowout.
My opponent is the most extreme radical the Democrats have ever nominated. He's even running a vegan campaign, whatever that is. He goes by a few names that you may all have heard of. Some people know him as Tofu Tallarico. Some people call him Six-Gender Jimmy. I've even heard some people call him James Tellerico. And others refer to him simply as Low T Tellerico.
I've spent most of my time in the Senate building the Republican Party in Texas and in the U.S. Senate, and I've always supported the Republican ticket, and I intend to do so again in this general election. I've said throughout this race that I trust the voters of Texas, and they've made their decision.
Ken Paxton embodies everything that's wrong with our political system. He was impeached by his own party for using his public office to enrich himself and his donors at our expense. And that kind of corruption is the rot at the core of this broken system. It's why we can't afford anything. It's why we can't get ahead no matter how hard we work, because billionaires buy these politicians like Ken Paxton, and then these puppet politicians turn around and rig the rules of the game in favor of the billionaires at our expense. And so this has been happening for 50 years in this country. Mega donors and their puppet politicians have been stealing from.
I love that. 50 years. Gee, I wonder who was elected 50 years ago. The kooky.
From the American people, from the people of Texas, stealing the wealth that we created.
That's a very subtle
through their
jab at
bribes,
him.
their bailouts, and their billionaire tax breaks. And so I look forward to not only running against Ken Paxton, but running against the broken system that he embodies.
Now, this was an almost 30-point blowout. Right now, as the results stand, we're talking...
Or almost 50 years ago, right?
Paxton margins in the 60s, Cornyn margins at 36.3%. Paxton right now 63.7%. Last I checked, Cornyn had actually barely won Dallas, which is shocking, but I mean, it's not shocking, but it's shocking if you're John Cornyn. A couple of points that Taniel made on X. He said, as a couple of weeks ago, no U.S. senator had lost re-election in a primary since 2012. Now GOP voters have ousted 2 senators in over 10 days. Cassidy in Louisiana and Cornyn in Texas. Taniel added, Cornyn is on track to suffer the largest defeat for a U.S. senator in a primary since 1978. And in that 1978, that was a Democratic primary in Montana won by Max Baucus. The defeated incumbent had just been appointed. Nothing like the long-time Cornyn. Seth Keshel on X also added the Paxton margins in El Paso, Hidalgo, Harris, and most of the Rio Grande Valley are outrunning his overall statewide margin and are highly suggestive that a MAGA candidate retains high Latino support in line with trends developing.
Was he Montana? Or like one of the Dakotas? I'm pretty sure it was Montana, right? Montana, yeah. Good memory. Damn.
Over the past 6 years. That's a pretty interesting point, actually, and we'll see how much that stands, but at least some evidence here. And Ryan, there's so much more we could talk about the dynamics between Paxton and Paxton and Cornyn. Very interesting. Paxton has a colorful history, to say the least. I do want to put E4 up on the screen. This is the Heritage Action scorecard of John Cornyn. He has a score of 35% in this latest session. That is basically just a barometer. His lifetime score is 68%, pretty low. That's just a barometer of how often he is voting with the kind of grassroots. Heritage Action isn't the same as the Heritage Foundation. It's obviously part of the Heritage Foundation, but it scores on largely a lot of grassroots votes.
Oh, okay. So basically, yeah, he's obviously more of a corporate Republican. Although, I mean, let's be honest, 62% isn't too bad, but yeah, it's not like 100% either.
Senators
or 90.
Are taking to be in line with the base. The NRSC came in for Cornyn. They came in for Cassidy. National Republicans put their support behind Cornyn as they thought he was more electable. So let me just stop with this info dump.
They call every Democrat the most extreme. I guess advocating for any basic human right is extreme to them. Yeah.
And get your reaction to 100. This blowout for Paxton.
Yeah, Cornyn, he is a very talented politician. He's he's an oil guy. He's came out of the kind of Texas legal world, which is its own kind of mafia. Country club Republican type.
Yes.
And
very hawkish on Iran, very hawkish on Ukraine. He's a lot of his
country club Republican, yeah.
Yeah, his heritage score I was looking at, some of it was his ongoing support for the war in Ukraine, which was being scored as a negative.
Yeah, that would track. Number 2 in the Senate for a stretch, nearly became majority or minority leader.
Just a year ago.
To see him get, he beat Paxton in the first round by like 7 points or something like that.
Yeah, it was split with Colin Allred. It was a 3-way race.
And it looked like Trump might endorse Cornyn and push Paxton out. And Paxton was like, I'm staying in no matter what Trump does. And then Trump had this crazy thing like, hey, if you pass this the SAFE Act, the voting reform he wants, that he would endorse Cornyn.
Yeah, he said he would drop out of the race.
Yeah. And, that Paxton would drop out of the race. And that really worked on Trump because Trump was like, yeah, do that.
Well, it worked on voters, too, because I think what people see in John Cornyn is this guy who's been in the Senate
and just can't
for the sake of power. Right. And he doesn't really care about what they care about. And Paxton doing that endears himself to Texas Republican voters. If you're voting in the Republican primary in Texas, you are probably somebody who cares about the SAVE Act. And here you have somebody who appears to be, I mean, it's obviously a campaign move, but he appears to be sort of selflessly putting his own campaign on the line to get something that they care about passed. And it's very interesting with Paxton because there's I always cite the Thomas Massey craziest son of a bitch in the race line. That's what Paxton is seen as. People don't love Ken Paxton, but the NRSC, for example, has been they're already embracing Paxton, of course, but they were running against Paxton on a very personal level. I'm looking right here at a July 10th, 2025 rapid response release from...
Texas is like so fucked, guys. Jesus Christ.
NRSC giving some background on Ken Paxton, who they said, quote, put his family through, what he's put his family through is truly repulsive and disgusting. No one should have to endure what Angela Paxton has, and we pray for her as she chooses to stand up for herself and her family during this difficult time. They said, yes, they've scrubbed a lot of this from their websites. I went and checked this post yesterday because this guy's from...
AI always does that title well. Oh, no, it's not AI, it's Twitch. I've been trying to fix it, but it's not working. There it is. Should be working now. They both, right? Only 1,000 of the 330 million voters voted for Paxton. 1,000. What, didn't he get more votes than 1,000? Let's see. What is it? What is going on here? Yeah, Twitch is not like accepting my try it out now. I think it should be working. Yep. Another thing I gotta fix. Thanks, Twitch.
From American Bridge, accurate. They are scrubbing from their website.
Very nice. Yeah, I fixed it. Yeah, it's not the AI. It's like the way the program, right, is interfacing with Twitch. Twitch doesn't like certain things, and it's just fucking annoying. Also, like Twitch. Guys, like Twitch, like these are just like things you learn when you fucking stream on Twitch. If you change your title like consistently through the Twitch like portal, many times it won't even accept the title change. Right? It will accept the like the game change or the topic change, right? Like we're doing just chatting now, but if I wanted to change it to like a game, it would do that pretty quickly. But for some reason it has, I don't know why, it just like I'll have to like sit there and copy and paste the same title and like hit like delete it, press enter. I think there's like a hard limit or something. The intro, yeah, like it's just so annoying. I don't know if you have that problem, Gray, because I know you stream as well, but it's something that if like you consistently are like working on your title, it just doesn't want to update half the time. So it does stuff like that.
website their attacks on Paxton. So NRSC, for example, said Angela Paxton's divorce petition accuses Ken Paxton of adultery and says the couple stopped living together in June 2024. Paxton's former chief of staff testified that Paxton confessed to her and other staff members he was having an affair with his mistress. Impeachment articles in the Texas legislature alleged Paxton used the alias Dave P. for a fake Uber account he used to secretly see his mistress. Paxton was also accused of using secret emails and burner phones to try and cover his tracks. Paxton allegedly used his pal Nate Paul, who was recently convicted of bank fraud, to help hide his affair and provide his mistress with employment in Austin so that Paxton could be closer to her. 20 articles of impeachment were filed against Paxton in the Texas legislature over alleged bribery, abuse of power, and obstruction of justice. Paxton was indicted on security fraud charges that were later dropped after he paid $300,000 in restitution and completed community service. He's got a mugshot. And finally, from the NRSC, Paxton refused to disclose multiple out-of-state properties in his 2023 financial disclosure, including a $1.6 million luxury.
But he's a Republican, therefore vote for him.
Hideaway. Okay, so this is what James Tallarico now has to work with. To be clear, he would have had a whole lot to work with John Cornyn. There's absolutely no question about that. John Cornyn is so pro-war, so very pro-war. He has all kinds of things that are problematic with Republican voters, but also probably with the general population. So Ryan, Tallarico is now already trying to make amends with Cornyn voters. He said last night, you have a place in our campaign. This is the Senate map. This was updated last night. Texas now lean R, not likely R. And Ryan, we have some polls from around the country that show, how seriously the Senate is in jeopardy for Republicans. There's a lot.
Jesus. All right, let's look at this. Nebraska is likely. Okay. Iowa is likely. Yeah. Montana is likely. Sure. Texas is lean R, right? Alaska is, yeah, because they have Mary Patola running in Alaska, right? She's pretty great. Ohio leans R, yep, makes sense. Michigan, toss up. North Carolina, toss up because he's not running anymore. Maine, yeah, is a toss up. That's good. The fact that they have Maine as a toss-up after, that many incumbents. Oh, there. Junk was fished up. Cursed bottle cap collection. Chat receives the cursed bottle cap collection and several questions. All right.
A lot of time left in this race.
Yeah, Republicans are defending a lot of seats. And then that's... there's only three likely seats. Wow.
On work at end, things could change. We talked earlier in the show about how
likely seat and one leans. Wow, that's good.
Hard it is to turn the show.
Georgia's lean D. Look at that. Is leaning towards the D. Ducky leaning towards the D.
Around, but there's just no question that this puts Texas in
Get it.
play. I would still say it's one of the least likely to flip, but it's definitely in play.
And they have to flip 4 seats because they're down 3. They have to take JD Vance out of that catbird seat. I
for real
still find it hard to believe that Democrats are going to win Texas. But good Lord, if Democrats were ever going to win Texas, this would kind of be the way to do it. Now, Tallarico may have, too much kind of 2020 era, woke funny stuff that they can hit him with.
Yeah.
Because
all right, now Ducky, hit do ! Hunt net. Now you may run it. It looks like it's working. It's the cooldown. It's fucking annoying. Yeah, I think it's working. Cool. The game was working perfectly. In fact, I had no problems with the game. I just fine-tuned it. So, damn, I already have a legendary. That's awesome. And a shiny. The shinies are really hard to get. Really hard to get. I only caught one out of like all those. All right, let's see. Let's see.
Tallarico's big thing is I'm going to win independents and some Republicans, but then when they see his like past stuff, vegan, and like yesterday he's like, I eat barbecue. I've been eating barbecue for 6 generations. But then there's the clip. Hey, we did a vegan campaign, so like, and that's going to work on some Texans.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
The mask isn't going to help, even though that was during the time people were masked up, but not most people in Texas.
Well, it's not the gate anymore. Or it is the gate, but it's just doing another problem. Oh, wait. It is the gate because it's calling me user 3204 or whatever the fuck. Yeah, it shouldn't be doing that.
A lot of people in Texas were not.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah. It's not working. Don't worry. You didn't lose anything. So
Tough one for him.
So, yeah. So, and while 2 Senate Republicans have been beaten, I would even put the number at 3, because Tom Tillis, the North Carolina senator, was forced to basically retire as a result. So we could put up E10. This is North Carolina polls. The latest poll has Roy Cooper up by 11 in North Carolina, and making it is maybe the most likely
Golden Common. Yeah, it wasn't working with that either, but that. Oh, nice. Golden Common. It was not working with that, so let me figure this out. God. All you guys do is fish and hunt on this stream. The reason I did hunt was because you're like safari, right? Not like hunt, like shoot, but there's different words for, okay, guys? Words have different meaning. You don't go shooting a fucking bra that you're going to, right? Go buy in the store. You don't go hunt for stuff like that in the store. I mean, unless you do, which all power. I do. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind, girl. My bad. All right. Let's see. Paste it there.
That Democrats have, and then Maine being this maybe the second most likely opportunity. But interestingly, Alaska, which you saw on that map, was leaning Republican. New poll, we can put up E9 here. Mary Peltola, very popular former member of Congress. She's not in Congress anymore.
Yep.
More right?
She's not. She got voted out.
Is she still in Congress? Anyway, she's running for Senate, and she won her Alaska.
Oh yeah, she's been out since 25.
Yeah, she won her Alaska House race.
Yep, told you. Yeah, it was a big deal that she won because she represents the entire state, right? Because Alaska only has one district.
Pro-fish candidate.
Even though it's huge.
Which
it's because it's very low population, right?
I love.
You're a former fishing guide.
Yeah, I'm pro-fish.
Yeah.
Although.
Just like Ducky, she's pro-fish.
Oh, kill a lot of them. So some
Not catch and release.
Some hypocrisy.
In Ryan Grimm's boat.
Some hypocrisy there. Plenty catch and release too. But so new poll has her up 48-44.
Woo. That's margin of error, I think. Alaska polling's hard, but yeah.
But so,
Tight race.
certainly in the race,
Yes.
Ohio, we can put up 11. Sherrod Brown, very popular Democrat in Ohio.
Oh, he's doing pretty well. Wow.
E11 though has him. He's been up in a couple of polls, down in most of them. Ohio might be just too Republican to overcome, even despite this. Despite the blue wave that we're likely to see, and Brown is getting older. He's not the same guy, not the same campaigner that he used to be. And then, of course, there's E12, which is in Nebraska. The fascinating poll came out in that race showing that if Pete Ricketts, the Republican, was put up against the Democratic nominee, he'd win by something like 16 points. But he was down 5 or so to Osborne, 5 or 6 to Osborne, and the Democratic nominee has dropped out and endorsed Osborne. Interestingly, that Democratic nominee, Cindy...
She hasn't dropped. She said she's going to drop
out. She just endorsed the independent candidate in Nebraska 1, Austin Allman, who was my old intern.
No way!
At The Intercept. He launched... But in that, there is a Democratic candidate. And so Austin did this differently. Osborne was always the independent candidate, and Democrats were like, all right, we can't beat Ricketts. We're just going to give up.
Yeah, well, and Osborne always had support from, what's the same people backing Plattner, right? Some of the same consultants?
Fight. Yeah. The consultancy is called Fight.
Populist left. But
Right.
Osborne himself is not a leftist.
Right.
It would be fair to say.
He has some heterodox positions for sure.
Yeah, but I actually think that's, a sign of Democrats not Democrats, but some in the consultant class starting to understand a bit.
He got 886,000 votes of 30 million registered voters with open primary. Anyone can vote. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wonder, see, this is another reason why I wonder if like a lot of Democrats just went out and voted for him knowing he was going to cause them to lose. That'd be kind of funny. I don't have any data on that, but they did that very similarly, and they do that, like Republicans do that all the time in those open primary states. So yeah, they did that with Hillary Clinton as well in Texas, right? So like when Obama was running, they would vote for Hillary Clinton instead of Obama because they knew Obama would beat McCain. It didn't work because she still ended up losing, right? But there are enough people like Republicans who vote like that. So
bit more how to knock down.
But thank you, I appreciate it, Richard Cavesa. Yeah, I was about to say there wasn't 1,000 people. There was way more, right? But
down Republicans like Pete Ricketts.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with Republicans like Susan Collins. There's almost a maturity to it. I don't want to sound like patronizing, but there was so much just inability to overcome some of these like cultural gaps between a guy like Dan Osborne, who might be literally working on the factory floor, it was Kellogg's, right? Yeah. And has just different cultural opinions than most elite Democrats and most leftists, frankly. There was a lack of like ability or willingness to overcome some of those, like to build some of those bridges.
Right.
And now I think that's kind of been like out the window, or at least in some of these races, they're realizing, hey, there's a better way.
Or, they're like, you know what, we have zero chance. So what do we have to lose?
Right. He's kind of the economic leftism and cultural centrism or like center-rightism that's reflective, I think, where a lot of Americans are right now, especially in states with heavy rural areas and big like agricultural interests and that sort of thing. So it's really that is, I think this is one of the most interesting races to watch. I definitely want to do a Nebraska trip as we continue covering this race.
Our guy Julian was just out there.
I saw. And
a couple of the Texas races.
Yeah, I was going to ask Al Green.
Yeah, so we put up E7. Long-time anti-Zionist, among other things, Democrat Al Green faced a challenger who had a bunch of crypto money and had the support of pro-Israel lobby. and was beaten fairly handily. Al Green, a very eccentric kind of
To say the least,
figure.
was like waving his cane at Trump during the State
Yeah, Al Green lost.
of the Union.
What a boss, waving his cane at Trump.
Saw
Remember that? We watched that, guys.
Somebody pointing out that there were 5. So when Marjorie Taylor Greene introduced her ban on weapons amendment to ban weapon sales to Israel, 5 people voted for it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Al Green, Thomas Massey, Summer Lee, and one other. Who was the other one?
You're like Rick Perry
Rashida
right now.
Tlaib, maybe? Or Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene, Al Green, and Thomas Massey gone. Summer Lee, I guess the good news out of that, Summer Lee played a huge role in electing Chris Rabb in Philadelphia, who would add to
Summer
that
Lee.
vote total.
She's awesome.
I guess
One of my
Tlaib and Omar
babes.
didn't both vote for him. I'm gonna look that one up. So the New York Times portrayed it as like this generational divide, like Al Green's old, and the crypto APAC person's young. It's like, I think there's something more going on than just age in this one.
And then Jasmine Crockett came in
Oh,
for
yeah.
Christian Menefee.
Do we have that?
Al Green's opponent. I don't think we have the video, but
weird,
Jasmine
yeah.
Crockett cut an ad
Yeah.
For Menefee.
For the crypto groups.
which is amazing because one of the big criticisms of Crockett in the Tallarico primary was that she was a crypto
Right.
congresswoman.
Crypto spent like $5 million, I think, in this race or something. Some insane amount of money.
He's one of the, and they're doing that with certain
It's fake
candidates
money.
around
They
the
have-
country.
they have-
Jesus. All these fucking interest groups, right? Crypto. I'm just so tired of all this shit. Yeah. See, I forgot about that. She was endorsed by Big Crypto. And there were people who were like, why didn't they pick Jasmine Crockett? It's like, well, she has, like, she may have a great moments on the House floor or whatever, right? Or in committee hearings. But when push comes to shove, you know who her donors are, right?
Like endless fake money. So they're like,
Yeah, it's a little Sam
let's get this
Bankman-Friedy.
yeah, let's get this crypto critic out of here.
Maureen Galindo, E8. I don't know that we covered, or Kristalyn Sager covered the story. It was so bizarre. She was saying weird things about wanting to put Zionists in
concentration camps?
concentration
Yeah.
camps. Weird candidate. Some strange last minute money came into this race.
From Republicans.
Yeah, from Republicans. So she lost.
Trying
right?
to boost
Yeah.
her. Yeah, she lost by about 20 points to Johnny Garcia. So Democrats are breathing a sigh of relief. They did not want to see her sneak into the general election.
And leftists started to pay attention. Like I saw Hassan was coming out against Galindo
Right.
and Hassan Piker and other people.
Yeah, because it's really concentration camps.
Yep.
Get
Yeah.
out of here with this. Yeah.
We should also mention Chip Roy, E6, just to, again, come full circle with what we were talking about in regards to Trump endorsements. Chip Roy is one of the most, people are going to get angry at me for saying this, spiritually MAGA Republicans in Congress.
And he
because Chip Roy is sort of like a Mike Lee. He was Ted Cruz's chief of staff actually here in D.C., but he lost his primary for Texas Attorney General. You can see his voters supported him like in his district. That's what the map shows on the screen. But he lost pretty by a healthy margin to a MAGA-backed candidate because Chip Roy did come out against Trump a couple of times, like occasionally, I think is how Politico described it, but in ways that made people in the MAGA base feel like he wasn't listening to them. He was giving them the middle finger. He didn't care about them. And that is, MAGA is extremely sensitive to that. And just to be charitable for one moment, the reason MAGA has some of these litmus tests, just think pragmatically, is because in Trump's first term, there were people who were genuinely like trying to subvert his quote agenda, including his chiefs of staff, like John Kelly, who turned out to be disloyal, very disloyal, as Trump would say. And so that's actually why MAGA goes along with Trump on some of these litmus tests, even if Thomas Massey and Chip Roy are kind of more MAGA than Trump sometimes, which is a misnomer because Trump is MAGA, but are sort of more down the line, in line with not economic, but with kind of right-wing populism, how it's defined. Chip Roy is, he's gotten, I think I saw AIPAC tracker, like $17,000 from AIPAC over time, but he's also gone against the Republican establishment on a lot of war questions, a lot of spending questions. He's a fiscal hawk. He was like the last remaining member of the Freedom Caucus that kind of represents what the Freedom Caucus used to be.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, what does that caucus even look like anymore? There's no Freedom Caucus, which is good. I mean, it's been replaced by MAGA, right? Oh, my God. Wow, they're down to 31. Holy shit. All right, let's see who these members are. If it's even been updated, right? Jim Jordan, Mark Meadows, Andy Biggs, Scott Perry, yep. Andy Harris. Wow, so they already lost 4 members from the last election, right? So, yeah, it's gone down, guys. And it's been going down every year since, right? You know what my favorite coalition in Congress is? Is the Blue Dogs. Because who doesn't like the opposite of Clifford the Red Dog? The big red dog. This is their symbols. Symbol. Psst, psst. Jeez, what a joke. Honestly, like, look how stupid this group is too, right? Look, Blue Dog Democrats, right? Blue Dog means like conservative Democrat. They've gone down as well from like about 30 seats, 35 seats, 38, 65. Holy shit. All the way down to, now it's like 10. Who is it? Like Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, right? They believe in conservatism, fiscal conservatism, and social conservatism historically. Yeah, they're more like the conservative Democrats, right? We all know them as it's probably like Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, Jared Golden. Yep, there he is. Let's see. This is it. This is what's left of the Blue Dogs. They've been slaughtered. All right. Adam Gray, Mike Thompson. Ugh. Lou Correa, Sam Bishop, Sanford Bishop, Josh Gottenheimer, Henry Cuellar, ugh. Vincent Gonzalez, obviously Jared Golden, but he resigned, right? Or he's still in here, yeah. And Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, exactly. There we go, guys. What a joke.
It's just,
he's out.
He's out. He couldn't even make it through the primary.
Is it all Trump?
It's just pure Trump.
A little bit of criticism of Trump, and that's it for him?
Yeah, I think that's really all it was, because it feels like you might be someone that can't be trusted. Mm-hmm. And this is, again, I actually have always admired Chip Roy, because he's one of those people who's very principled. Like, he's not going against some of the people you believe, one of the very few people you believe he believes what he's saying. So you can disagree with him, but you're not doubting that Chip Roy believes what he says he believes, and then he votes as he believes, like on spending and those sorts of things. And so he's Massey-like in that sense, but more conservative and less libertarian. So it's when you criticize Trump, people say, all right, then you are going to you might undermine the Trump agenda. And I'm not taking that risk anymore, because they believe the left has gotten to a point where they want to subvert the left at every single stop with every breath. And they don't want someone who might be siding against Trump. It feels like that means they're siding against them. And people take it really personally. So that's what's going on in MAGA. I don't agree with a lot of it. Obviously, I just said,
How are MAGA voters
principled,
going to
yeah,
figure
what
out
the
what to
fuck?
think when Trump stops telling them what
Definitely
to think?
He will not stop telling them what to
he's
think.
gonna
He
have
will
to
do
die
it
at
from
some point.
beyond the grave. There will be Trump
like
GPT.
Lenin, like reading through.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They will go. Trump will be entombed like Lenin, and people
And he
will
has
go
said
there.
everything. So anybody who wants to cite Trump will be able to cite him.
Yeah, that's true. Also, there will be Trump GPT. You just
guaranteed.
wait. It'll tell us. All right, that was a long block, but there were so many interesting races last night, both on the left and the right. But I think it's fair to say Trump's 100% record Senate, House primaries right now tells you where the base is.
And we ironically don't do enough kind of election content here, so we're going to make sure you get more than your fill today.
And we have.
What's up, y'all? Happy Friday. Hope everybody out there is having an awesome day. I have some massive, major, colossal breaking news here for you. I'm going to get to in just a second, but before I do yourself a big favor, sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends, because we're having Ruth Ben-Ghiat on the show today. And you do not want to miss that. She is the leading authoritarianism expert in the country. She's phenomenal. She's brilliant. She's intelligent. She has an awesome Substack you guys should check out. She just wrote a book as well you guys should check out. But she's coming on the show. I'm super excited for that. Definitely sign up. You're going to want to listen to this whole conversation. We have some teasers from KKF dropping today, but it's only the intros with the intro clips with me and Crystal. The actual full interview with Ruth Ben-Ghiat, you have to...
I don't agree with it, but you still vote for it with it, Emily. For real. I don't get it, right?
Either subscribe to listen on Substack, or you could wait for the full audio version of the podcast to drop on Saturday.
Hey, look, it's Ballsack.
Oh, shit. Shots fired. Shots fired.
And listen then, but you're not gonna want to miss this. The leading authoritarianism expert in the country breaks down everything that we're currently witnessing and going through right now. It is amazing stuff. So highly recommend you guys check that out. But man, holy shit, is there so much going on. I swear to God, I'm off air for 7 minutes and I'm like, I gotta get back on air. This is crazy. I gotta get back on air. The shit that's happening is untenable. So I'm sure many of you guys saw this, but Romania, which is a member of NATO, was attacked by Russia. This is a massive escalation. I cannot put into words how dire of a situation we are now in because of this. So it was a Russian attack drone that struck a residential building. So it was an apartment complex with a bunch of innocent people in there. Okay, it was in Galati, Romania. And man, just shout out to Romania, man. My heart's with you guys. That shit is crazy that you're going through this. Much love to Romania. Romania is, of course, a NATO member state. The initial reports indicated that multiple people were injured, including several with serious injuries, after the one-way attack drone impacted the building. So there's pictures and stuff of it on social media. Very disturbing stuff. Now, look, that should trigger, theoretically, like the collective response of all of NATO to go back against Russia, because this is the first Russian strike within, or, you know, on a NATO member, right? Huge deal. The only saving grace and silver lining, to the extent you could say there is one at all in this situation, which there barely is, okay, is that NPR and the Associated Press and other outlets are saying that the Russian drone was meant for Ukraine. I don't know how that works. I don't quite know if that makes sense, but they say it was supposed to go to Ukraine and then ended up crashing in Romania. So in other words, they're saying it was not purposeful. I don't know, man. I don't know. You tell me. But either way, this is a crisis moment here. And to this point, Trump has said Dickie McGee's acts about this, which I'm kind of not surprised about, because we all know he has an affinity for other authoritarian leaders. He hates democratic leaders. He loves authoritarian leaders. So he hasn't said shit. And it's just a disaster. I think people in Europe and all of NATO knows that they're kind of on their own in containing Russia, and it is a devastating situation to look at. So that's a huge deal. Got to keep your eye on what's happening over there in Russia and Ukraine and Europe more broadly. We also have this from Dropsite News. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but Israeli officials are privately urging Trump to abandon any and all negotiations with Iran. They're saying don't talk to them at all anymore, not even a little bit. No talks, no nothing. No attempt to make peace, no ceasefire, no nothing. And
most schizophrenic fucking presidency ever. We got the peace deal. No, we don't have a peace deal. We're going to bomb them. No, we're not going to bomb them anymore. We're talking with them about peace. We're bombing them, right? We're attacking them. We're not in conversations. Oh, we would never do that. Oh, we're doing that as we speak, right? It's just all over the place.
They also...
That's the point, though. It's to confuse you, right? It's to get you to be like, who cares at this point?
Are urging Trump to...
Market manipulation. Yeah, exactly.
Assassinate Iran's parliamentary speaker and lead negotiator, who, of course, is Mohammed Ghalibaf. So this is not the first time. Israel has a track record of assassinating people who are negotiating with them during fucking negotiations. Okay? They have a track record of this. I don't know how else somebody can prove anymore that they don't believe in peace, they don't want peace, they're not interested in peace. What else do they have to do to prove to you they don't want peace? They're saying stop all talks and assassinate their negotiator. What the fuck? So this is exactly what I told you guys about, that the goal of Israel is to make Iran a failed state.
Yep.
That's the goal.
100.
They don't want them. They want them off the table as a regional adversary. They want to be the dominant hegemon. They want to be a regional superpower, then eventually they want to be a global superpower. So they want Iran to look like Libya. They want it to be a failed state. They want open slave markets. They want warlords fighting in the streets. They want a total breakdown of civil order. That's what they want. Whereas the Trump regime, what they want is more like the Venezuela model, which is still evil and wrong and bad. But under that model, you have a puppet dictator of the U.S. who runs Iran and basically lets us loot and plunder their country and steal their natural resources. But you maintain civil order. You still have a society. You're still functioning as a country, right? So it's sort of like the Shah. They want a new Shah in place. And those are not the same thing. And so you're now seeing yet again one of the major downsides of having the Israel lobby and Miriam Adelson and Benjamin Netanyahu and the military-industrial complex buying the Trump regime, okay?
My medication inhibits the liver enzyme that breaks down caffeine, so one caffeinated drink is like 4 or 5 and lasts all day. I'm having trouble quitting caffeine. Damn, girl. You'd be wired all day then with my coffee. Because I do like strong coffee plus 3 shots of espresso. Ducky would be literally that emote, but in duck form. Because Ducky's a duck, right? All right, Ducky, try it now. Let's test it.
You're now...
Hunt, exclamation mark, hunt net.
Seeing the downside of that. I mean, there's always been downsides to that. But you're also seeing the downside of the president being a blackmailed fredophile, where they have Mossad Epstein blackmail on him,
okay, that makes
raping
sense.
kids. He would do anything to make sure that doesn't get out. And so he's
Hey,
basically
Patricia,
cucking himself to
welcome
the
back. You woke up today. Congratulations. Isn't it like the morning now?
Israelis over and over.
Like, still early, but not super late.
Over again.
How you doing?
Okay, so
good to see you again.
So, like I said, there's some talks of some negotiations going on. You literally can't trust anything these people are saying at all anymore, though, because the U.S. media has head-faked us so much. The Trump regime has head-faked us so much. They say we're 2 seconds from a deal, then there's not a deal at all. The Iranians have basically come out and said, never trust anything the Americans say because they're lying about everything every step of the way. It's all for market manipulation. It's all for optics. None of it is real. So it's always hard to tell exactly what's going on in terms of where we're at with Iran. But Clash Report is saying that one of the ideas that was just floated by the U.S. side is that they want to do an investment fund for Iran worth $300 billion as part of a long-term deal, okay? So here's how this came about. Iran was demanding reparations for the illegal war waged against them because so much of their shit has been bombed. It really fucked up what we did to them, what us and Israel did to them. And so they're like, you need to pay us reparations or there's no deal. And so the idea of Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, of course, is, well, let's not call it that, but we'll do an investment fund worth $300 billion. And that's the low end of what Iran is demanding. They're saying between $300 billion and $1 trillion is what you need to give us. And you'll never guess what else is part of this. You would have Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner personally profit off of this Iranian $300 billion investment fund. Because fucking of course, because the whole Trump regime
of course
is just a
Where's Cenk?
Dealing con artist fucking group, right? They're a criminal organization. They're a cartel. They're a criminal syndicate. And everything is about, let me get my cut. They operate more like a mafia, like the mob, than they do an actual government, right? So now let me be clear. I totally support Iran getting reparations because we illegally and offensively attacked them and triple tapped their girls' schools, killed a bunch of children, bombed hospitals, bombed bridges, bombed steel plants, bombed power plants. We did a lot of fucked up shit. They have a right for us to pay them back for some of the fucking shit that we did to them, right? Yep. But here's what I don't support. Trump's goons getting fucking rich off the...
We have that emote. Hold on. I just don't know what it's called. On 7 TV, it's like of Cenk doing the, of course! It's like the one thing that I still... The one thing that is still pretty funny about him. I gotta go. It's a meme at this point, right? I smoked some of this Gorilla Glue. Be right back. Holy shit.
Process. Trump's goons getting a cut in the process. And unfortunately, that's where we're at with this rogue regime, where that's what's being discussed.
That one, yeah.
But I will say, I highly, highly doubt this comes to pass. Highly doubt. Because the Israel lobby is going to try to blow that up. Netanyahu is going to try to blow that up. You're going to have the Republicans in this country going to try to blow that up. There's like no, even the Democrats will come out and posture not only against this, but against any semblance of a real deal. And so I highly doubt this is going to happen. And this is why I say Trump's in a completely unwinnable circumstance. He should have never started this illegal war to begin with. It was immoral. It was unethical. It was stupid. He's incompetent. And now it's like, okay, either hold your big fat juicy L and give them everything they want all on their terms. And now they control the Strait of Hormuz and they get to collect taxes for ships that go through there. Either accept that, or what I fear is he's going to use a Moab or a nuke or chemical weapons or biological weapons or try to do I'll do one more thing, it'll make him surrender. And it won't make him surrender. But what it will do is alienate us and isolate us worse in the eyes of the world than we already are. So we would overnight become a national or international pariah. So just horrible, horrible stuff there. But we'll see how that unfolds. Okay, also, prepare yourself, man. This shit is crazy. But Robert Pape, who's an expert, of course, on this stuff, is now sharing posts from... There's a senior vice president of Exxon. His name is Neil Chapman. And he came out and said, you guys have no idea what's coming in 2 to 3 weeks. You have no idea. We're going to have an oil price surge, the likes of which we've never seen in this country.
Great.
You remember the 1970s? I wasn't alive, but of course you read about it, where they had an oil shortage, they had a gas shortage, they had a crisis, and you had you basically were rationing it, where you could only go and get gas if your license plate ended with an even number.
We got a new game, Patricia. I built a lot of the stuff
on certain
from the fishing one into it too.
Days and not.
But yeah, the cooldown isn't working. It's really annoying. It's just because it's a little more complicated, right? So the cooldown system isn't working.
Number on other days, we're already beyond that point. The only reason gas is still, being held under $5 a gallon.
And it's very similar concepts, right? Guys, I should have gone into game design. I love making games. But I just don't have like the ability to do it, right? But like in terms of the team and stuff.
The only reason is because we're blowing through the strategic reserves on.
But I got the idea because I noticed a lot of people use that Pokemon community game in chat on Twitch. I don't know if you guys have seen it. And I'm like, I could make this better because it's so like, it's a little dull. It's just like a little too dull. So I went ham, guys.
Basis. In 2 to 3 weeks, we blow through all of the strategic.
You're never too young, mate. No, I understand. I just you need a team to do it, right? Like you could do it by yourself, but that's like a full-time job.
Reserves. Then what? then what? Well, I'll tell you what. There's 80 countries, or at least 80 countries, that have already implemented energy-saving procedures, right? Energy-saving measures, where it's like...
Plus, I like doing it for you guys because it's fun to see your reactions. I like doing it for other people, right?
You work from home.
Although, guys, I was playing that shit till mad early in the morning, testing it out, and I was like, shit, it escaped, right? So I was kind of addicted to it after.
Or you work...
And then I added the cooldown, and it fucked it up.
4 days a week.
Poor Ducky can't even use her netball.
And, you know, they have different ways to sort of ameliorate the amount of oil and gas that they need. Well, in this country, we're fucking stupid, and we're led by idiots, and they've shoved their head in the sand and pretended like this is not a problem and tried to go on as if, you know, nothing should change. Well, eventually, reality is going to smack them across the fucking head, and that's where we're at. So in 2 to 3 weeks, there's going to be a massive, massive price spike, and then we're looking at a real collapse, man. We're looking at a real collapse. Yeah. I fear, you know, even basic trucking stuff doesn't get done because it's just too expensive to run the trucks. They don't have the gas for the trucks. It's too expensive. So who's going to take the contracts to like deliver food to rural areas in the country? Like we're talking about a crisis the likes of which
when I finally throw the netball, I'll catch a non-bug type. Yeah, that's kind of like I'm gonna like. I'm trying to balance it, right? Like I'm trying to make it like unpredictable, but. Right? It's a bunch of things. Like I'm trying to balance different things, which is why I want to do it like that. But yeah.
Before where
watch you not catch a bug.
It is unfathomable. So 2 to 3 weeks, in 2 to 3 weeks, the next wave of the energy shock is gonna absolutely
although, you know, guys, I already caught a fucking while I was playtesting it, Ducky, I caught a Chiron White. So I was like, what the fuck?
Just stun the country. It's going to stun the country.
And, I was like, shit.
And there's nobody in the White House who knows how to take the wheel and actually steer us out of this. Even if Trump were to somehow get a deal today and it opens up the Strait of Hormuz today, we're still going to go off this cliff because it takes a long time for the oil and gas to get through the Strait of Hormuz and get to the global market. So even if everything was fixed today, which it's not going to be, we're still fucked. So just unbelievable, man. Everybody's got to wake up and realize what's going on here. I think people are sleepwalking. I don't think they have any idea what's coming. I think they have no idea. All right. We also have this. Food prices. This is a post here from Emma Vigland. She says, food prices rise for the second straight month due to the Iran war fertilizer shock. Climate change-driven extreme weather and the smallest cattle herd in 75 years, also driven by drought and high costs. Food shocks are harder to reverse than oil shocks due to harvest schedules. So this is the other thing, right? How long until we're facing, like...
No, I'm gonna... Nice! Someone catch it! No, I'm joking. You can't catch it. All right.
Dust Bowl-like conditions.
This is the test.
Right? This is what I fear for the long run, man, is like, we fucked with the climate so horribly. We've been so dumb for so long that I could see drought, I could see famine, I could see all sorts of basically irreversible problems that we don't realize how bad they are until that fucking moment is here. So just, at this point, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. But, those food prices are going to continue to go up, and wages are certainly not keeping up with inflation, and you have more unemployment because of AI, and it's just like, what the fuck are we doing to this world? What is this world coming to? And nobody's being honest about these things, right? Who's telling you this stuff? You're listening to some asshole like me on YouTube run my mouth who's trying to tell you this stuff?
See, it works without the gate, but the minute I turn the gate on, it just fucks it up, so.
Like... I'm just a regular dude. Shouldn't the experts be out there trying to do something about this, trying to fix this? No, they're not. They're too busy building a fucking idiocracy ring in the lawn of the White House.
The cool-down
gate,
I mean.
Set up the fucking fights that are happening there. It's just incredible. All right. We also have Politico saying the following, quote, the U.S. has the troops in place to attack Cuba. Pentagon puts building blocks in place for Cuba invasion. I've been warning you guys about this. It's almost certainly coming. I mean, we've heard the commentary from Marco Rubio. We've heard the stuff Trump says. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. I'm going to own it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take Cuba. I'm going to own Cuba. He talks not only like a grapist, he talks like an old school imperialist, man. An old school, like back in the day when they didn't even have the pretense of a.
Yeah, like this is worse than the 1900s kind of imperialism.
Humanizing mission of a democratic mission. Like, oh, we're trying to deliver the right values to these
at least from the U.S., right?
Towards people. They're not even doing that. They're just doing like, I'm going to take it. I'm going to own it.
Well, I mean, it's more brazen and it's more direct, right? Which I appreciate, but
fuck you.
It is a little like, whoa.
Like, this is where they're at. And so, just horrific news here, man.
It was always
I think
a
we're
lie,
going to do it. And if I had to guess, I would honestly say, I think they're going to do it on Trump's birthday. Right? I think they're going to do it on June 14th. And if not on June 14th,
oh, no.
You know,
for my birthday, I will liberate Cuba.
He's going to try to make a spectacle of it on some like important day. That's my guess, because this is what he does. This is his MO. Or he'll try to do a head fake where he's like, we announced a peace deal, and then like immediately do the attack after he announces a pretend peace deal. I mean, these guys are demonic. You know, I was making fun of Tucker Carlson because Tucker was saying some of my theories are crazy, and I don't want to share them because I'll sound too crazy. And then he goes on to hint at what those are, right? And one of those theories is like, why is it that so many people around Trump end up getting sick? They end up like getting cancer. Now there's been like 5 or 6 people in Trump's immediate orbit who've gotten cancer in a very short time frame. And, you know, the implication there from Tucker is that, like, no, he's like an actual demon. He's like the devil. Or, you know, he's got some, like, negative aura, negative energy frequency or vibration or whatever the fuck you want to call it. That just puts this evilness out into the world that literally makes people get physically ill. And I'm not a religious person. I'm not even a spiritual person. I'm not a very metaphysical type person by any stretch of the imagination. But as I've said about Trump, he actually embodies the polar opposite of what the supposed ideal is supposed to be for humanity, right? If you think about humanity and you think about, like, who's the best person, somebody like Jesus Christ comes to mind, or somebody like a Gandhi type comes to mind, where it's like, you know, you're sympathetic.
Captain Janeway, right? Living Lily.
You're empathetic. You believe in equality. You believe in justice. You believe in freedom. You believe in liberty. You want to help people. You know, you're selfless. And he's the opposite of all of the stuff we were always told to be. So, not in a metaphysical sense, but in a literal sense, he does nothing but put bad vibes out there into the world. And I've never seen it more validated than during this whole second regime crime spree. Here's another thing he said the other day. I know you guys have seen this, but Trump threatened to attack Oman if they, quote, don't behave. Quote, Oman will have to behave just like everybody else, or we'll have to blow them up, he said.
Ugh.
Oman, by the way, is one of the lead mediators and negotiators and go-betweens when it comes to the U.S. and Iran. And now he's threatening to blow them up because Oman was working with Iran on a potential way to fund taxes or some sort of fee for countries to go through the Strait of Hormuz. So they're trying to actually, like, solve the problem, right? And say, here, let's set up a system where we can reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but Iran gets a little piece of the action. And Trump looks at that and goes, how about I blow you up? I mean, insane. I'm at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words. Another thing that puts me at a loss for words, and should put you at a loss for words as well, the New York Times is confirming that the Trump Justice Department opened a criminal investigation into E. Jean Carroll. That name might sound familiar to you. If it does, it's because she was in the headlines a few years back.
What the hell?
For quite a while, because she, of course, accused Trump of graping her in a department store in, what was it, the early 90s or late 80s?
And he won.
Turns out, in civil court, she ended up winning.
Yeah.
So he is liable for that, and he owes her a shitload of money. I forget the exact amount, but he owes her a lot of money because the jury found what she had to say convincing. So incredible stuff. He was caught dead to rights here in the same way he's caught dead to rights in the Epstein files, being listed literally over 1 million times. He's the number one name listed in the Epstein files over and over and over. Even putting the Epstein files aside, there's been at least like 30 different accusations against Trump when it comes to sexual harassment, sexual assault, and things of that nature. And she caught him dead to rights. He was humiliated. But this is a guy who is fundamentally incapable of holding an L. And that's why he's now trying to ruin her life, even though she's 82 years old and she's been vindicated over and over. This is how much of a petty, vindictive tyrant this man is. This man is completely and utterly unfit for office. As I keep telling you, he needs to be impeached the day before yesterday. Not only does he need to be impeached, he needs to be locked the fuck up for his plethora of crimes. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. So my heart goes out to E. Jean Carroll for all this bullshit she's about to be put through. And there's another political persecution, right? And by the way, shame on the fucking Justice Department for entertaining this. Shame on any of Trump's lackeys for being willing to do this. Because was it not humiliation enough when you went after James Comey 48 times and that failed miserably? Is it not humiliation enough when you go after Letitia James and fucking faceplant and fail miserably? You want to keep doing this? And you're going after Hassan Piker? Spoiler alert, that's going to fail miserably too. Like, this is sick. This is...
Well, Todd Blanche really wants to keep his job. Hey, Kiki! Welcome back. Good to see you again.
It's fucking sick.
I'm back, girl. We're all back together.
We also have, of course, the... this big celebration that's supposed to happen, the America 250 thing. There's supposed to be a concert on the National Mall. There's the Great American State Fair that's happening. Now, at first, all these artists were invited, and they were told it's just a celebration of America, and it's our 250th birthday, yada, yada, right?
Yada.
It became clear over time that this isn't just a simple celebration of America, a 250th birthday, and, it's politically neutral. No, this thing is tied up directly with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, it's another self-suck-off session from Donald Trump. This is what he does, right? He jacks himself off because nobody else will.
Damn right. Yeah. Why is that bad, guys? I'm joking. All right, Ducky, try it now. You know what to do.
All these artists who were invited.
Hopefully it works. I think I got the gate down. The cooldown gate, that is. Is that the new game? Yep, I'm just testing it. She's testing it for us. All right, let's... Let me see if it works for me, because then it's clearly an issue with one of the problems. With one of the permissions. Yeah, no, it's just not working. But then why does this work? Yeah, it's saying, yo, I'm tired at viewer. Yeah, it's not working. It's the gate, yeah. It's the cooldown. I told you guys, it's not working. It wasn't working for the fishing, and I updated it to make it... But see, it works for you, Patricia? So weird. Oh my god. Just
one
buggy.
by one.
It's not even that complicated. It's just the code is fucked.
Started dropping out because they said, I didn't realize how political this was going to be. I didn't realize this was a celebration of Donald J. Trump. And so, just to give a couple of examples here, we have Young MC dropped out, Milli Vanilli dropped out. Milli Vanilli, the embarrassment of the late 80s and early 90s. Even they dropped out. The Commodores dropped out.
Please clap.
For the fish game, I fixed it. Even though it wasn't working either. Right? So while I was away, guys, I remade the entire cooldown gate. And it was supposed to work, and it was working, but because I wanted to customize the message for each game, and for some reason that's broken every single one of them.
We have Bret Michaels
except
dropped
the fishing
out.
one.
The only people who remain right now are Vanilla Ice and Flo Rida. So and if I had to guess, I would say they're probably going to drop out too, or at least some of them are going to drop out. I don't know. Maybe they need the money. I guess we'll find out very soon.
Vanilla Ice is gonna.
So in the same way that when Trump slapped his name on the Kennedy Center, totally illegally, by the way, all the artists were like, I'm not fucking going there anymore. Why would I go there? This place is fucking what? It's like You have a monument celebrating new Hitler? Like, no, I'm not going to go there. This is going to go on my fucking resume and my permanent record, and people are going to read my Wikipedia page, and it's going to say performed for new Hitler in 2026, and they don't want to do that. And you know what? They're totally right. I totally get it. So shout out to them, and I hope everybody cancels. And I hope at the end somebody made a joke post where it was like, the new artists who are performing at America Fest or whatever the fuck it's called. And it's like, Laura Trump. She's going to be singing her fucking Tom Petty knockoff. And oh my God, that's where we're going to be. We're going to be there, bro. I swear to God. There's a non-zero chance that Laura Trump performs at this shit because nobody else wants to perform at this shit. Okay. We also have, did you guys see that in Cape Canaveral, Florida, they had Blue Origin, which is Jeff Bezos, the Amazon CEO. It's like his version of SpaceX, his version of NASA, like his, spaceship company. They tried to do this major launch in Florida.
Oh yeah, it exploded.
Immediately fucking blew up.
We gotta watch that. All right, watch this, guys. I laughed my fucking ass off when I saw this. Oh my God. Marcellus posted it in the chat, and I fucking died. Look at this. Gaius, Josephus, you gotta play Faith of the Heart while watching this, because clearly that's all you wanna do. What a disaster. You know how bad this destroyed the environment right here. Look at this. The giant dick rocket. On our launch pad. Yep. Jesus. Can you imagine being there and being like, yeah. Thank you, Jeff. My name, Jeff. Gonna ask for more money from us now, too. Yeah, the pollution. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The pollution, the damage to the environment, all those toxic chemicals, like, ugh. It's a beautiful explosion. Yeah. Welcome to the U.S. Well, this is America, as a famous artist once said, right? Jesus. What it is. Now all the people who live around there have been told to avoid the water. Yes. Tell me no people were in it. I don't think so. What a disaster. Like, look at that. Look at that, chat. Oh, fuck off.
But also destroyed like the launch pad and a bunch of shit that was super expensive, which takes a long time to build. We can't do anything right in this country anymore. And by the way, there's a metaphor here. This is what happened.
We can't even do that, right? In 1969, we went to the moon. And now we can't even do this, guys. Oh, for fuck's sake.
When you privatize everything. This is what happens with neoliberalization and financialization. This is what happens when you think the oligarchs are the smartest people and the brightest people and the most competent people. You turn shit over to the oligarchs. Elon Musk's had like a dozen rockets blow up as he's stealing $38 billion from American taxpayers, right? Now you have Jeff Bezos, his rocket blows up. Like, when are people going to learn? These capitalists are fucking idiots. These billionaires, these Epstein-class freaks are fucking idiots. And, like, I'm sorry, we need to wrestle back political power from the oligarchs. We need to take that power from these robber barons. We need to take that power and actually... give it to the people. We need to tax them and redistribute that money. Give people a chance at a decent life. Instead, they're blowing up rockets on a daily basis and fucking everything up for us as they loot the treasury. That's what's happening. So, let's also talk a little bit here about another Epstein-class freak by the name of Peter Thiel. So we just discussed the other day, J.D. Vance just ended his Presidential Exploratory Committee, which is a big deal because it's kind of a sign that he's like, I'm going to go ahead and not run because I think I'll get my cheeks cracked by any Democrat with a pulse. which is very self-aware of the
Isn't the
failed drag
election
queen
more
J.D.
than 2
Vance,
years
the
away?
smoky-eyed sociopath. Well, now his mentor, Peter Thiel, the weirdo who's obsessed with the Antichrist, who's literally anti-human and wants to make everybody cyborgs, that guy just fled the U.S. for Argentina, which is, of course, led by Milei, which is an anarcho-capitalist paradise where people are dumpster diving for food, okay? But Peter Thiel said on his way out that he thinks he may have overstated AI's impact on society, particularly on employment, and now people are speculating that something bad is coming, and that's why he's dipping, right? Like, there's some major crash coming, there's some societal unrest that's coming, and he doesn't want to be here at the time. We also have people saying, and shout out to Alan Mizrahi, he says the following. The plan of Western elites is quite clear at this stage. They want to collapse Argentina completely, ethnically cleanse it, and take it over as the first fully corporate-held state, while destroying the rest of the world. I am not sure they intend to stop after one country. And people are speculating this is why he's going to Argentina. Because remember, he tried this with Honduras. What was it called? Prospera? He's like created this like corporate state in Honduras called Prospera. And then I believe he was eventually sued for they shut it down because it was this massive failure and there were all sorts of issues around it. And then he sued for $10 billion, the government of Honduras. So this is what they want. And by the way, there's reporting that this is why they also want Greenland, why Trump is keen on Greenland, is because the Epstein-class robber barons are saying, we want Greenland to make it an anarcho-capitalist corporate slave state, right? And so it looks like that's what he's now trying to do with Argentina. And Milei will let him. Milei will let him. This guy is fucking mental, Milei. He's demented, as everybody knows. Okay. We also have this. I wanted to share this with you. Somebody else says about Peter Thiel. These are all the theories about why this guy's now seemingly fleeing the United States. Somebody says, I know all about his...
Oh, my God.
plans. He's using Argentina as the beta test for his new software. They can't roll out a total surveillance state on 330 million Americans instantly without massive resistance. So he's rolling it out on 45 million Argentines first. Thiel will use Palantir to integrate Argentina's banking, health, and security data, as they are doing in the U.S., to perfect the algorithms for predictive policing and political suppression. Once debugged in Buenos Aires, it gets exported back to Washington, D.C.
Look at this. Here. Oh no, Shangri-La.
It's great to be...
Oh, fuck off. Yeah, we'll watch that.
Argentina is the lab rat. He's going to Argentina to build the surveillance architecture that the Trump-Musk regime will eventually use to destroy American democracy. But he needs a place to incubate it where the red tape has already been cut. So there's another theory as to what Peter Thiel is doing. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but I know it's not good. I know he's up to no good. Because anybody...
By the way, love the new clips that you guys are put in. They automatically get clipped to the Discord. So Ducky, you clipped it, and Living Lily clipped the same thing, but that's awesome. Let's see who gets the viewer on the top of the leaderboard, right? Guys, we got a leaderboard for everything. The new Gloggymon game has a leaderboard as well. Your boy is #1 because I played it so much. The clipping has a leaderboard. The leaderboard has a leaderboard. There's a leaderboard on top of a leaderboard that has a leaderboard. It's like Inception.
Who's that obsessed with the fucking Antichrist as he shows all the signs of himself being the Antichrist. Anybody that's that anti-human and wants everybody to be a cyborg. Anybody who...
He literally wants everyone to be a cyborg, too.
You know, gives...
Yo, dog, I heard you like leaderboards. I love that. That meme is still so stupid. It's awesome though. So I got a leaderboard for your leaderboard.
No shits about people, right? Like he's a demon. He's bad news, and him fleeing is a very worrying sign to say the least. Okay.
What's Discord? I don't know.
We also had this that I wanted to.
Yeah. So now, like, guys, if you check the Discord, hold on. Yeah, there's a leaderboard. We have another leaderboard. We have a leaderboard for a leaderboard, right? Oh yeah. Spend your points, guys. Let's see here. I don't know why the save feature is not working. Interesting. The Glogimon game has it like built in. Because I was just like, there's too many leaderboards and shit, but we gotta have one because I already know that game's gonna be really popular when it fucking works through the cooldown.
Share it with you.
Jesus.
The Trump regime are now trying to put Trump on a new $250 bill.
Oh yeah, let me show you the Discord, right? So now, guys, when you hit clip, /clip, it will go to so Gloggy will now just post directly onto the Discord, as you can see here, right? It'll be like clip by Ducky, title. You can do clip and then title it whatever you want. Right? So if you do like... I'm not going to do it because then it's going to clip. Clip. Right? And that's going to be the name of the clip. And then it posts directly onto the Discord immediately. I couldn't think of a title. Yeah, no worries. But you can do that now. Or if you just do clip, it'll do it automatically. See? And there you go. And it gets immediately clipped. So, new feature. Worked on that too. Working like is intended.
And I saw the Democrats fired back and said, no, here's what the bill should look like, and it's got Trump and Epstein on it. But in all seriousness, this shit is fucking crazy, and we are living through history in the worst possible way, because as Aaron Blake points out on Twitter here, George Washington declined to be featured on currency when he was living, fearing it would be reminiscent of a monarch. So the father of the country was like, don't put me on money like that. I don't like the way that looks. I don't want to be viewed as a monarch. And then he says, Congress in 1866 passed the Thayer Amendment, which stated, no portrait or likeness of any living person shall be engraved or placed upon any of the bonds, securities, notes, or postal currency of the United States. So in other words, it is written into U.S. law that if you're a living president or just living at all, you cannot be used on currency.
Yep.
They were going to put, what was it? Was it Rosa Parks? I think it was Rosa Parks was supposed to go on currency. And they stopped that shit, right? Now they're saying put Trump's face on a $250 bill, even though it's directly in contravention of U.S. law.
Long time no
and there's
see.
no debate around that whatsoever. Nah, man, I'm done, bro. This is so crazy. They just do whatever they want. Like, we're at the point now where the law is barely a suggestion. That's it. Like, the law could say one thing, and he's like, I'm just going to go ahead and do the opposite. And nobody cares. Nobody says anything. Nobody does anything. Nobody actually stops it. Everybody yawns. People forget about it the next day. I mean, we don't have a country anymore. We are led by fucking Joffrey. This guy's the Mad King. It is untenable to continue down this path. Like, at this rate, he's going to try to cancel elections, even though elections are run by the states. That's how high in his own supply he is, and that's how much shit he's actually gotten away with. When will people wake up, man? When will they wake the fuck up? Okay. Also, Also, we got to talk more about this corruption because more detail comes out every single day, and it is just astonishing, man. It truly is. So, get this. President Trump earlier this year purchased more than $1 million in the stock of Dell Technologies. And it turns out the Pentagon this week announced a $9.7 billion contract with Dell. So Trump gets in earlier this year, buys $1 million of the stock. Now the Pentagon's like, we have a new contract with Dell. Naturally, he's going to make a tremendous amount of money off that $1 million stock purchase. And this is obviously something he spearheaded, he knew about. This insider trading is off the charts. As I've said, he makes Nancy Pelosi look like a Girl Scout. He makes Hunter Biden look like a Boy Scout. I never want to hear any criticism of either one of them ever again, ever. Because this family is so much worse. They are off the charts, okay? We also have this. Notice is reporting that the Trump regime gave out a $5 million no-bid contract to put large bronze horses on a D.C. bridge to put gold leaf on them. $5 million.
What the hell?
Now, where's that money coming from? It's coming from the National Park Service, okay?
The one
when
he
you go to the
defunded?
national parks, you pay a little bit to get in. That money goes to do upkeep at the park. Well, now Trump is taking all of that and using it for his little pet projects around Washington, D.C. Again, totally illegally, just taking money that's supposed to be for something else and using it for something totally different.
Misappropriation.
The extent to which he just does whatever the fuck he wants, again, cannot be measured, cannot be overstated. I mean, we're talking about a guy who invaded a country, kidnapped the president, stole gold from the country, stole oil from the country, sold it on the global marketplace, took the hundreds of millions of dollars and put it in a private bank account in his name in Qatar. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about a guy who's shaking down the American taxpayers to the tune of $10 billion for his absolute bullshit, fake Board of Peace, which is supposed to be above the UN. It's really just a slush fund for him and his family. It's like I do this show and I'm like, am I having any impact? I feel like each one of these things should be a world-ending story. I want to bang my head against concrete at the fact that other people aren't talking about this in the same dire tones that I am. It is just wild. It's just wild to me.
For real.
Here's another one for you. Trump pardoned a guy by the name of Trevor Milton. This guy was convicted of stealing $695 million from investors. Nearly $700 million he stole from investors. Why did Trump pardon this guy? It came immediately after Milton donated $1 million to Trump's PAC. Because of course. Are we just going to go for the rest of time in this country having zero corruption laws enforced anymore? Is that how it's going to be? That's my question. Is that where we're at now? We're there's just zero corruption laws for anything ever again, ever? Because again, at that point, we just don't have a country. We just don't have a country. We're as the old joke goes, we're 4 corporations in a trench coat. That's what we are. It's even worse than that. Maybe it's 3 billionaires in a trench coat.
Want to buy some death sticks?
We also have this. In March of 2026, Trump purchased stock for this company, Robinhood, $315,000 worth. In April of 2026, Trump taps Robinhood as the official broker for his Trump Accounts program. Yet again, getting in on the ground floor, getting phenomenally wealthy, off his insider knowledge. This guy has... To say he has the mind of a criminal is an understatement. And by the way, nobody should be surprised by this because Trump was coached by this guy named Roy Cohn, who was a famous mafia lawyer. And he taught him all his lessons. He taught him how to act in the world. And Trump took all of those lessons to heart. One of the things that guy taught him is never admit defeat, always go on the offense. That is Trumpism 101. The other stuff he obviously taught him was how to be corrupt, how to embezzle, how to do bribery the proper way, all that stuff. We also have, finally, the media is catching on to this one. This is one that I've been talking about forever, but it looks like it's getting spread around more these days. ProPublica has a piece on it. But Donald Trump Jr. took a financial stake in this company. I believe the country's name is Vulcan Earth. 3 months later, the Pentagon gave a $620 million contract to that company.
But what about Burisma, Kyle?
That's insane. And Trump's...
I can't believe he's not talking about Burisma and Hunter Biden.
White House directly told them to do that. So the company's valuation rose from $200 million to $2 billion immediately as a result of that. So again, making Uday and Kusei Trump the fucking fail sons, making them instantly phenomenally wealthier.
Jesus Christ.
Again, dwarfing anything. Hunter Biden sold some paintings. These guys are making billions off of their fucking shady ass deals and shaking down the American taxpayer. While we're on the topic of corruption, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton illegally fired staffers who reported his corruption to the FBI. And then, I forgot about this part, and this is why I'm sharing it with you. He was then sued in court and lost, and made it so that Texas taxpayers had to pay $6.6 million in damages to his former staffers who reported his corruption to the FBI. This guy is going to be a total fucking mess, bro. This general election with Tallarico, I know they think they're going to railroad him. Good fucking luck. That is not going to happen. Unless, of course, Governor Hot Wheels steals it, which is a distinct possibility. But if it's a fair fight, I think Tallarico is actually going to win. Ken Paxton's divorce trial apparently begins on June 24th at the Collin County Courthouse in McKinney, Texas. And get this, it's open to the public. It's open to the public. So there's going to be a lot of dirty laundry out there about Ken Paxton. Not that we don't already know all of his dirty laundry. And this motherfucker has the dirtiest of dirtiest laundry. He's got some stank-ass laundry that smells like dog diarrhea. But it's going to be even worse shortly because I'm sure his wife's got some juicy-ass stories for us that are going to get widespread attention in the media. So Tallarico, perhaps, is not the burn that they think it is, right? In fact, Tallarico flipped that on them and started selling shirts that said, "I'm a Tallarico." So good luck, good luck. If the crux of your campaign is, this guy's a vegan, when he's literally not even a vegan, but if he was, who cares? Good luck. Good luck with that. All they have is culture war slop. All they have is bullshit. Meanwhile, Ken Paxton is one of the most corrupt in the country. He gave somebody who molested a child like a day in jail.
How dare you be a vegan?
He's off the charts in terms of how evil he is. Speaking of evil, Netanyahu was doing an event and he said, quote, "We are now in 60% of the Gaza Strip, more or less.
Oh, no.
We were at 50%. Now we've moved to 60%. My directive is to move to," and then the audience cuts him off and start chanting, 100, 100, 100, 100. And Netanyahu says, "Wait, let's go in order. First 70%. Let's start with that." So look, as I pointed out online here, there is no negotiating with this. You can't negotiate with this. You can't make a deal with this.
You really can't.
They're not interested in peace. They're not interested in a negotiation. This is a criminal, terrorist, rogue state. And what you do with a state like this is you defeat it. What you do is you make it so they can't harm anybody anymore. So what the U.S. needs to do is cut off the money, cut off the weapons, sanction the shit out of them, and arrest the criminal government immediately. I don't want to hear any excuses. If we lived in a world that made sense, that would immediately be done. Okay. And by the way, you want to talk about a bargaining chip to make a deal with Iran? If you offer this to Iran, you might not need to sweeten the pot with any other thing. Like, they might even drop their ask of, like, let us continue to control the Strait of Hormuz, pay us reparations. They might be willing to drop all of that if you say to them, and you mean it, we're going to fully cut off Israel, cut off the money, cut off the weapons, and arrest the criminal government. That might be all you need to do, bro. And I don't know about you, but I think that's a fucking awesome deal for something we should be doing anyway. We shouldn't be supporting them anyway. If we give a shit about humanitarianism or international law or any of the things that we pretend to care about. Okay. I also wanted to talk about this with you. I don't know if you guys have seen this. This is a huge deal, and this is floating around online quite a bit now. But there was this big report that came out. There's an Israeli news outlet that did a 1-hour TV documentary. And a bunch of victims came forward. There are these settlements that are south of Jerusalem in the occupied West Bank. And for a long time, it's now been exposed. They were creating child pornography, and they filmed kids getting gang raped, okay? And they have multiple victims. They have, some of them don't even know each other, but they have stories that match, right? And the name of the place is Gush Etzion or Gush Etzion. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, but there was literal ritual abuse that went on there. And rabbis and a bunch of adults would engage in this, regular assaults and grapes and horrific crimes against these innocent little kids. They would use them for they would grape them, but they'd also have religious rituals around it. Like Crystal read me one of the testimonies, and it included killing a snake, drinking the snake blood mixed with the blood of the kid, and then graping the kid. And this all happened among, the Orthodox community in this illegal settlement in the West Bank. And basically, the evidence was so overwhelming that one of these communities came out and was like, yep, all right, you kind of got us, our bad. So they're not even bothering to fight it. And there was this mass censorship campaign, an effort to like not allow this to be showed in the West. Now, I don't know if they've been able to keep that up, but there's a lot of Hebrew sources that have this, and it's now being shared on social media at the very least. And this is a huge deal, bro. This is a huge deal. So, we've talked a lot about the Orthodox community and how extreme they are, and how, one of the religious practices is that the mole circumcises a baby and then sucks off the tip of the baby dick and sucks the blood off. And, that happened, what was it, in Austria or Belgium or something like that? And the Orthodox community accused the government, when they tried to crack down on it, of being anti-Semitic. And I did a segment on that. And the Trump administration intervened and said, let them continue with the practice, which is just insane. That means Trump is literally defending the sucking of baby dicks, by the way, right? And now... That means Trump is literally defending the sucking of baby dicks, by the way, right? And now we have this. We have detailed accounts.
Yeah, we talked about
routine
that.
Sexual abuse and gang rape of children.
Disgusting.
As young as toddlers, by the way. Just so disturbing. But you know what? Let's call it what it is. Completely and utterly unsurprising, given the nature of what Israel is, right? We got to be honest about this. When you look at what they're doing in Gaza, when you look at what they're doing in the West Bank, when you look at what they're doing in Lebanon, when you look at the shit that the leaders say, when you look at how they did a genocide with glee, when you look at the stuff they say internally, when you look at the right to grape protests, where an IDF soldier was graping a Palestinian prisoner, it was on video, and they opened an investigation into it, and then the public protested on the side of the rapist, right? He became a national hero. That says a lot about this society. It's a sick, sick society, and everybody's got to be honest about that. It's not a coincidence that here in the U.S., the illegal war against Iran has like a 30% approval rating, right? But in Israel, it's got like an 80% approval rating. What does that say? What does that say about that country? There's very, very serious issues there, man. You got to be honest about this. You got to be honest about this. Okay. On this same topic, there's this guy by the name of Jonathan Pollard who was a spy for Israel. He was caught. He was working in the U.S. government, but he was outed as a spy. He went to prison. Now, Mike Huckabee was found, this guy was released eventually. Mike Huckabee was found hanging out with this guy, right? Having secret meetings with this guy, a literal Israeli spy who infiltrated the U.S. government and stole a lot of our secrets, okay? Now this guy's out there, and he's doing podcast shows and shit, and he said the following, quote, "For the U.S., nuclear weapons are viewed as something that should only be used as a last resort. I don't care if you start throwing nukes immediately, and I've been pushing for using nukes against Iran." Bro, he's saying this shit out loud. He's saying this shit out loud. He's saying, let's nuke Iran. Again, I want to reiterate this. There is no negotiating with this. There's no negotiating with this. This can only be defeated. That's the only way to handle this, is to defeat it, okay? More. So even former governor of Texas, Rick Perry, he's on the record talking about Ken Paxton's corruption and his insanity. And Rick Perry said, this is a Republican. I don't agree with him on virtually anything except this. He says that Ken Paxton initially offered a plea deal to a man who admitted to molesting a child to serve only 1 day in jail. 1 day. 1 day. Jesse Waters of Fox News, he weighed into this Texas race, and he said the following: "I have questions I want every reporter to ask Low T Tallarico." That's their other nickname. They say Talafrico half the time, and they say Low T Tallarico the other half the time. Ready? So he says, "Do you own a gun? Are you a Cowboys fan? Does he know the Spurs are playing tonight? Does he own a truck? Does he believe in premarital sex? Does he wear women's underwear?" These people have become a parody of themselves. Notice, there was nothing in there about gas prices. There was nothing in there about the illegal war against Iran. There was nothing in there about grocery prices. There was nothing in there about health care and how 18 million people just lost their health care because of Trump. There was nothing in there about any actual substantive issue. Housing, corruption, the Epstein files, nothing in there. It was literally all fucking culture war slop, to the point where they asked Tallarico if he wears women's underwear. These people are ridiculous. I
wear women's underwear. Why is that bad, guys?
Paxton's victory speech didn't mention a single policy. Not one. Not one. It was all, Tallarico's a vegan, even though he's not. He's a weird-looking little guy. He said there's 6 genders.
So dumb.
Bro, you got to kick these bums out,
I
dog.
fucking hate
Texas,
this.
don't let me down, man. Don't let me down. So this is kind of a big deal. I don't know if you
Show
guys saw
something,
this,
bro. Yeah, let me get my collection out.
Students for Trump co-founder Ryan
I go to Victoria's Secret and buy a bunch.
Fournier, who's this,
Jesus.
MAGA commentator.
It's so dumb. Like, who? What? You know what's also kind of fucked up about that? Now that I think about it, why do they care, right? Like, I was watching, has anyone on Netflix, or it's on YouTube as well? It's called, Murder Mystery or something like that. I forget what it's called. Forensic Files, I think it is. Yeah. No shame. There better be no shame, girl. Damn right. No argument about how Tallarico is the stupidest because have you looked at Paxton? Yeah, exactly. For real. Paxton is hated by the right wing, which goes to show you how Trump is. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, for real. No, but there was an episode of that show where like a military commander, you could tell he was like very conservative. He like literally would break into women's like houses and steal their underwear and have like a collection of them. And he'd like take pictures of him wearing women's underwear. It was weird. It was really creepy. Yeah, I was like, so I'm like, what the fuck? Literally, that's your side, right? Like that's the kind of shit your side does. I'm not even joking. This guy was like a decorated, like 5-star combat veteran and all this shit, right? And it was disgusting as fuck. Yeah, it's just like, why? Like, why do you get some like? You either are like Jersey, no shame, because of course, right? No shame there. Or you just fucking like, why are you doing this? Especially to other people, right? It's creepy. It's really creepy. BDS, Victoria's Secret, they've been on my BDS list for decades. Decades, as the Australians say it. Or no, the New Zealanders say it. Decades.
Arrested on domestic violence charges, and he allegedly yelled to his wife, or is he married? I'm not sure if it's his wife or his girlfriend, but he said, quote, "Do you want to die today? Do you want to die today?" There's apparently a tremendous amount of evidence that he's guilty of these things. So I'll ask again, why does this keep happening? Why is pedocon theory seemingly a theory like gravity is a theory? Why are these people the most violent, loathsome creatures on Earth? It is actually shocking when you realize how widespread this stuff is in that community. By the way, don't take my word for it. Ashley St. Clair, remember what she said? She said when I would go to these right-wing events, it was fucking debaucherous beyond all imagination. People were doing drugs. People were fucking each other. People were causing all sorts of problems. They're all trashy fucking losers. They're all degenerates. Then she says, when I started going to these liberal events, everybody's like, hey, I got to take off. I got to go to my kid's soccer practice, right? Hey, I got to get out of here. I got a family event I got to get to, right? So don't take my word for it. Take their word for it. That's who these people are, man. And the criminality is just the start of it. Okay, more craziness, but the Trump regime has now banned disease experts from speaking to the World Health Organization about the growing Ebola outbreak. And this sort of feeds into what somebody was commenting on Twitter, that they actually think, Elon in particular, but the Trump regime more broadly, they actually want this Ebola pandemic because they want to kill off all the black people in Africa. That's how they think of it. They're dyed-in-the-wool eugenicists.
Wait, what?
They believe in all sorts of racial hierarchies, and they want all the people who live in Africa to just fucking die off, right? And then we can take the land, we can do whatever the fuck we want with it. This is how they think. And so I wouldn't doubt that, especially now you read something like this. Really, as a pandemic is raging and innocent people are dying, and we have the capacity to help, you're actively ordering our experts to not help. Just astonishing. I mean, it's just insane. And add on top of that, we have RFK as the head of Health and Human Services. This is a guy who fucking collects raccoon dicks. He collects raccoon dicks. He beheaded a whale and put it on top of his fucking van. right? Like this guy who thinks nicotine is healthy for you and is a total anti-vax crank. And this is the guy who's making health decisions in our own country for HHS.
Facts.
Just so obnoxious. So fucking obnoxious. Did you guys see that 11 people are now presumed dead after there was a catastrophic chemical tank exploding in Washington state? Now, remember, there's still that. I haven't seen an update on what's going on in California. There's a chemical leak in California. We showed you guys this on the show the other day. That's devastating. That's terrifying. That's scary. Because they made it seem like it's inevitable the motherfucking thing's going to explode at some point, and they evacuated 50,000 people who live around it. I mean, it's like we're smart enough to create modern society, but we're not smart enough to modern society, right? And now you have a different chemical catastrophe where this tank imploded, killed 11 people. And by the way, this is going to be Trump's legacy here. Trump's legacy is mass deregulation. And when you do mass deregulation, you know what happens? Shit like this. When you take away the clean water rules and the clean air rules, when you take away all the rules and regulations around oil companies and gas companies and chemical companies, well, then they cut corners, it gets unsafe, and bad shit happens, bro. Turns out the rules are there for a reason. It's all those busybody, well-meaning liberals who came up with these safety rules. Turns out they know what the fuck they're talking about. Turns out when you go to school for shit like this for 4 years or more, you come out knowing a thing or two, and you create processes and guidelines that are actually very fucking helpful. And then when these oligarch dipshits get rid of it, they soon realize, oh, wow, maybe I shot myself in the dick by saying, let me run wild, right? It's like when you look at these oligarchs and these conservatives wanting to like, oh, let's get rid of all the rules in society. It's like, you sound like the toddler who's like, hey, give me candy. And then they sit there and eat all the fucking Halloween candy in one sitting, and then they're fucking viciously sick. Like, yeah, you're not supposed to do that. Maybe you're too dumb to realize that, but when others tell you, it's like they know what they're talking about when they try to regulate your ass. But that's who these people are. They're a fucking joke. They're a joke. And now 11 people are dead. So, new poll out from Overton Insights. It's a head-to-head primary, AOC versus Newsom. In that poll, it's Newsom 35, AOC 43.
Oh, shit.
So AOC is leading the head-to-head against Newsom in this poll. I got to be honest, man, I'm not too surprised. And the reason I'm not too surprised is people are fed up. People are sick of it. We don't need establishment politicians. We don't want half measures. We don't need people who are going to split the difference and be centrist. We want fucking crusaders for our values. And AOC has that label on her, right? There's that perception.
Guys, you see how like finicky streaming is? Just changing the message. Yo, Patricia, I'm tired. Give me a rest before we go fishing again. Right? That message changed fucked everything up.
Of her
Congrats.
It's out there that this is a fighter.
Epic.
She's, inheriting Bernie's legacy. If you will. And so she's getting a lot of grace on that front. Even if she, in some ways, sort of like, goes softer than I would like. She has that, people view her that way as, this is the fighter. This is the one who's actually going to do what we want. And so, kind of a big deal, beating Newsom head-to-head. I think we're in for a bunch of surprises, a bunch of shocks in the 2028 Democratic primary, because I think a lot of people who are viewed as top-tier candidates are going to crumble instantly, and I think a lot of people who aren't viewed as top-tier candidates are probably going to surge into top-tier candidates relatively quickly. So we'll find out. It's a little too soon to do this horse race speculation type stuff, but that's a big deal to me, that she's up on Gavin in a poll in a head-to-head. Okay, so I'm sure you guys saw on Twitter that you had the Democrat Twitter account responded to Stephen Miller. When Stephen Miller called James Tallarico the first transgender U.S. Senate candidate or something like that, you had the Democrat account respond to him and say, "Shut up, you ugly fuck." I completely and utterly agree with that. Let me just say, everybody who's nominally a Democrat, a liberal, or a leftist, and they're complaining about that tweet, you can go ahead and shut the fuck up ski forever, because, no, we're not playing this game anymore. That's what we need to understand. Republicans have always got to play by a different set of rules. They've got to say whatever they want. They've got to do whatever they want. And we always had to sit there and take it. We always had to do that when you go low, we go high. We've always had to be the bigger person, the better person. Now, we're just out of patience. We're out of patience. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about your feelings. I'm going to fucking say what I'm going to say. You are allowed to say whatever the fuck you want to these disgusting cunts on the right.
Say what you need to say.
In the dark woke era, we are in the dark woke
Say what you need to say.
Era. You can say whatever the fuck you want to these disgusting cunts, okay? If they're on the team,
Kyle.
or nominally on the team, be sympathetic, be empathetic, reel it in a little bit, have some decorum, have some civility. But if they're very clearly not on the team, if we're talking about Stephen fucking Miller, I don't give a shit what you say to him. You could be as ruthless as possible, okay? Because this guy deserves it. He's modern day Goebbels, okay? Fuck him and the horse he rode in on. Fuck him and his horse-faced wife. So...
Some people like horses. Living Lily, don't you like horses? Don't you want a horse-faced wife? Oh my god. I made Gus sing. Guys, I'm crying.
Wife, Katie Miller. She goes on Fox News.
Kiki, that shit was so funny. Oh my god.
She starts whining about this.
I mean, she is not attractive whatsoever.
She says, this is the same vibe.
Oh god. And here he is. Here she is getting upset that she married another unattractive person. Like, huh? Bitch, you ain't that great either.
Leading people to shoot up the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Are you? Hell no. Hell no. So, according to her.
Oh, and you know what's kind of funny is apparently we were like looking up stuff about her, and she just says like she's Italian whenever people ask her like where she's from. And I'm like, bitch, you are definitely not Italian, right? Oh, Vosh.
They're allowed to smear Talarico, call him Talafrico, say horrible things about him.
No, I think this is valid, right? Because like normally, yeah, you shouldn't attack people's looks and stuff, right? But these people are literally ass clowns, right? Here they are literally doing the opposite. You gotta fight fire with fire to a certain degree, right?
Say he's transgender.
To a certain degree.
Say he's vegan even though he's not.
Also, it's just Kyle's like fucking style.
Say lie about him repeatedly all the time, over and over.
I love it.
Photoshop pictures of him when he's eating barbecue, turn the barbecue into a dick, so he's eating a dick instead of the barbecue. You're allowed to say and do whatever you want. No criticism from Katie Miller whatsoever. But the second somebody finally punches back at you for being bullies, how dare you bully me? This is what leads to shootings. How the fuck does that lead to shootings? Calling your ugly fucking husband an ugly fuck. How does that lead to a shooting? No, it's called stating an objective empirical fact that anybody who's being honest can acknowledge. By the way, as they're going after Talarico saying he's transgender, only one of those two engaged in gender-affirming care, and it's your shitty, ugly fucking husband when he spray painted on his hair when he was on a Sunday show. Remember that? That's gender-affirming care, you bitch. Jesus Christ. Donald Trump, the guy who you all worship, gender-affirming care, uses more self-tanner than a drag queen. Okay? Uses more hair dye than whoever the fuck uses hair dye a lot. This guy cares more about his looks than anybody on earth. This guy probably takes an hour and a half to get ready in the morning, caking on makeup.
I only take 45. See?
Jesus Christ. But it's Talarico.
See, guys?
Who's the issue? I can't with these people. So she says that's what leads to shootings is calling her husband ugly.
And I'm joking. I'm not. Doesn't take me 40. Like I'm doing other stuff.
Fucking reaching the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Then she says,
"It takes me 5 minutes to do my hair. I could never imagine 45 minutes. Like that's way too long. Fuck that shit."
This is an anonymous account.
I just watched The Boys season 5 and it was great as fuck. Oh, I heard it was really good. Yeah, I mean, I gotta watch that.
And run actually by a sad liberal woman, which is why Pew says 50% of liberal.
Kyle really is not safe for work. For real.
Women have a mental health.
You better have headphones in, girl.
Health disorder. She is one of them. What a sad state for the pathetic Democrat Party. You know who has a mental disorder? You. First of all, you're fucking the world's most unfuckable man in Stephen Miller. That disgusting little twerp. He somehow is a Jewish Nazi. Don't know how that makes sense, but he is that. Okay? And apparently, you guys can only get off to vicious cruelty. You're only sexually gratified when you look at ICE concentration camps and innocent people being shoved in there and being forced to eat food that have maggots in it, being forced to rip families apart, assault people. The ICE Gestapo thugs have been on this insane crime spree where they tear gas babies and they tear gas journalists and they run people over with cars, and they're a bunch of fucking Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and white nationalists and psychopaths. They don't even abide by the Constitution or due process. They don't even use warrants, even though they're legally required to have warrants for what they do. They fuck everybody up 1,000 ways to Sunday. They are a modern fucking Gestapo, and you support the head of the modern Gestapo, and the only way you can get sexually gratified is looking at the violence that they do to brown people, ironically, as you're fucking brown. Okay? I don't want to hear you, dumb bitch. We're done with you. We fucking hate you. You're stupid. You're dumb. Now, the difference between me and them, and the difference between us and them is, guys, yes, I hate the Republicans. I do. Yes, I hate MAGA. I do. I'm not going to hide that. I don't want to be around them. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to giggle with them. I don't want to fucking make small talk with them. Go fuck yourself. But I want them to have health care.
I want to poke them in bed and giggle with them. Poke, poke.
I want them to
Don't you guys?
Have a decent life. I want them to make high wages. I want them to have paid vacation time by law. I want their kids to be happy and healthy and safe. I want their water to be clean, right? I want to make sure that toxic chemicals don't fucking kill them. I want to make sure a data center doesn't open up next door and ruin their lives. I want to make sure that there's a civilized society, a functioning civilized society that makes it so people can thrive, even if I think they're disgusting pieces of shit. And I do think you're disgusting pieces of shit. Fuck her, man. Fuck her. Epic! God, the second you fight back with 20% of the fire that they point at us, and they fucking lose their minds, and they're ready to shove you into camps, right? Oh, you led to shootings. Because I called your husband an ugly fuck? There's millions of people who call your husband an ugly fuck. Are we all shooters? No! Fuck off. Okay.
Thank you, Kyle.
I don't know if you guys have seen this, but Patrick Bet-David apparently was caught by CoffeeZilla. He was promoting this massive Ponzi scheme. There's this company called Goliath Ventures. Turns out that was a massive scam artist. It defrauded people to the tune of like $368 million or thereabouts. And it was like a chief sponsor of the PBD podcast for an extended period of time. And there was some reporting from a local news outlet that said that PBD and his show, they got paid $1 million by Goliath Ventures. And that's why they got all these shout outs on the air and stuff like that. They were a chief sponsor. And so CoffeeZilla was saying to PBD, like, hey, bro, so you were promoting a Ponzi scheme. You were promoting.
Got it. Woo! And he's got the rare ability, Mold Breaker. I got it, Ducky. Now you can use your netballs.
Promoting a scam. That's now proven. You were paid $1 million. Will you pay back that $1 million to the victims? And PBD's response was,
that's so cute. Yep. I added it to the game. Every single one, and they're shiny ones, which are like the equivalent to golden. Right? Patricia? How do you play? Okay, it's really simple. When the cooldown's over, watch, you hit hunt, and then what it will do is it'll try to capture it. All right. Oh. It fled. See? It escaped. So you didn't catch it. I didn't catch it. And then, see, it'll tell you. But what you do is let me just get this set up, right? You do shop. Sorry, buy ball. And then you start off with like great 10. And it uses your points. So then you can buy 10 great balls, and then you get 10 chances to play, right? And then when you want to play, you do hunt great, and then it will throw a great ball at the, see? And then, like, I have a pretty good chance of getting it. It'll tell you in the chat. Or it'll tell you on the overlay. 96%. It's a little deer. And then, yeah. There's like over 1,000 of them, so you can, like 1,700, I think. You can check the different ones you've caught. Done. Yep. You got them. And it uses your points, right? but you don't always have a great chance to catch them, depending on what it is, right? Also, they can be golden, like I said, and they have different abilities. So there you go. Oh. I got it. Yeah, there you go. Got it. And then it tells you the time in the game, depending on what time of the day it is in the game. If it's day or night, different ones come out, right? There's like more nocturnal ones. There's daytime ones, right? Ghosts come out, all this shit. So it's there's a lot of stuff to do in this. It's a lot of fun. I've been playing it. It finally works, the cooldown. Still on cooldown. It's not gonna work. Although the message now doesn't work, so what the fuck?
He would not commit to paying back the $1 million, even though he's, we went through our due diligence, but we got tricked, and we didn't mean to do this, and we apologize, and I'll take responsibility. No, taking responsibility means you pay people back for the fucking money you stole from them.
Yep.
Okay? By partnering with this Ponzi scheme and pushing this fucking Ponzi scheme on people.
Facts.
So, shout out to CoffeeZilla for this investigation. Shout out to the local news report. And PBD, man, there was already allegations, like he made his money through a multi-level marketing thing, right? An insurance multi-level marketing thing. And that was sketchy in and of itself. And I believe CoffeeZilla and him had a run-in over that a while ago.
We'll watch that next.
But now, I mean, this is even worse, right? Just outright promoting something that wound up being a complete Ponzi scheme. Very gross, man. Very gross. And so, look, a lot of people in this space...
It's got to be 2 words. You can try now. You also have to buy them. You have to use your points. It doesn't automatically do that. So you have to buy them in the shop. There you go. It's working.
You should not trust them. I'll tell you that 1,000 ways to Sunday. A lot of people in this space are gross. If people are out there pushing fucking crypto ads and shit like that, or AI things, and by the way, I'm sure AI money is now flooding the space too, because they're trying to get these data centers built, and so they'll buy influencers to try to push pro AI shit. But don't trust these people. Look, the way we fund this show, I think, is the best way to fund a show, where we do small dollar donations. You guys support on Patreon. You guys support through Substack, $2 a month, $5 a month, whatever it is. You tip on YouTube, things of that nature. Outside of that, we just have the default YouTube ads, of which there's this massive buffer, this firewall between me and the company. So I don't even know who the fuck is running the ads, which keeps it pure, right? Which makes it so that there's no conflicts of interest. That's the only thing I'm comfortable with. Outside of that, when you start talking to advertisers and doing advertisements, at some point, okay, well, how do you know what you're promoting is okay? How do you know what you're promoting is a good product? How do you know there's not other issues with it? How do you know, like... I guess I can understand somebody pushing a product that they actually genuinely love and like and believe in and use. That I can get if you make a deal in that scenario. But even that, to me, it's like I'm wary of it, because I don't trust a lot of this shit. And it's so easy to lose trust with the audience. And so this is like up there with some of the worst shit, if you ask me, what PBD was caught doing here. Okay. We also have got to talk about this. So More Perfect Union is saying that Elon Musk wants a SpaceX IPO, initial public offering, valuing the company at upwards of $1.75 trillion. And they say that to get there, he got the rules changed. Give me 1 second. Phoebe wants to go back inside, my bad. So in order to get a $1.75 trillion IPO, which is ludicrous, okay, in order to get there, the rules changed so that index funds with millions of Americans' retirement savings are forced to buy in. So retirees could take huge losses while insiders cash out. So as what's this guy's name? I'm sorry. I don't know his name.
Wow.
Something Hill? JP Hill? Shout out to that guy. Don't know his first name. He used to have it there, but now he's got something else on his Twitter. But he says Musk might literally pull off the biggest scam in history. I think he's right. I think he's right that if he pulls this off, it is literally the biggest scam in history. Remember, guys, this is a guy who took $38 billion from U.S. taxpayers to make a dozen rockets explode in the air. This guy's the king of vaporware. He's the king of fraud. He's one of the biggest con men out there, right up there with Donald Trump. He's the worst of the worst. He's the worst of the worst. And he's like a classic example of, no, the oligarchs are not brilliant. No, the billionaires are not amazing and the hardest working and the most intelligent. They're actually a bunch of dipshits. They're actually a bunch of fucking idiots who get lucky. And if I'm being honest, they're the parasites. This is parasitic behavior. Okay, they're the parasites. It's not somebody who's on food stamps, barely getting by, okay, in between jobs. No, it's Elon Musk is the fucking parasite. And by the way, same guy who cut pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels, same guy who cut USAID, which has now led to millions of deaths in the developing world because now they don't have the HIV medication, they don't have the malaria medication, now leading to the Ebola outbreak. He's gonna be worth over $1 trillion. Nah, bro. I'm telling you, when we get to this point, somebody's gonna run for president on the banner.
You got to buy them first. So do !buy ball net and then type in how many you want to buy. It uses your channel points.
With the slogan, make guillotines great again, and they're going to win with 400 electoral college votes. This is the path that we're going on. I'm just letting you know.
Also, don't buy the net balls. Buy the great ones because the great ones are cheaper and they tend to do pretty good. Yep. Yeah. So do this, Kiki. Just do buy 10. Start off with that. Whoops, my bad. Did it like if I was shouting you out? Yep, you did. Perfect. Oh, are you out of points? Oh, there's no way. I think you're out of points, girl. Yeah, it's because you've been fishing so much. Uh-huh. Yep. I think you're just out of points. How many points have you spent? Oh, no.
And then...
yeah, because Ducky bought 3. Yeah, and that's how much she had, right? You had 24,000 points? Yeah. Wait, do one thing. Do claim points like that. That'll sync up your points again. Hopefully, you just do that for you.
Finally, let's end with this. So, my New York Knicks, man. My New York Knicks. I don't know how many of you are NBA fans, but this run that we've been on is the most impressive run of basketball, playoff basketball I've ever seen. And that's actually, that's based in the numbers. That's just not an opinion. Like, that's what the experts are saying. That's what the data and analytics people are saying. They're like, you know, the point differential. We've won by like 200 and some odd points against our opponents over the course of this playoff run. To put that in perspective, the last time the Knicks got this far in 1999, they beat their opponents by like a total of 15 points. So they're saying that statistically we're looking better than the 2017 Golden State Warriors, which is like prime Steph Curry when he couldn't fucking miss from 3. He's shooting half-court shots and they're going in like butter, right? So I've never seen anything like this. I feel like at some point we got to come down to earth in terms of our shooting. I mean, everybody's shooting over 40% from 3. That's unheard of. That's fucking unheard of, okay? So I feel like at some point our shooting has got to come down to earth. But goddamn, we're looking good. And Jalen Brunson has the hope of an entire city on his back. And it's been amazing to watch.
Yeah, you might be
these
out.
guys are fighters. They're the Nova Knicks.
Let me check the rewards. Hold on. Let's see how many you've spent. Yeah, because you're fairly new here, too. So you just got to watch more. Or, hold on, let's see. All right, let's see. Points. Balances. Okay, here we go. Kiki. Yeah, you've spent all your points. Okay, so you had 6,000 points and you've played the fishing game so many times that you only have 200 left. So if you want, what you can do is you can buy the cheaper ones. Yeah. Do this. Buy ball 5. That. Or buy, yeah, that'll be enough because you have 125 points. So do that and then you'll have some and you can play.
We also had DiVincenzo.
But remember, the better one you get, the more points you spend on them, the better chance you get to catch them. So that's how it works.
Unfortunately, we don't have him. He's with the Timberwolves. And
there you go. You bought it. Yeah, it works. You damn girl, you literally spent all your points. I'm impressed. God damn it. Yeah, look at that. You've spent 6,000 points. It's like you and me and you too have spent 20K. Jesus.
Hurt. I hope he gets better, by the way, because he's the man. Really like him.
You
But,
and Jersey.
you know, we got the Nova
Patricia
Knicks,
spent
and they're looking
10K?
good as hell.
Holy
And at the
shit.
same time that's going on, you have the Spurs versus
I'm a gambler. Damn right, girl. Shit.
OKC.
Well, now you have a new game
And,
to spend
man,
on.
I was not an OKC hater until this playoff run. And now I totally get why everybody...
Yeah, that's why I did
all
that.
along-
Because right now there's only one thing to play, and it only takes up 10 points. So, like, this is another thing to use it on, right? And then I also have other stuff in the works. I'm just still working on them, but...
has been OKC haters, and I'm also an OKC hater. Because the flopping... They flop more than anybody. I don't care what anybody says. They flop more than anybody. And then on the other side of the floor... They're like punching Wemby in the face and stepping on his foot and dragging grabbing Castle's hair and pulling it. It's insane, and the whistle only goes one way. OKC gets all of the fucking calls. So in this last game that they won, by the way, they decided, well, if they're going to call us for fouls anyway, and if Shea's going to flop all over the place anyway, why don't we just actually fucking foul him hard then, right? Like, if they're going to call a foul, if we fucking breathe on the guy, how about we actually foul him, touch him up, get him scared, you know, throw him off his rhythm. And that's what they did. And that shit fucking worked, dog. That shit fucking worked. But get this, ready? So, Underdog Sports received a cease and desist letter regarding a promotion that makes fun of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's efforts to draw foul, so his flopping. Okay? The Atlantic reported this. In a letter dated May 22nd, 2026, obtained by the Athletic, Eric Fishman of the law firm representing Gilgeous-Alexander asked Underdog to permanently cease and desist from any and all use of Mr. Gilgeous-Alexander's NIL in any and all media, including but not limited to your website, and it goes on and on and on. So in other words, we're trying to legally bully you into not making fun of his flopping. That is the biggest bitch move I think I've ever seen. That's the equivalent of when, like, Drake sued Kendrick for some shit, right, after he got bodied in the beef. Like, what the fuck is this? What the... Bro, everybody's talking about it. There's no amount of suing or trying to censor or suppress or shut up that's going to take this away from people. That's going to make people doubt their own eyes, right? It's not going to happen. So he's just making it worse by doing this. I think that's a fact. But by the way, I think the NBA likes this. The NBA wants this because... the ratings are up because people are watching OKC like they're a villain, right? In the same way that, like, when you have the WWE, there's the face, and the face could be beloved, but you could also have a villain that's so hateable that you can't take your eyes off them. Like, they do such a good job of being the villain that you can't take your eyes off them. I basically tried to do that when I was on Piers Morgan, and I was debating Michael Knowles, and I pummeled his cuck ass into the ground. I was like, I'm gonna go in there like the villain. I'm gonna wear my sunglasses, I'm gonna wear my most obnoxious pink ass shirt, and I'm gonna fucking, like, lean into the fact that, yeah, I'm an asshole, and I don't give a fuck that I'm an asshole. Go fuck yourself. And, like, I think I pulled it off where I was so hateable that you almost came all the way back around to, like, I can't keep my eyes off this guy, right? And it's the same thing. OKC is so hateable in a different way here that people can't help but, like, I want to watch because I want to hope they lose, right? And so stop and think about it. You have the Knicks, the babyface franchise that everybody's now rooting for. We haven't won in fucking forever. We got this amazingly likable team that's on a historic run. And then it could be either the golden boy Wemby, who's going to be a GOAT at some point in the future. I think everybody thinks he's going to be in GOAT conversations. Or it's going to be us versus OKC, who are the most fucking hateable villains on the planet. So I think the NBA is sort of trying to steer this shit in that direction where it's like Knicks versus OKC, and, you know, then we'll see what happens, but you can't keep your eyes off
Ducky
it,
is number 4 with
But
only
anyway,
one.
Bitch-ass move here from Shai and OKC. Really, really understand why everybody hates them now. It's a real shame. Stop foul baiting, stop flopping, and, you know, stop with the double standards. The refs need to investigate these fucking refs. But again, I think the NBA wants them to act like they're acting, wants them to rig it one way or another. But anyway, guys, there you have it. There's all your updates. As I said, look, I'm telling you, man, if you take one thing from this, sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. Watch the whole interview with Ruth Ben-Ghiat because she's the authoritarianism expert. And I'm telling you, man, she nails it. She's on point, and she's given us tremendous insight into what's going on in this moment in a way nobody else can. All right, I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon. Everybody have a great rest of your day.
I'm probably gonna make I'm gonna set it up where when you do hunt, it's gonna use if you don't have any of the regular Pokeballs, it's going to automatically default to whatever you have. So I think that's a better system. It just makes it a little easier. But I'm going to do that now. Okay. Oh,
well,
Newark.
Juan, we're going to
Newark, New Jersey.
Go back to where you used.
But yeah, do !hunt net. Remember? Yeah, there is. I just got to add the command in. I haven't added the command in because I had to clear everything.
Legendary.
Nice. But you still have 2 netballs because I think you bought 3, right?
To live in New Jersey.
Or 5.
We begin today's show in New Jersey, where protests are continuing outside the Newark ICE jail.
Wait, we caught that one earlier too. That one's like a lesser legendary. It's still legendary, but it's one that appears a little more often. I'm saving my netballs for morning in game. Oh yeah, smart. Yeah, the game calculates all that stuff. I told them, I was like, dude, guys, this is probably the most advanced thing I've ever coded because it connects to like an API as well. Like it connects to like a database and it collects as much of this stuff. So it knows all this stuff right off the bat. It's kind of cool.
Known as Delaney Hall, where hundreds of detained immigrants have been on a hunger and labor strike for a week, demanding their immediate release. The families of detained immigrants Thursday denounced ICE's retaliation against the hunger and labor strikers. Activists also said they'd received several calls from immigrants inside Delaney reporting guards had pepper sprayed and beaten detainees. At least 6 people were reportedly arrested Wednesday as activists and family members of detained immigrants formed a barricade outside the ICE jail, despite repeated attempts by ICE and law enforcement to violently break up the demonstrations. On Wednesday, the executive director of the ACLU of New Jersey spoke to people outside Delaney Hall.
DHS is retaliating against people for exercising those constitutional rights. People shouldn't have to starve themselves to make their dignity known.
Okay. It looks like I am going to have to do that because the hunt command isn't working. Even though you had 18. There you go. I gave you 10 for testing it with me. Thank you, Ducky.
And not only is DHS illegally violating due process for those who are detained, they're also illegally obstructing elected officials from gaining access to the facility, and they're violating the Constitution for people outside by brutalizing protesters who dare to exercise their constitutional rights. Their response to the very real issues that people are facing inside and the very real constitutional rights that people are trying to exercise outside is not to solve the problems. It's to suppress them. It's to brutalize people. It's to use more force, and it's to endanger lives. They are the ones who are escalating the situation. This entire administration is operating with illegality. The cruelty is the point.
Amal Sinha, executive director of the ACLU of New Jersey. On Wednesday, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen claimed during a cabinet meeting the prisoners at Delaney Hall are only on hunger strike because they want their quote-unquote ethnic food.
They say that that it's because they're on a hunger strike when there was only a handful of individuals that was refusing to eat because they want their ethnic group or their ethnic right food. Well, they go back to their country and get whatever food they want. The fact is, we're giving them the calories they want. This isn't Holiday Inn. We're giving them sanitation.
For the latest on the situation at Delaney Hall, we're joined now by 3 guests. Lee Adorno is an organizer with Movimiento Cosecha, the immigrant rights group leading the protests outside Delaney Hall. Bob Henley is also with us. He's an investigative journalist, host of What's Going On Labor Monday at WBAI. He's the general manager of the Pacifica station, WBAI, as well. He's been covering the protests at Delaney Hall from the start and has covered New Jersey politics for decades. And Democratic Congressmember Ana Lilia Mejia of New Jersey is with us. She's called for the closure of Delaney Hall and has toured the jail. We welcome you all to Democracy Now! Let's begin with Lee Adorno. Explain what's just intensified and taken place yesterday, Lee Adorno. You are one of the major organizers of the protests outside. If you can tell us what's happened.
Whoa!
Yeah, so
Legendary!
things have been escalating as of our last talk. Not only inside the detention center, outside the detention center, the way that things are being done have definitely escalated. We got a call, and then a call after, and a call after about
why is this infuriating?
Things happening inside the detention center. They said that there was a lot of guards coming to the rooms. And there was pepper spray. One person saw another person unconscious. These things, for us, we had to start calling people, we can't fathom with the fact that they're getting away with this type of treatment. People right now, like families outside, are coming out, calling us. They're worried about what's going on. And when there's an attempt to get that clarification via our representatives, they are denied entry.
Well,
yeah.
Lee, let's bring Analila Mejia into this conversation.
Is he Chinese? No.
Well,
yeah.
Lee, let's bring Analila Mejia into this conversation, the Democratic Congress member Mejia. You've called for the closure of Delaney Hall, and you were able to...
He's, I think he's Mexican. Mexican people have a lot of indigenous ancestry. And the Native Americans who came to the New World, to the land bridge, right, as we call it, are from Asia.
Tour the facility?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of people, a lot of people in, especially, a lot of Native Americans, or if you travel throughout Latin America, you'll see a lot of people who have very Asian features. Yeah, and that's why.
Can you describe this confrontation and who
Kiki.
exactly is making the
So that's why you think that, which makes sense to me.
arrest? Are we talking about Newark police under Mayor Ross Baraka or ICE agents?
Well, first and foremost, thank you for having me on today's show. And to your listeners, this is a serious moment. As you shared, I have been able to tour the facility. I've also been an activist and an organizer trying to ensure the decent treatment of human beings that are being detained, many of which do not have criminal records, do not have violent offense charges against them. You know, there's many of the individuals that I've spoken to within Delaney Hall were following the law. They were attempting to go to a court-appointed date with ICE agents. They were attempting to check in, and then they were detained. I spoke to a 19-year-old girl who went to a detention center to visit a friend, believing that because of her protective status that she would be all right, and then she was detained at the end of that visit. You know, the conditions within it, I've visited at this point 3 times. I've been in Congress for a month at this point. I was just elected, but I've made a point to go into Delaney, and each time that I have entered, I've heard the same thing: complaints of inadequate health care. I met mothers who were, or expectant mothers who weren't receiving the kind of prenatal care that I know they deserve and need and require. I met a young woman who had had a miscarriage and was given or was experiencing symptoms of a miscarriage and was given a warming cloth, a hot compress, which she believed actually exacerbated the problem and resulted in ultimately her losing that pregnancy. I met individuals who have diabetes or heart conditions who complain that their medication isn't given on a routine basis. And when I asked the GEO Group staff, many of which I am sure are trying to do their best, it is clear that they do not have the ability to actually provide the kind of services that human beings require. You know, one nurse, I asked whether or not individuals would miss their medication. What were the reasons that someone would possibly not get their diabetes medication or their heart medication? And she pointed to the fact that there's no pharmacy in the place. So, you know, there's of course a delay in getting people the medication that they need.
Told you it was buggy. It wasn't just that game.
The other reality is that if you're grabbing people off the streets, they're not able to have all of the things that are required in order to keep them healthy. Now, as to this issue, this
Good
incident
job,
in
Gus.
particular,
Thank you.
we were able to
Good job for what?
confirm that pepper spray was deployed in the hallways of one of the units, specifically Unit 2, we were told. We weren't
Covering
allowed
this,
to
yeah.
visit. It was put on lockdown and restriction. We weren't
Welcome
allowed to
back.
speak to the individual.
When other people aren't. Yeah, I mean, I still try to cover this stuff because it's important. And nobody's talking about this anymore. And I just find it so stupid.
Individuals that according to GEO Group and according to ICE had an altercation, and that was the reason behind the commotion internally. But here's what I have been able to confirm. When I spoke to one of the individuals whose wife, Mr. Martin Soto, had started much of shedding light to the conditions in Delaney Hall, I know that he was transferred. I know that he wasn't made aware of charges that were placed against him. In fact, myself and Congressman
Rip
Menendez were the
fishing
ones
pond.
who
Yeah, I told
informed
you it was
him
busted.
that we believe that he was being charged with.
I told you the cooldown thing is busted. I gotta fix it. I thought I did, and it didn't work. All right.
Some kind of complaint, and the individual hadn't even received that information. Much of the material is in English, so many of the individuals cannot actually defend themselves, understand what is happening. And overall, like the complaints of lack of care, the paltry food, the fact that it is often undercooked or frozen or too salty or too spicy. I mean, conditions that may seem, irrelevant to Trump administrations, or officials, but when you consider that people are elderly and have sodium intake restrictions, or pregnant and have certain dietary restrictions, then the quality of food really does matter. And ultimately, what the American people, I'll leave it at this. What we need to understand is that this is a for-profit model, and they are failing human beings. GEO Group has a $1 billion contract with the U.S. government. GEO Group makes about $60 million in annual revenue from this contract. And so the American people need to understand that your money is being used to house people in conditions that are unjust and inhumane. Your money is being used to keep people in detention who have signed
to wake up on
voluntary removal orders. I've taken down countless names of individuals who have said, I will leave today. I have my passport, or it's been confiscated by these agents, and yet I'm still here a month, 2 months, 3 months after the fact. Well, it's your money that's being used to detain people in horrible conditions and keep them even when they have asked to leave.
I'd like to bring in Bob Hanley into the conversation. Bob, you're a longtime investigative journalist. You've covered New Jersey for decades. Your perspective, especially on the escalating violence and use of force.
Covering New Jersey?
Outside the
Let it glaze.
Delaney Hall by federal agents.
So first, I think it's important to understand, Juan, that Newark was fixated on very early on. Unfortunately, Newark has been introduced because of the great tragedy in Minneapolis, the assassination of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. But in point of fact, just days after President Trump was sworn in a second time, they went in and raided a very
Yeah, but they're more like they're funded by Midas Touch and stuff, right? Like Status Quo is Midas Touch and Mercado Media, that's all they do, right? I think what Elaney was trying to say was like an average Twitch streamer, right? Not like a big ass corporate. Well, they're not big, but like a organization, right? Like they're not exactly small streamers, is what Elaney is trying to say, I think.
popular Ironbound, same community, same neighborhood that this detention facility is in, roughed up a veteran, messed with citizens, and immediately Ras Baraka convened a press conference that was packed with 300 people showing the multiracial mosaic and the strong resistance. And so it's also important to know that on May 9th of 2025, Mayor Baraka was seized off the street outside of Delaney Hall, taken inside, but it was I would say, Gandhi-esque move by Bonnie Watson-Coleman, 80 years old, Representative McIver, Robert Menendez Jr., who encircled him to slow down the seizing of an elected mayor of New Jersey's biggest city. And what happened next was he was taken to a black site that nobody knew existed near the airport. Immediately, hundreds and hundreds of people from the community and from out the region encircled this facility, Juan, backed up by the Newark police force. That's right, the same police force that a generation earlier had beaten up Ras Baraka's father, the poet Amiri Baraka, were there in solidarity. So they had no choice but to release the mayor. That story is important here because that happened on May 9th, 2025. And subsequently, Representative McIver, who represents that area, has been charged with crimes and faces.
Stunt's still broken. I gotta fix it. Or sorry, fish. Woo! Oh, look at that. Ability, Cloud 9. I better catch it.
17 years in jail. So there's a much broader implosion of the administration of law in New Jersey with Alina Habba was appointed as U.S. attorney. There's a collapse, really, of federal law enforcement in Newark, where people are issued habeas corpus petitions by an Article 3 court, Juan, and it's ignored entirely by the Department of Justice ICE system.
I wanted to also ask Lee Adorno.
Got it.
You've gotten information as well that people are being brought into Delaney from New York or other places. Could you talk about that as well?
Yes, they're coming from
yeah,
New
so
York.
now Ducky, you can, yep, I caught it. Now Hunt will work on the lowest whatever you have, right? So if you guys just want to use Hunt, it will throw whatever you guys have at it. But if you want to be more specific, do what Ducky does, right? So there you go, Ducky. Try it out.
As well, there's actually like some rooms in the unit that's specifically for New York, and
yeah, it's 90 seconds.
I want to kind of like
I'm just testing it out.
I'm assuming everybody has been.
The cooldown will probably change. I'm just testing it out to see if it's too intrusive to the stream or whatever, right? I gotta like, I gotta balance it.
But we have been able to confirm that 2 people were hospitalized. I mean, that's already in itself a very serious situation. We were, called that people had head injuries, that they had hand injuries, that they were sprayed with this chemical that turned out to be CC spray. There was reported that also there was multiple agents, like over 10 agents, over 20 agents, who were partaking. That was now clarified that it was actually GEO CERT, which is a specific group that they have, I guess, that dresses all in black, and not only, like, only do they intimidate that purposefully, right? That's how they dress, but also that they were the ones who were doing this action against the unit.
Bob Henley, was there a death in custody?
Yes, there was. Actually, back in December, John Wilson Brutus, who was from Haiti, his family insists that he was cleared to be in the country. He died at 41, the first day he was there. And so this is also part of a troubling trend. We saw so far, I believe, 18 have died in custody. But then if you look at all of last year, it was 32, the highest number since 2004. So something's happening here beyond the accountability of local law enforcement. And that's what's of great concern here, is its subversion of law and order. So you have a mayor who is trying to enforce the fire code. Heaven forbid if a fire breaks out in that sprawling facility. And we need to tell you that this is in a remote part of Newark, in the most industrial part. It's right next to the Essex County Corrections Facility. There's no shade. There's no shelter. And I just also want to say the letters that have been coming out from these brave detainees, it's ironic that we have the 250th.
Wow, is it really not working now? Like, after I made it work.
Anniversary of Declaration of
Welcome to
Independence.
Welcome to. I could never do this as a job, guys. I would hate to be like in computer science or something. This is literally how everything works. Like this clip. And it just breaks into a million pieces. Yeah. All right.
I predict 40 years from now that these documents that are coming out are going to be seen.
I love that clip.
as similar in terms of the humanity and the importance of what they contain.
And I wanted to ask Congress member Mejia, obviously the governor of New Jersey, the mayors of Newark, the local political officials haven't been able to do anything. Can you briefly tell us what hope do you have that somehow or other Congress will step in?
Well, first, I want to confirm that we were, in fact, told that 4 people were taken to the hospital. I was able to see in the medical unit other individuals who were impacted by the release of whatever chemical or pepper spray was deployed. I also saw the agents that were dressed from head to toe in black with face coverings that were milling about within Delaney Hall. And I did note in this third visit yesterday, I did note that there were more agents, more heavily armed agents, more ICE agents with additional arms and gear that were present in the facility. So much of what the activists are pointing to, I've been able to confirm real time. I will say that the reality is that this is a rogue administration that has handed undue power to agencies, to ICE agents, and to entities like GEO Group who are now acting with impunity. I think our role in Congress as Congress members, as senators across this country, we need to descend on these facilities and first and foremost, bear witness. Please take into account that these individuals are being silenced, their families are denied visitation as a punitive measure, and the only ones that are successfully able to conduct the kind of oversight this place needs, or these places needs, are members of Congress and Senate. So I implore all of my colleagues to act as witnesses, to bear witness of what is happening across the country, because I'm certain that GEO Group and Delaney Hall are not the only ones.
And I'm looking at posters for ICE protests through the weekend at Delaney Hall, I wanted to end by asking, a Congressmember, you replaced Mikey Sherrill in a special election, the Congressmember from New Jersey, because she was elected governor of New Jersey. She also, over Memorial Day weekend, went to Delaney Hall. She was denied entry. You were able to get in. She wasn't. Was the governor of New Jersey able finally to inspect the facility?
As I understand, Department of Health officials were deployed to Delaney. I haven't confirmed with the governor if they were able to actually go to enter the facility. I can share that myself, Congresswoman Poe, Congressman Menendez, and Congressman Pallone, Congresswoman MacGyver, we pleaded with ICE to allow us to Delaney Hall officials to allow us to escort the governor with us, that if we were being allowed to enter, that she certainly should be able to, being the highest ranking elected official in New Jersey. It is unconscionable that the governor of New Jersey was denied access.
Well, we want to thank you all for being with us. We'll continue to follow this. And I know, Bob Henley, you have been doing with the team at WBAI Pacifica Radio nonstop coverage of what's taking place. Bob Henley is the general manager of WBAI, has reported on these issues in New Jersey politics for 40 years. He's speaking to us from New Jersey. Lee Adorno, community organizer with Movimiento Cosecha, has helped lead the protests outside Delaney Hall. And we want to thank the newly elected Congressmember Ana Lilia Mejia, who represents Jersey's 11th district and has called for Delaney Hall's closure. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Wow. Wow. Insane. All right.
Back in Singapore and at the Shangri-La Dialogue to speak.
Oh no, he's in Singapore? Before we get to that, thank you, Reina, for this one. I had heard about this, by the way. This is something you study about in political science classes. Austria has a very impressive system of housing, right? When you're talking about this specific kind of housing, right? So let's learn, shall we?
Housing in this city annoys me, not because it's bad. Social housing in this city annoys me, not because it's bad, but because it's so good that I don't understand why other cities won't follow it.
Welcome to Alterla in Vienna, Austria,
Yep.
one of the most iconic social housing projects in the world. It is no coincidence if this is the product
It's
of the
kind of
housing
crazy.
policies
It
of
looks
Vienna,
like
a city that is regularly.
it looks like something out of the future, right? These buildings, it really does.
I went on Grindr.
Whoops.
Social housing in this city annoys me, not because it's bad, but because it's so good that I don't understand why other cities won't follow it.
So when you do the hunt game, yeah, I'm fixing it now. But basically, all you got to so what you do is this is the process, right? It's a little more complicated than just fish because I wanted to add a little more strategies and stuff to it, and more like and make it more traditional, like how you can have different effects to it and stuff. So, okay. What you do is you just go to the store, right? You go to the shop. You buy the balls. They stay in your inventory until you use them. The balls then give you a chance to catch something. The better kind of tier you buy of the balls, the better chance you have to catch. Right? It's really that simple. I know it's a little like different than the fishing one, but basically it's that. These nuts. Gotcha. Right. So when you basically you want to use your points to buy stuff at the shop. After that, you don't have to use it. You don't have to go to the shop every day, right? You're just going to be using your balls and then you're going to catch. And then after you run out, the system will tell you, hey, you're out. Then you got to repeat the process, right? That way you're using your gloggy points to buy stuff. Does that make sense? It's really that simple. So,
welcome to Alterla in Vienna, Austria. One of the most iconic cities.
but like,
follow it.
But like every kind of ball has a different like tier to it, right? So some of them have like a 50% chance. Some of them have a 60. Some of them have a 20, right? Some of them are better at night. Some of them are better in the day, right? You have to keep track of that stuff. Some of them are better against like more powerful ones, right? Rarer ones. So yeah.
Welcome to Alterla in Vienna, Austria. One of the most iconic social housing projects in the world. It is no coincidence if this is the product of the housing policies of Vienna, a city that is regularly awarded the most livable city in the world.
In Vienna, social housing is not just for poor people. About 60% of the population live in some form of rent-controlled, affordable public housing, split between city-owned council housing and subsidized housing cooperatives.
I certainly
wow,
would not
Germany,
say no to an apartment
you could
in this
learn
complex.
Whether I'm a fan of this type of architecture or not. Today, the average rent in Vienna is 1/3 of the average rent in Paris, London, or Dublin.
To understand what's so good about Vienna's social housing today, we need to go back to 1919. We all know the story, right? After the collapse of its empire, the humiliating defeat gave rise to fascism in Vienna, ushering in the ideology of the most infamous Austrian mustache man, right? Well, actually, that is not at all what happened in Vienna. Because here, it's the socialists that came to power. And so began Red Vienna, 16 years of cultural, social, and economic prosperity that saw an unprecedented amount of social housing being built.
Damn right.
Like this iconic housing estate called Karl Marx Hof, in case there was any doubt about the political ideology that birthed it.
Even though the Red...
So like real balls in regal life. Damn right. Use your balls if you have them.
Vienna experiment was eventually ended by Mustache Man, the legacy of Red Vienna, the notion that the working class...
Wow, isn't that crazy that this ended because of Hitler? And then it was brought back?
Deserved nice things, and that the architecture of the mundane still deserved to be beautiful, was carried through the 20th century and beyond.
This behind me is a waste management plant, designed by Vienna's most famous modern architect, Friedensreich Hundertwasser. I think it says a lot about a city when industrial architecture, and even more so waste management architecture, is treated with respect and dignity. Another thing that
Hitler
says a lot
fucked
about
everything.
A city
He
is
really
how it
did.
treats the public's access to its bodies of water. Does it treat it as an exclusive luxury to attract a...
That means you ladies, you got to use your balls. Ladies have balls. Did you know that? They're just in their insides, not their outsides.
Village few, or does
unless you got them removed, which is... Yeah, then you don't have balls.
Treats leisure and
it's true.
Access to water as a human right for all the people. Well,
this is fucked.
Access to its bodies of water. Does it treat it as an exclusive luxury to attract a privileged few, or does it treat leisure and access to water as a human right for all the people? Well, welcome to Donauinsel, Danube Island. In the 1970s, Vienna, still run by the Social Democrats, undertook a huge engineering project to protect the city from flooding. It split the Danube River in two, and in the middle, it left a 21-kilometer strip of land. And instead of letting the market turn it into a fancy luxury housing neighborhood, the municipality decided that it would be dedicated to public leisure, outdoor and water activities for the Viennese. Of course, corporate capitalist Vienna exists and isn't very far from here, but I don't actually mind it, providing that there's enough social, affordable, accessible housing for everyone.
And this brings me back to what's so annoying about it. Apart from maybe Singapore or in China, no other cities in the world, or even in Austria, have followed Vienna's blueprint.
Singapore mentioned. That's why I wanted to watch this first, Kiki, because we'll watch that. Pete Keg's breath is in fucking Singapore.
It's like the decriminalization of drugs in Portugal. The whole world has been watching that experiment being successful for 25 years, and still no one effing follows. I'm tired. Social housing in this
I'm
city annoys
retired.
me. Not because it's bad, but because it's so good that I don't understand why other cities won't follow it. Welcome to Alterla in Vienna, Austria.
All right.
About the future. It's great to be back in Singapore and at the Shangri-La Dialogue to speak about the future of this vital Pacific region. It's not a future based on wishful thinking or utopian idealism, but a future that will be defined by our collective efforts to safeguard and secure our most vital national interests.
Whenever I hear that's utopian or that's an idealistic future, you know you're talking to a fucking conservative. Even if they claim to not be a conservative, right? They're conservative in other ways. Guys, it's rare. Even me, right? Like, I've had to do a lot of soul searching myself and be like, what are some of these positions? Trust me. The more you eject them immediately into outer space, the better you'll be.
Under the leadership of President Trump, who has over the past year shown repeatedly what it means to defend American national interests, from Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela to Midnight Hammer to cartel drug boats to epic fury, we have restored a proactive and realistic approach to our own national defense, reestablishing deterrence. Now, when I was in the United States Army as a young lieutenant, the motto of my first rifle platoon was, "Those who long for peace must prepare for war." It's a simple truth that makes as much sense tactically as it does strategically. But today I want to lay out what this return to realism means for the most consequential region in the world, the Pacific. As the 2026 U.S. National Defense Strategy makes clear, we are charting a new course for our alliances and partnerships, one that is grounded in the realities of power and interests. It is a course that will leave America stronger, our allies and partners more capable, and the Pacific region more stable and secure. The foundation of this new approach is moving away from a model of dependency and toward one of true partnership, embracing a perspective that our partners in Asia have understood for decades. Now, perhaps because of distance or perhaps because of the hard-learned lessons of history, the default Asian lens on America has been clearer and far more pragmatic than in other regions. Our partners in Asia have long understood that the bedrock of a durable partnership is not based on idealistic values, but on the concrete alignment of national interests. There is undeniable strength in this clarity.
Woo! Everything's working now. Everything's working. Oh man, guys, I found a fucking halucha. Hell yeah.
Pacific allies and partners such reliable counter.
Did that work? Yeah. It's the cooldown. It's not the games, guys. They're working perfectly. It's just like the cooldown. Like, I want to do a cooldown because if you guys are doing it nonstop, then like it cools it down and you guys, right? So we don't get so much spam in the chat. But yeah, it's not working though. See, like it's not providing the message. Nice, I caught it. Now, Ducky, you try. Use a dusk ball because you're at night.
In the face of regional threats, when our interests align, we act together.
Okay, it's not gonna work because remember, there's a cooldown.
With focused resolve. When our interests diverge, we adjust pragmatically, without the drama or the moralizing. I think Western Europe might take note.
What's an Asian lens? I don't know.
This is a mindset we fully embrace. The era of the United States subsidizing the defense of wealthy nations is over. We need partners, not protectorates. We seek alliances built on shared responsibility, not dependency. This is the maturation of our alliances in a new era. It's a vision that puts our alliances on a sustainable footing, ensuring they are fit for the challenges of this century, not the last. This shift is not a matter of choice, it is a matter of strategic prudence. The National Defense Strategy makes clear that the old toothless, utopian, and globalist course of foreign policy was headed for a...
Guys, this guy thinks that the old school way of doing stuff was the globalist way of doing stuff was utopian and toothless.
Disaster.
I spoke to someone recently and they all said this stuff and I immediately was like, wow, you are way more conservative than you let on.
All changes under President Trump. Our approach is one of flexible, practical realism that looks at the world.
Yeah, this idiot still thinks he's talking to Fox viewers. Thank you, Raina.
World with a clear-eyed perspective that is essential for serving vital.
All right, try it now, Ducky.
Interests.
Dusk.
And nowhere is this clarity more important than in the Pacific. This region has profound implications for U.S. security and prosperity. It's the world's largest and most dynamic market area. It's why our national defense strategy directs the Department of War to set the military conditions required to achieve a lasting and favorable balance of power in the Pacific region. When we look across the region today, there is rightful alarm regarding China's historic military buildup and the expansion of its military activities in the region and beyond. We share a clear-eyed assessment of that security environment and a mutual understanding that a Pacific dominated by any hegemon would unravel the regional balance of power and undermine the equilibrium we all seek to preserve. The Department of War is working with the utmost focus to prevent any such unraveling. We do not approach this challenge with needless confrontation, but with a posture of measured and deliberate strength. Our focus is strong, quiet, and clear. Strong, quiet, clear. Clear about our intentions, our priorities, and our ability to deliver on the administration's goals. This is a model our Asian partners vastly prefer and have long followed. Our allies across Asia do not seek constant escalation, rhetorical theatrics, or a region defined by public confrontation. What they want and what the United States delivers is strength that is disciplined, resolve that is steady, and leadership that is confident enough to speak and walk softly while carrying a big stick. What we seek and what the president has constantly articulated is a genuinely stable equilibrium that works for Americans as well as our ally, a favorable but durable balance of power in which no state, including China, can impose its hegemony and hold the security or prosperity of our nation and our allies in question. The United States seeks to preserve the conditions that have long underwritten peace and prosperity in this region. We are the power working to sustain equilibrium, not to disrupt it, plain and simple. We defend a status quo that has enabled extraordinary growth and opportunity across the region. Our interests in the Pacific are significant, but they are also scoped and reasonable, defined by a favorable balance of power in which sovereignty is respected, commerce flows freely, and nations retain the freedom to make their own choices.
Gratitas, welcome back.
This is the balance America upholds
Lord,
and will not allow others to overturn. Under President Trump's leadership, relations between the United States and China are better than they've been in many years. President Trump and this administration seek a stable peace, fair trade, and respectful relations with China. It's not a coincidence that this has happened. Strong, quiet, but clear is the right recipe for stability. Just 2 weeks ago, President Trump and President Xi engaged in direct discussions in Beijing that reinforced this very foundation. I bore witness to their hours of candid conversations. It was truly historic. They agreed that the United States and China should build a constructive relationship of strategic stability based on fairness and reciprocity, reaffirming that while our nations will vigorously protect our respective interests, we can secure practical, mutually beneficial agreements where our interests align. Now, all of that said, my job at the United States Department of War is to provide the military strength to support President Trump's visionary and realistic diplomacy. It's our essential responsibility at the department to ensure that the president is always negotiating from a position of unquestionable strength in order to sustain peace here in the Pacific and around the globe. To ensure our military might preserve stability, we will pair it with a clarity of intent, which is why we are meeting more frequently with our Chinese counterparts. By maintaining open lines of military-to-military communication, we can coordinate, deconflict, and reduce the risk of miscalculation. This dialogue is not a sign of capitulation in either direction, but a practical guardrail, ensuring the relationship our leaders seek at the top is preserved at every level. And while a decent peace is our goal, make no mistake, America is a Pacific nation, and we insist that China respect our long-standing position in the region, and not just insist, but maintain the manifest military strength to underwrite it. Now, to get that job done, we are changing the playbook. The era of performative outrage is over, where Washington issues loud diplomatic protests that signal virtue but do not project capabilities. Going forward, we will be intentional about how and when we communicate. And we will lead first and foremost with actions. As I said, strong but quiet. Big stick, speak softly. We will prioritize lethal capabilities, strategic discipline, and business-like cooperation over empty
There you go, Ducky, it's working.
Rhetoric and peacocking. Any potential opponent will be forced to judge us by our hard power, collective readiness, and steadfast resolve. As the national security strategy and the
Oh, I meant like the bag. not that yet.
National defense,
not the cool down gate.
Defense strategy direct, our approach in the Pacific centers on deterrence by denial along the first island chain. Now, we are reestablishing the Monroe Doctrine, the Donroe Doctrine, as I like to call it, in the Western Hemisphere. Aggressively centers on deterrence by denial along the first island chain.
This makes me want to like...
Now, we are reestablishing the Monroe Doctrine, the Donroe Doctrine, as I like to call it, in the Western Hemisphere, aggressively defending our homeland and our hemisphere. We will protect our people.
Yeah, sure you
But if you look at our department's planning guidance and our budget, we're building a team capable of projecting power, a country capable of projecting power anywhere in the world, most especially here. We will build and sustain a strong denial defense in the Western Pacific that ensures aggression is infeasible, escalation unattractive, and war deemed irrational. Our military posture will be resilient, distributed, and optimized to deny quick, decisive gains through military force. This is the logic of strategy. And it's the essence of peace through strength, and the foundation of a durable peace in the Pacific that benefits all of us.
Buck off from Singapore.
We all
for
benefit
real.
from such a policy because our quiet but clear strength will lead to stability and peace.
Oh, God. Fuck
But
you,
this
man.
is not a burden America can or should carry alone. A favorable balance of power requires capable allies with real military strength, real industrial capacity, and real political
All right, now try it, Ducky.
resolve.
This should fix it. If not,
For too
I'm gonna
long,
want
the
to Brian
security-
kill me. I'm gonna want to Brian kill me like this fucking speech is making me do anyway.
Of
So.
this region has rested disproportionately on American military power, while many of our allies and partners allowed their own defense capabilities to atrophy. That's a bad deal for the American taxpayer, and it's an unsustainable crutch for our allies and partners. Instead, we are all best off when, based on our comparative advantages, We all contribute to the shared goal of peace and stability. This is not a my way or the highway approach. We are ready to work with all of you, where you are, based on your own situation, your own geography, and your own cultural, political, and economic realities, to ensure that a Pacific free of any dominant hegemon is secured. And that's why a core line of effort in our national defense strategy is to increase burden sharing with U.S. allies and partners, and simultaneously empower them to contribute to our collective defense. This is no longer an afterthought. It's an essential ingredient of our strategy. President Trump has been crystal clear about this from day one in his first administration and now in his second. Alliances only work when they are true partnerships. It is a two-way street. You don't have a strong alliance unless everyone has skin in the game. No freeloading. History is not over. Alliances are not judged by the number of flags, but by the number of formations. We don't need more conferences. We need more combat power. I'm sorry to say this here. Less Shangri-La, more ships, more subs.
Disgusting. Ew.
For too long, polite pleas from our European allies to spend more on their own defense fell on...
Why is he even invited? I don't get it.
...deaf ears. They're finally playing catch-up, and we let ourselves get distracted by empty globalist rhetoric about the rules-based international order, while European capitals threw open their borders and hollowed out their militaries. You can have all the rules you want, and rules are great. But if you can't back them up with hard power, the rules are not worth the paper they are written on. Europe and NATO have some big decisions to make, and more on that soon. These same principles apply in the Pacific, albeit, of course, in different circumstances. In this region, I'm optimistic that our allies, driven by our shared national interests and the unprecedented threat environment, will step up for real. In fact, we're already seeing progress. If you want to see what burden sharing looks like, consider the Republic of Korea. South Korea has invested consistently in its own defense, not because it does not have the luxury of treating war like an academic exercise. They live on the front lines, and so they build real combat power. President Lee's decision to increase defense spending to the new global standard of 3.5% and to assume greater responsibility for its conventional defense reflects simply a clear-eyed understanding of the threat environment. It won't be easy, but it's necessary for the security and prosperity of his country.
All right. It's working. Yeah, it looks like it's working now.
This was a hard-nosed decision because they see the world as it actually is. We applaud the pragmatism and leadership demonstrated by Seoul. The region will be far more stable and more secure when other allies and partners follow that path. We see this same realist mindset from the Philippines. Manila is shifting its focus to external defense and enhancing interoperability with U.S. forces. And it's not just talk. Earlier this month, we concluded the largest ever Balikatan, which featured joint training and exercises involving the most advanced U.S. capabilities. The Philippines is also investing more to modernize its military and its Coast Guard, with President Marcos signing a budget this year that includes a 12% increase in defense spending. This spending increase will fund the Philippines' multi-year effort to develop a modern, technologically advanced, and interoperable force that can plug in and fight alongside American warfighters. We're seeing a similar and critical shift in Tokyo. Japan is taking concrete steps to accelerate its defense transformation. Together, we are enhancing our force posture and investing in the right capabilities. We're not at the finish line yet, and there's still some heavy lifting ahead, but the momentum is headed in the right direction. We have high expectations of our Japanese allies. And together we can and must each pull our weight to strengthen the U.S.-Japan alliance. Strong, quiet, clear. Australia is stepping up. Together, we are expanding the rotational presence of U.S. forces and collaborating to ensure our defense industrial base build and sustain weapons required for a high-end fight. We appreciate Australia's investment in real combat power and the commitment to integrate more deeply with the U.S. Joint Force. Across Southeast Asia, we're seeing our partners step up also. Our hosts, Singapore, consistently punch above its weight by investing heavily in its military and serving as a vital hub for U.S. logistics activities and rotational deployments.
Welcome back, buddy.
Strengthening our shared regional posture. Indonesia, too, is making important strides as it modernizes its armed forces and expands the scale of military exercises with us and our partners, strengthening interoperability and reinforcing regional.
It's not working for you guys, but it's working for me. I wonder if it's like a Twitch problem?
Stability. I also want to recognize Malaysia's leadership in rapidly deploying ASEAN observer teams to monitor the Thai-Cambodia border. That is burden sharing in action.
There we go.
Nations in the region stepping forward to preserve peace, reduce tensions, and support diplomacy with credible capability. I commend Malaysia and ASEAN for their efforts in support of President Trump's historic peace deal. On the mainland, Thailand continues to deepen military cooperation with the United States to enhance interoperability and develop necessary readiness. Thailand, a longtime U.S. partner, investing in more. We're also seeing the same seriousness of purpose from Vietnam. Hanoi is diligently modernizing its maritime capabilities while expanding pragmatic defense cooperation.
You didn't even know how to fish. Now we taught you how to fish. And we fed you for a lifetime. What up?
With the United States. Vietnam is a great example of how nations with distinct histories and different political systems can work together in practical ways, advancing discrete efforts where our interests align to maintain a stable regional balance. And in South Asia, India is a critical anchor to hold the line.
I figured it out.
A powerful India acting...
It's Twitch. Twitch isn't letting you guys do it. It's having some issues with the commands. I don't know why. So I'm talking to someone right now about it. Customer service. God. I should have Jersey do the customer service. You should all be doing it.
In its own self-interest, advances our shared goal of maintaining a balance of power.
The axis of Epstein
across the region. India is modernizing its military to carry its share of the security burden, particularly in the Indian Ocean. It's building out the heavy.
Yeah, no, I mean it works, and like it looks great. Right, I'm actually genuinely impressed. Like you hear all the little cries, all the little like sound effects, and yeah, no, it works when it works. It's just like it's meant for you guys, and it's not. Gus needs 4 shots of express. I really do. I've had a long day already.
The industrial and logistics capacity to sustain high-end military operations, including the ability to repair and maintain our shared platforms and support U.S. Navy vessels operating forward in the theater. We've also committed to pursuing co-production with India to advance capabilities like Javelin anti-tank guided munitions.
Oh, fuck
Real,
off.
tangible steps to improve the collective readiness of our forces. This kind of industrial muscle isn't just a long-term goal, it's an immediate operational imperative. And the United States Department of War is leading the way.
This is so
America is undergoing a historic national manufacturing mobilization of our defense industrial base. We will produce the best weaponry in the world at scale, at speed, and at a reasonable price.
Well, that hasn't happened.
This is my personal commitment to all of you, and it is our president's demand. And it's why President Trump, after spending $1 trillion on defense last year, plans to make a generational investment of $1.5 trillion on defense this year to unleash America's arsenal of freedom and expand America's military dominance for decades to come, a generational investment. President Trump is setting the gold standard. We demand 3.5% from our allies and partners, and we are going well beyond that number. We expect every single ally and partner to match that kind of resolve. For those nations that rise to this challenge, that embrace responsibility as true partners, the benefits will be clear. As our strategy states, we will prioritize working with model allies, those nations who are most capable, clear-eyed, and ready to defend their national interests. For those nations, we are moving them to the front of the line. Expedited arms sales, deep industrial base collaboration, expanded intelligence sharing. The list goes on, the benefits.
He's shaking them down, yes.
But for those who believe they can continue to free ride on the generosity of the American taxpayer, hear us now.
Comcast would never.
Those days are over. Allies who refuse to step up and carry their own weight for our collective defense will face a clear shift in how we do business. President Trump believes in helping countries that help themselves. And the United States Department of War feels the exact same way. That is the nature of burden sharing. It's what we owe each other, and most importantly, what I owe the American people and my troops, the most precious asset we have. The world today is unforgiving, and that's why this bold path is a matter of strategic necessity. We have a responsibility to our people to shape the world that comes next. And under President Trump's leadership, that is exactly what the United States of America is doing. The U.S. War Department is advancing an America First, peace through strength, common sense agenda. We are reviving our warrior ethos inside our ranks. We are rebuilding our great military. And we are reestablishing the deterrence that was so dangerously allowed to erode under the Biden administration. Under President Trump, we have the most powerful and capable military in the history of the world. But our approach is not one of isolation. America First does not mean America alone, but it means realist engagement with a clear eye toward defending our most vital national interests. It's an approach that values actions over words and sees alliances as true partnerships, measured by the sovereign strength and capabilities brought to bear by each member.
Walk off.
Practical, interest-driven models of partnership is not a cynical compromise, but instead the most realistic and reliable foundation for enduring peace in the Pacific. Our approach asks Pacific nations to do what many are already eager to do.
All right, Ducky, try it out now. Hopefully the fifth time is the charm. Dusk ball.
Invest seriously
dusk, right?
in their own defense, contribute more to collective security, and work with the United States in pragmatic ways that advance our shared interests. If there was
you could try one.
A thesis statement for my remarks this morning,
try that.
It would be this. Join us in embracing this vision, in building a team of strong, self-reliant nations fully capable of defending their own sovereignty while contributing to our collective security.
Comcast is looking to expand its influence. Comcast is looking for $1.3 trillion to flesh out its might and blow its freedom-loving load all over the world. Yes, it will take some doing. We need to build up our reserves. People like Gus X will have to limit his use of lubricant. We need it all if we are going to cover the world in Comcast. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Oh, no. All right, it looks like Twitch is asking for the logs, so I have to hold on a second, guys. Sorry for the pause. Can't believe I even have to do this crap. God, Twitch, just fix my shit.
Clear. I've said this before, but it bears repeating again and again. Those who long for peace must prepare for war. From
Fuck off.
my first platoon
End war, yeah.
to the first
How about you don't do war to begin with?
island chain. Let that remain at the forefront of our minds because we all long for peace. That time is now.
Really?
The challenges we face are real, but so is the opportunity before us. We must meet
You long
that
for peace,
moment.
okay.
And may Almighty God bless all of our troops in harm's way.
That was terrible. Thank you, Kiki. Thank you so much for showing us that. That couldn't have made me want to Brian kill me myself more. No problem. So funny. All right.
Who founded the KKK? Democrats. Who wrote the Jim Crow laws? Democrats.
Duh.
Who freed the slaves? The first Republican president. Abraham Lincoln. Those are all things that I would say if I was illiterate. There are still mouth breathers in the big 2026 that think the Democrats founded the KKK is a valid argument to disparage one party over the other. If you think the Democrats founded the KKK or the Republicans freed the slaves is a historical gotcha that makes you look smarter, you're wrong. It really just makes you look like the political parties are sports teams and you're a fan. Republicans are not the Dallas Cowboys. The Democrats are not the Los Angeles Lakers. These politicians are employees who work for the people. Political parties switched ideologies. Non-dorks know that. There's one part that party switch denial dweebs like to ignore. They hate to include that conservative word. Who founded the KKK? Conservative Democrats. Who fought against civil rights? Conservative Democrats. Who ended Reconstruction? Conservative Democrats. And what party in the big 2026 of our Lord and Savior Beyonce is conservative? I rest my case. Who founded the KKK? Democrats. Who wrote the Jim Crow laws? Democrats. Who freed the slaves? The first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln. Those are all things that I would say if I was illiterate. There are still mouth breathers in the big...
Yep, facts. 100. All right.
At the same time...
So Trump projecting. This is when somebody says, I don't care, it's like, there you go.
Trump under incredible domestic,
unless they really mean it, right?
Political pressure here.
But you know Trump does care.
The midterms are looking like a full-blown disaster. Obviously, you've got Ken Paxton, who won the Republican primary with Trump's backing in Texas. He is incredibly corrupt. There's all sorts of personal issues there. So kind of an ideal candidate from the Democrats' perspective in terms of even having a shot of taking the Texas Senate. So Trump was asked about the political ramifications here, and obviously gas prices really high, something that people feel every day. And he says, I don't really care about that. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Economic system is broken down.
they thought they were going to outweight me. You know, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look what happened last night. That was the prelude to the midterms.
I don't care about the midterms.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe it's bluster because that is kind of their calculus is to make him pay in the midterm. So if he's like, yeah, I don't even care about that, maybe that's bluster. But he certainly is acting like he genuinely doesn't care about the midterm.
Gas is $3.92 a gallon in Texas. That's unfathomable. Did you see Ted Cruz bragging about how gas was only $3.99? Yeah, he was like, hey, Gavin, gas is only $3.99.
Can you imagine paying for gas, you peasants? Press 1 if you pay for gas, so you can deserve what you get from that input into the chat.
Here in Texas, I'm like, oh my God, dude, you're the senator from Texas. You're bringing a $4 gas in Texas, where the gas is literally from and where the refineries are. It's like, it's insanity. That is just, oh man, I can't even continue to talk about it.
Oh man, these people only care about party, right? And person.
Yes, on the political level, it's very obvious. Like, this has been extraordinarily damaging. I still am not sure it's at a full-blown crisis level for the average American. I think what's happening is that they are looping it into all of the other cost of living factors. And especially, look, I mean, we've talked about this. The vast majority of Iran attention that is paid by most people is to gas. Gas has remained now high for almost 3 months. So it's been 80-something days, I think, that this has gone. Okay, so the elevated gas price, let's call it 2 months, this entire time. It's not going down anytime soon. And I really said, like, Memorial Day weekend, I thought a lot of people would really wake up, because that's the first probably long drive, and you fill up a couple of times or something like that. And then now, especially as we move into summer travel season and the general inflation, what we're really watching is also what it does is when life feels extraordinarily unaffordable, and then you also, I think, have this kind of obscene level of wealth spending that is being flashed by a lot of the cultural elite at the same time, it really makes people very angry. Like, have you seen all this Knicks tickets stuff?
Oh,
like, yeah. What is the courtside seat for these, I think it's NBA finals, are going for like $100,000. I asked the guys in control room, I was like, what do you guys think? And they were like, oh, I don't know, 10, 15. I was like, try times 10, to get on there. And U.S. Open, I know you love the U.S. Open. I think the new tickets are like, have gone up to like $2,600. Like, you can't even walk in. That was, again, I'm not going, but I saw people talking
Kyle and I
about
usually
it.
go, but I haven't looked at.
I don't pump it in New Jersey because you guys are a bunch of fucking douchebags who can't even get your asses out of your fucking car and pump your own gas. You have to make your peasants fucking do it. How dare you?
The ticket prices yet, but yeah.
Sick of this shit. I'm sick of you upholding fucking hierarchies like that.
I was looking at the prices for the
pump your own fucking gas. That is one thing. I went to New Jersey and I realized that, and I was like, that's kind of annoying. What happens if they do this? Let me pump your gas, ma'am. Now pay me. What happens, huh? Disgusting. Disgusting.
Knicks, because I was a big Knicks fan. So I was like, oh, maybe we should go to a game.
Right.
Just to walk into the
That's why New Jersey and Massachusetts are so similar.
Door. Like,
I once said that, and somebody literally yelled at me.
The nosebleeds. And if you've been in MSG, those nosebleeds
they are actual
nosebleeds. Okay.
Pumping gas is not good for you. Come to Texas and see how you like coward.
Thousands of dollars.
Gonna catch
it's crazy.
Exactly. Don't you know they have cooties?
Going to be the most expensive like NBA final in history.
Right, and I think I'm only bringing it up because it gets flaunted for a lot of people.
Yeah.
There are a lot of casual Knicks fans. Last time I checked, a lot of casual U.S. Open fans, tennis. It's not just a rich man's game. Yeah, the front of the final is, but a lot of people like to go. And so you see people out there like, what is going on? Like, I can barely keep my head above water.
Yeah.
And then there's other people, Jason Calacanis is tweeting about, going to these Knicks finals games. That's fine. They're billionaires. Like, they can go. I'm just saying, I think it rubs it in a lot of people's face at a time like this.
Well, and I think for a lot of people, for many Americans, maybe not a majority, but pretty close to 50%, are really living hand to mouth. And so if gas prices are up, for a sustained period of time, as they have been, they're already really feeling that pain, and that's starting to trickle through to grocery store prices as well. If you look at the costs of like your classic Memorial Day barbecue items, everything was up really significantly. But don't worry, because Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells us this is just transitory. Just hang in there, guys. It's going to go away quickly. Of course, we've been hearing that for 3 months now at this point. In fact, somebody had put together a compilation of like all these Trump officials being like, oh, it'll come right back down. Don't worry about it. This was, again, months ago. But let's go ahead and take a listen to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Sir, on the economy, 2 words, resilience and prosperity. The continued resilience of the economy speaks for itself, even during the Iran.
Wow, look at these people. They all look miserable.
The
Gus missed me.
Conflict. And it speaks to the strength of your leadership. Pro-growth policies are creating conditions for American families and businesses to prosper. We're entering the second half of our
resilience. Suck it up, peasants. Exactly.
200.
You get what they're saying. I gotta run this stuff through the translator, like Gloggy, translate for me.
50th anniversary year with renewed optimism and momentum. It has never been a better time to be an American, and as you said earlier, we have a record number of Americans working. The economy that you are building is not only strong, but secure and resilient and better positioned to compete globally. Real GDP has risen 2.7% over the past 4 quarters, something that many economists said couldn't be done. In the first quarter of 2026, despite Iran conflict, GDP grew at a 2% annual rate. The Atlanta Fed GDP now is predicting 4.3% for this quarter. In terms of prices, I believe the prices are transitory. Oil will be lower than pre-conflict levels when this ends. Natural gas is already down, as you mentioned. Drug and pharmaceutical prices, they are plummeting, and rent is down.
That word transitory gives me PTSD, Sagar, personally.
Yeah, I know. Well, it should. I mean, this is, not to get too deep into the weeds around all of this, but, they have the same logic as the Biden administration did, and they're actually doing the exact same thing. So if people recall the insane transitory debates of the time, many of the transitory, team transitory and all of that was the idea that the supply side would be resolved. Ultimately, that's not what happened. And the
all right, try it now, Ducky. The cookie.
Reason why it
try your netball or your dusk ball.
Didn't happen is they didn't have aggressive government action. There was also the government. There was the
I don't know why the Dawn ball isn't in there. I thought there should be a Dawn ball.
Invasion of Ukraine. So really, those two things together: high gas, COVID shock. Basically, nothing ever went down. And then housing in particular, just because of supply and even some market dynamics. I think that's another huge part of it as well. Just because, assets have gone so wildly up over the last 5 or 6 years, and then there's a limited amount of housing stock. So that's why housing prices have skyrocketed, especially in very high cost of living areas. But here, they're making the same piece where, it'll just go back down because the supply side thing will resolve itself. It cannot resolve itself entirely. You have had 80-something days of the Strait of Hormuz that's closed, period. We've had too many oil and energy experts on to discuss what that level of shock to the system will look like. Per Rory, our resident energy expert, he was like, look, oil was trading at $60 a barrel before the war. We would probably be in the 50s right now if the war hadn't happened. Oil's at 100. So you really think things are going to go back down to 50? Like, no, I don't think so. It will remain elevated. So, and I think even the White House at one point honestly said, yes, gas will not be below $3 a gallon for like a year. Yes, I think that's correct. Fundamentally, even $3.50 and all that, national average of that seems pretty much baked in, for a long while.
I guess it all depends on your definition of transitory.
Yeah, that's true.
Because over a long enough time frame, it is transitory, right? I mean, even the last one, eventually the supply issues worked themselves out and things got back more or less to normal, and inflation had come down quite a bit back to sort of normal levels. That doesn't mean the prices went back to what they were. Oh, no. It just means that the rate of increase had slowed. So yeah, over the long term, will this be quote unquote transitory? Yes. But for Americans who are struggling right now with no end really in sight, and us continuing to bomb Iran and Trump threatening to blow up Oman just for funsies, it's not looking too great here. Let's go and put this next one up on the screen, just in terms of where we are with the deal. So Iranian state TV is saying that the draft deal with the U.S. would reopen Hormuz shipping and end the naval blockade. But again, there's so much dispute and disagreement. This runs sort of, the Iranian conception here runs counter to the Trump conception that Oman would have no involvement whatsoever. Iran continues to expect that while they will not charge a quote-unquote toll, there will be some sort of fee for service. So in their minds, we are not going back to a previous Hormuz status quo, and yet that seems to be now where Trump is really pushing things towards. We can also put A6 up on the screen, this White House account saying that the report from Iranian-controlled media is not true. The memo of understanding they released is a complete fabrication. No one should believe what Iranian state media is putting out. In all caps, facts matter. So the draft proposal that had come out in the press that had been discussed, they're saying, no, this is not it whatsoever. Again, not a good sign. That we've sort of seen this before when Trump had originally come out and said, okay, we've agreed to use their 10-point framework as the basis for negotiations. And then when there was pushback from the neocons, then the White House quickly came out, no, the 10-point plan you guys saw, that's not it at all. Right. Like, that's not remotely what we're talking about here. And so this seems, again, the same playbook of denying the reality of what the Iranian position actually is, because Trump cannot accept and be seen to have taken such a loss in this conflict. And that, again, is the central barrier to being able to conclude this thing.
Yep, that's the problem, is that if the details become public to what they would actually agree to, it would be an unambiguous failure for the White House. This is, again, explains the Abraham Accords. And so, in a weird way, the longer that this continues, I think it benefits Trump, because gas is where it is. He says he doesn't care. I'll just believe him. I think one of the reasons why they don't care is because where the S&P is. I mean, literally every single day. Let me look at the futures.
It's down a bit.
It's down a little bit. Not too bad. I mean, overall, we're still talking about like crazy all-time highs. So, well, if the market's going to be at all-time highs, that's what he and most of the people in his administration care about. There's no real market signal. Even oil at $100 a barrel, or national gas price of $4.30 a gallon. Look, it's a crisis for a lot of people, but it's not for them. It's not $6, which they think that people would be panicking. So they have the runway. They think that they can just continue this on again, off again. Because as long as that happens, kind of like Afghanistan, then nobody has to just put their hands up and be like, yeah, it was a horrific failure.
Disaster.
A historic disaster. Even though anyone could have recognized it in Afghanistan starting in 2007, probably, maybe earlier, honestly, 2005. But it took until 2021 for everybody's eyes to become fully open. That seems to be their strategy right now. Now, will Iran accept that? That's the big question too.
No. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
So wanted to bring everybody up to date on this rapid spread of Ebola centered in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We can put this up on the screen.
Remember when they freaked out about like Trump, or sorry, not Trump, Biden and his little Ebola thing? Like 3 people died of Ebola. And now look,
in terms of our own country's response. So the CDC is seeking volunteers from their staff to go do Ebola screenings at airports as that outbreak response expands. There's a lot to get to in terms of the U.S. response that I'll save for a moment. First, let's go ahead and take a look at where the Ebola outbreak is centered and just how dire the concerns are here. So we've had obviously a number of Ebola outbreaks. Unfortunately, not unusual. This already, though, is the third worst outbreak that we have seen. And you can see here on the map where the worst spread is. You've had already hundreds of deaths, 223 deaths that have been linked to this outbreak. You've had 900 suspected cases. Remember, this is an area where it is very difficult to get actual real information. There is a lot of skepticism of the local population in terms of aid workers coming in. So it is hard to know exactly what the case number is, but we can see the way that it's expanded. The other problem is that it appears it was detected quite late, where there had already been significant spread before the World Health Organization and other global health organizations, or the U.S. health organizations, detected that this Ebola strain was.
I wonder what the reaction would be if Ebola was running rampant among the white Afrikaners, for real.
There and was spreading.
I can't even fish here. God, you didn't even want to fish. You fucking hated that game.
There's a few reasons for that. Number one,
now you're fucking coming in here being like, fishy McGeezax.
It is a more of a rare strain.
Dude, the scene from Laura Croft always freaked me out. Yeah.
Ebola, it's not the most common one, so it wasn't the one that they were routinely testing for. That's number one.
Fishy McGeezax.
Number two, you have a situation where we completely defunded USAID. So a lot of our aid workers who had been there, who may have been in an ability to do like an early warning of, I hear that there's some weird thing that is spreading.
That's working.
Here, they weren't there, so that may also have hindered the response. And then you also have, this is obviously a war-torn area. This part of the DRC is kind of like a rebel stronghold. It's far from the capital, so the fact of the remote location of where this began to develop is also part of the problem. But health experts are saying that this is actually the most rapid spread that they've seen. So even though it's not yet the worst outbreak, it has a lot of momentum, which is why this is so disturbing and why people are paying so much attention to it. Let's go ahead and put B3 up on the screen here. You can see that Uganda has also closed its border with Congo, where suspected cases of this rare Ebola type are surging. They ordered that closure. This is actually in defiance of what the World Health Organization had recommended. And I'll tell you why. Their view is that this border is extremely porous. There's, paths that go back and walking paths that go back and forth across this border, across the entire length of it. And so their view, the World Health Organization's view, is if you close down the official border crossings, you're just going to push people to those informal crossings. And it's actually going to make it more difficult to detect the spread and be able to stop this virus from spreading. So that's kind of what we know about the extent of the cases here. But there's all kinds of problems in terms of the response. I can put B4 up on the screen. You've had a number of instances where family members, in this instance, they stormed an Ebola hospital demanding the return of the dead. One of the things that's been instituted in the Congo is that you have to use official authorities to conduct burials, because that is one of the ways that that Ebola is primarily spread. It has to be direct contact with bodily fluids, and so the burial rites are one of the places that they're really trying to get a hold on. And I was telling you, Sagar, I was doing kind of like a deep dive into, okay, well, why are people so skeptical? Because you also have aid workers that are like getting attacked, who are coming in, trying to spread information and trying to help out. You had a Doctors Without Borders tents that were set on fire, where you had a number of suspected infected patients who escaped. And it's kind of has a lot of parallels, but in a more extreme form of like the, vaccine and other medical skepticism here in the US, which tends to be among populations that have been directly abused and have reason to be skeptical of the medical establishment. In Congo, you can imagine that is taken to an extreme because you've had all kinds of outsiders come in to basically like steal their natural resources and wealth. So when you have people coming in from the outside that you haven't seen before, telling you you've got to do all these things that you don't want to do, there's a natural resistance. Another reason is because this is a part of the Congo that is like a rebel stronghold.
Fishing.
And so if the official government
didn't even like the game and is now demanding for it. So unappreciative.
Is telling you like, oh no, you've got this outbreak.
Yeah, it's the gate, guys. It's broken. The cooldown gate. Jover.
And you've got to do all these special things. There's a natural skepticism there.
I'm trying to fix it. And Twitch.
And then again, because
just the customer service is a little fucked.
We defunded USAID, so we don't have these health workers who have been on the ground, who have built that sort of trust. Now they see all of these health workers coming in and they're like, oh, you lost your payday. So now this is your chance to get back on the gravy train. There's all kinds of rumors that they get paid, the health workers get paid per case that's identified, et cetera. So there's significant skepticism.
This is very COVID.
There's significant skepticism that Ebola even is a thing and not just.
I love the fishing game. I know.
Some like invented
you've always loved it,
concoction to further subjugate the population. And again, given their history, you can understand where they're coming from, even though it's incorrect.
I don't know. The more you're talking, I'm like, maybe I'm on the Congolese side here.
You can see why they think that way. Yeah, it's not just like, oh, they're ignorant and they don't get it. It's like, no, this is a people who have been incredibly abused, traumatized, exploited, etc. So when you suddenly have all these people coming in, oh, I'm going to save you. They're like, who are you and what are you really doing here? So
Totally.
that obviously inhibits
I mean, also, so first of all, like you said, I didn't realize all of that, but I did know about the rebel issue when I was reading about it and how far and how difficult that also makes it. So you have government authorities coming into a rebel area. And look, I mean, I do think what this highlights is this, first of all, Ebola, I'm not worried about this becoming a global pandemic in the way COVID was. One of the things that we learned a lot during COVID was that why it became so deadly is airborne and the proximity for not why COVID spread so easily, not deadly, was because it was airborne and it spreads very, very easily. Whereas Ebola literally only spreads through direct contact with bodily fluids. And I also, isn't it the whole, like, it actually kills you so fast, it's not that easy to spread because it's so deadly to the body.
Your ideal for a virus, from the virus's perspective, is that it is deadly, but not in a large proportion of the cases, because if you kill the host, then you're unlikely to be able to propagate.
Exactly.
So yes, unfortunately, the fact that it is so brutal and so deadly is one of the things that it has going for it in terms of it not spreading too far. But still,
amazing, right, guys? Operation Warp Speed 2. We're getting everything 2 or 3. World War 3, Operation Warp Speed 2, Gitmo 2, Trump 2.
For people in this region.
What else 2? 9/11 2.
And for concerns.
Middle East War 2.
Concerns with global air travel, et cetera. It's obvious.
100%.
Be taken very seriously.
Yeah, and that's another thing we learned about the interconnectedness, how easy it is.
Like, I made that joke at the beginning of when I started streaming, and it's actually been pretty accurate.
And how often we'll see somebody who, you're like, how could somebody from the Congo end up here? It's like, well, it's not that hard. You can get there in less than 16 hours. And that's all it took. I remember the last Ebola outbreak. We had multiple doctors and others that were present here in the U.S. And I remember there were cameras on all the hospitals and all those things. I do think, I think this was an important story for the reason why you led off with, which is CDC. And I do think it actually bears out like the genuine dual crisis that we have right now in public health, which is first and foremost a significant part of the population.
Was that a
my
joke,
hand
girl?
up. The last people I would want in charge are the Biden era people who bungled the last public health disaster. A significant reason why Jay Bhattacharya and Marty Macri and RFK Jr.
What a clown. This guy is literally talking about Biden while they're already like botching one of these fucking responses.
Literally, I think the number one reason why RFK Jr. is the current HHS secretary is because of the COVID response. Now, I'm not also going to sit here and say they've done a whole bang-up job, right? Because that hasn't happened either. And so what we've seen is a significant, verified, and in my opinion, appropriate skepticism of the broad public health establishment. I mean, Dr. Tedros from WHA is the same COVID guy, right? I remember all of the nonsense that they were spewing around over COVID, many of the lies, but then also we have to deal with, but we also have now these Maha guys who are in charge. They've defunded. It doesn't seem like they're all that competent either. So we have a crisis of competence, I think, on literally all levels here in the United States, when we're facing now a genuine disaster potentially here with Ebola. And people are going to freak out. That's one of the reasons we're covering it early. Do you remember 2014 with Obama, it was a national story. It was wall to wall. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. So it was wall to wall coverage.
One guy coming in and everyone's, cameras tracking him from the airport.
I remember I freaked out. I went to the same bowling alley as one of the guys who was a doctor at Ebola, and they had to shut the whole bowling alley down.
Oh my God.
And we were all like, oh my God, we're going to get Ebola. But this is a big thing. I remember. So anyway, we're covering it now for that reason, but this is going to highlight, I think, the same problem.
You never Trumper for real.
Warring, expert opinion. We don't have a real public health infrastructure here in the United States. RFK Jr. and others are not trusted by a vast swath of the country. The others, many of these other docs, I don't trust them either. So you're like, okay, what do we do? And then when this hyper politicization, especially with Trump now in charge, I mean, there's a crisis, I think, of competence and of trust right now in public health, which is, look, RFK and others were supposed to restore it. They haven't done so. And I think that's part of the tragedy.
It's part of the reason why people were so upset and concerned about the hantavirus spread as well. Because I think everyone with 3 brain cells looks in this and is like, if there's another pandemic, we're so fucked. Like in every way, there's no trust. The agencies here have been dismantled. They've been doged to death. You've got wildly incompetent people who are in charge.
Well, I got something for you guys. Mamdani has an answer to Doge, and it's Coj. Who wants to get coged?
And you can see here, too, some of the fallout of, completely dismantling USAID. There are some consequences to that. And one of them is that we didn't have people there to be able to identify this spread. Now, like you said, I don't think that this is a grave threat to the U.S. because of the nature of Ebola. It's horrific for the people who are impacted in the region. But as a direct threat to the U.S., I'm not deeply concerned about it. But it's a warning sign. Okay, well, what if it wasn't Ebola? What if it was something that spread more easily? What if it was a virus that, was not so deadly that it killed the host, but deadly enough that it's going to kill millions of people, like COVID did?
Can Coj go after Doge?
We are not at all
and cut all of fucking Elon's waste and abuse. I mean, they don't have any jurisdiction because it's New York City, but still, right? It'd be pretty funny if that happened.
Prepared to detect that. We're not prepared to be part of the global response. Our own domestic facilities are, in shambles. The level of population trust is complete and utter chaos and disaster. So, I thought there was a quote here from a former CDC director who said that it's too simplistic to tie the Trump administration action. This is the Axios report, the B6, that it's too simplistic to tie the Trump administration actions to late detection of the virus. But he said dismantlement of USAID, withdrawal from the World Health Organization, and deep cuts to the CDC staff delivered what he described as a 1-2-3 punch to global health architecture. It's sort of like climate change, where it's very hard to say, okay, this climate event is because of these, this level of temperature rise or whatever. But you can look at the overall framework and say, yeah, this probably did not help.
I don't disagree with genuinely a word you're saying. I'm not going to sit here and live in a world where USAID was some great functioning organization, right? Or it was like, it was a money laundering organization for the CIA. It occasionally also did some good work.
Well, it did both.
Yeah, right.
But there's consequences to, just completely defunding all of that public health architecture.
I don't disagree. Same with CDC. It's like, we shouldn't also live in a world where every CDC bureaucrat was some incredible public servant. No, they massively fucked up the last pandemic. When the I will tell you this, for me, the way you probably feel about Trump and RFK Jr., I feel that way about both. If I have some masked up freak telling me about what to do with this pandemic, I'm doing a hell of a lot of research this time around. Same people, Dr. Fauci and all these. No. For me to put a mask back on or put some vaccine again in my arm, the amount of skepticism that's going into that is going to be 200 times fold. From Dr. Tedros, from CDC, from anybody. I never thought I would be the person who's sitting here trying to read preprints of pharmaceutical studies. But I am now, have to be, after what I just lived through. Now, I'm not saying you should sit here and say, oh yeah, RFK, you tell me what to do, and I'm going to do. No, that's also not the case. But that's the issue, I think, that I mean, Trump and the revolution of Trump in particular, which a lot of us forget now, this time around, it's been, I get it. In the beginning, a large part of it was the Biden skepticism of the way CDC, WHO, and everybody handled the last pandemic.
That is kind of crazy because Trump was the one who was president during the last pandemic.
Oh, sure. Well, I'm not defending him either.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, the rewriting of that is kind of wild, since he was the one who was actually president during that initial outbreak that implemented the initial measures.
Yes,
Biden did a lot to roll all of that back. But, I mean, I would just say that I share some of your critique, certainly, of the COVID response, especially, I mean, things like, once we figured out the school closures is to me the most cut and dry, where once we figured out that, okay, this is not particularly, it's very unlikely to be deadly to a child. And now we can see the learning loss that, I mean, we still have kids who are recovering, especially lower income. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. I would just say, look, as flawed as it was, I would take them every day over what we've got now, which is like completely defunded. RFK Jr. is a maniac crank. And to me, it's the difference between, okay, if you think about the pharmaceutical industry, which I have a lot of critiques of, and the fact that money is so central to it and the way all of that works and the revolving door, I've got a lot of concerns and problems with all of that. I would trust them a million times over the snake oil supplement salesman, which is what RFK Jr. will pump up all kinds of bizarre supplements. Those have no testing. Those have no efficacy. They can lie to you directly, and there's effectively no regulation of it.
Pharma can lie to you directly too.
No, but there are, at least you have to go through clinical trials, and there is a process, and the thing usually works the way that it's supposed to. I would trust that million times over the supplement industry and the snake oil salesman, which is effectively what I do think it is, and which is effectively what we put in charge of
I think that
public health apparatus.
The previous CDC, I mean, think about all the lies, from masking to the vaccine to the booster shots, the mandates that were put in place. I mean, the vaccine didn't work. Period, end of story.
Yes, it did.
Okay,
I mean, it
not in the way that they said it was.
Hospitalization.
That's not what they said in the first place.
RFK Jr. is out there saying that if you get your child circumcised, it's going to give them autism. Okay, that's what we're dealing with now, Sagar.
Yeah, am I saying
and
here
all
this
the
is
infectious disease
news?
Specialists have been, all of that has been dismantled.
I didn't mean for this to turn into this, but don't forget, we had the same public health authority who said it's because racism is a virus, it's okay for people to go outside and to protest. But if you have a mass protest or whatever, that you're actually violating public health. I remember a lot of this stuff. I remember the CDC sex freak who was literally out there having vaccine mandates while engaged in gay bondage porn while posting it on time. Let's not forget who some of the freakazoids who were in the previous administration.
So you would take this over that?
No, I'm saying both are bad.
Okay, but this is worse.
No,
worse.
I wouldn't say it's worse.
It is absolutely worse.
Look, I think
it is a mess. They've accomplished nothing. All they've done is dismantle.
All the disasters of the last 5 years.
The public health apparatus that exists. I am not ignoring those disasters. I was here with you covering them, and I share your skepticism. But to replace them with just a bunch of influencer cranks who just make shit up.
But why is the guy who I just laid out here, literally who's posting and celebrating his gay kink porn while working at the CDC, who is in charge of my child's vaccine schedule?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, I'll send you. I'll send you exactly what it is.
But Sagar, again.
This is a very serious.
You want RFK Jr. over that?
Yeah.
You think things are better now than the way they were when you had actual people who were at least professional and trying to follow some sort of scientific guidance.
How could you say that that's professional? It's not professional. The same people who were talking about racism is so horrible, so you're allowed to go.
Racism is horrible.
Okay, so go out and protest. But if somebody else wants to protest, that's not okay. I mean,
everybody should have been allowed to protest, and there were plenty of protests against the mandates as well.
They said one thing was fine and one thing wasn't. You have to lock down for this. You shouldn't lock down for that. That was a serious problem, if I recall.
I am not denying that, Sagar.
But that's what
I'm saying at least you had some professionals who had some expertise.
But that's not professional.
Now you have
that wasn't expertise either.
All you have with these people between Doge and the RFK Jr. approach, all you've had is a complete dismantling of the entire public health approach and a replacement with a bunch of cranks who just make shit up.
That's what I'm saying.
Based on
You're saying that
vibes.
the other people weren't cranks either. That is crank behavior. Saying that, mandating vaccines for a 1-year-old is crank behavior. Mandating vaccines or lockdowns and school closures and recommending all that. That's
vaccines
cranks.
literally save millions of lives.
Hey, well, in terms of reducing
Literally, I would
hospitalization,
much rather
but that's-
have those vaccines going out to the public and millions of lives saved and going a little too far than saying let her rip and millions of people can just die and it is what it is.
Sins committed in the era or in the direction of what you agree with are fine. What I'm trying to point out is that I think that what a lot of happened with RFK Jr. and others for dismantling, let's say, of some organizations and what they have done has not been necessarily good, but I will never sit here and defend like the previous public health regime and system. That's all I'm trying to say is you can recognize the disaster and dramatic failures and then also see, yes, we were supposed to have a revolution in a different direction. Ultimately, I don't think it's gone in the correct competence way that it has, but we cannot, I cannot sit here and ignore the absolute failures.
No one is ignoring that. I'm saying
but
they
you're
took
saying you
something
prefer
that,
it, and I don't prefer that at all.
I took something.
I
They
cannot
took something that was bad and they made it vastly worse.
that.
And there is no doubt in my mind, if we had a pandemic now, it would be way worse. And I just don't think that there's any doubt about that. The response would be worse. These people are incompetent. They're out here like, we're looking for some volunteers to go to the airport to screen for Ebola. Good luck with that. We've got, measles outbreaks.
By the way, this is how it used to be. Like, I don't know why, but Sagar used to be way more heated on this stuff. And Krista would just be like, yeah, Sagar, I think you're just being stupid. She just would be very calm, like she is now, right? And she would get heated sometimes, but she was generally the most calm person in the room.
Diseases from the past coming back and complete obliteration. I mean, yes, there was damage to public trust that was done under the previous approach. But is anyone going to believe what RFK Jr. has to say about anything when he just makes up insane things which are completely ideological?
Oh, I'm not. I will treat it with the same skepticism that I did under Dr. Anthony Fauci. That's what I'm trying to say, and I can see very clearly how we will be in that position. I will also blame them because they're the people who are in charge if that's where we end up. And this is why we had to cover this, because this is the reality. We're going to have Annie Jacobson on soon to talk about her biological war book, and this is probably the number one thing I'm most worried about now after seeing, because look, like I said, Ebola is not the big threat, but I'm like, okay, well, these people are in charge now. As you said, fair, it's all fair. We can debate Doge, CDC, and all that other cuts. Many people, like me, will remember many of the failures of the previous administration too. And basically anything the government tells me from now on, I'm like, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That's basically kind of where I'm at. And I think a lot of liberals now, like yourself, are in that position because of the people.
I'm not a liberal, but anyway.
You know what I mean.
How is she a liberal? Yeah. Fuck off.
How dare you offend me that way?
Yeah, that's insulting.
I apologize. A lot of people who are against the Trump administration, the catch-all, right, are now also in a similar position.
Yeah, this is why I love fucking with them now, because they'll say that all the time, liberals, and I'm like, bro, I'm not even a liberal. What are you fucking talking about? Well, you're a communist. No, I'm not. Not by your definition, anyway. Next. They hurl every fucking insult, and you're like, next, right?
To where some of us were under the Biden administration.
You believe in socialism or whatever, right? They don't even do that anymore. Now it's just like, I watched this and I could hear Gus being like, fuck you, sorry.
And I think that is genuinely a crisis point for...
That's how you know, girl. That's how you know. When you're watching these videos and you're like, damn, that's what Gus would have said. And you're right.
Again, it was the Trump.
It's also not the 70s. Yeah, for real.
Administration where COVID was, most of the COVID response was. So.
Okay, sure. Oh, what? So to say that Biden didn't preside over?
No, I'm just saying there's such an erasure of, what the early decision making and the way that went down. And there's such a there's just such a fabrication of reality around the fact
this
that
really
the COVID
did. It pissed me off. I'm like, huh? This guy's views are all over the place. They don't make any sense to me. There's no coherent. I guess the only coherent thread is that he just supports Republicans, but when he doesn't, he will criticize them. It's weird. I don't get it. Ugh.
Response was all under Biden when
1,000%.
Not
You're not
true
wrong.
at
I mean,
all.
we covered it together. The masking, school lockdowns, all that all happened under Trump. It was Warp Speed was under Trump.
Oh, he really hates young people subsidizing old people. That's what and immigrants, yes.
Too, which a
Warp
lot
Speed
of people also forget.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, Warp Speed was one of the best things that Trump did.
Joke.
Well, there you go. All right, let's get to Hormuz. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
He's just another Republican that doesn't want to face the reality they are actually the problem. Bingo. I agree with you 100%. God. He reminds me of so many Republicans from college.
Questions on the commission.
Call me a pinko all daisies, all days.
First off.
Yeah, for real. It doesn't bother me, but I mean, if you're going to call me names, at least be accurate, right?
Is this something?
That's my point in Jersey, right?
Couple questions on the commission. First off, is this something that you think would have been necessary outside of your desire to end the past mayor's commission? And then second, you mentioned that Elon Musk sort of name inspiration here. Is there anything about Doge that you admired and are trying to emulate with this, or is it purely just a catchy name?
It's just the name.
Okay.
And what it should have been. You know, I think government efficiency, these are words that somehow have been understood as if they are Republican priorities, when in fact they are the priorities of anyone who believes in the public sector.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. There has anyone ever watched some of what's his name? Louis Rossmann, right? He gives a few examples of like him calling like the New York office or whatever, and him having to like wait online or wait on hold, getting transferred, all that stuff is like efficiency fuck ups, right? Now, are corporations better at it? No, they're just as bad, if not worse sometimes. But like we could learn from all this stuff, right? So I agree with this overall statement. And the idea is to make things better, more transactionally, like more smooth when you're interacting with these kind of agencies, right? They deal with a lot of people, and that's another reason why they have so many long waits and people, right? The budgets are cut, their budgets are shit. So like this is something he's not leading with, which is good, because this is not the biggest problem. The bigger problem is all the stuff he's been working on. But to make it more efficient, you got to do this kind of stuff.
Elon Musk took that language and used it to cut as many jobs that were as critical as possible for so many of the neediest people across the country and across the world. Ours is going to be a focus on actually delivering efficiency, not as a byword for cutting services, but actually a sincere commitment to efficiency. And we firmly believe not only in closing the last chapter of city government, but in starting the new one. The proposals that Coj will be looking at will be ones that we view as critical to unlocking the full potential of city government. We've seen today that we're discussing a number of our plans that are only possible thanks to the votes that New Yorkers cast this last fall. And we're looking forward to continuing to ensure that any tool at our disposal that we could use to build more housing, that we could use to be more efficient in our operations, those are the tools that we want to unlock.
All right, got time for just one more right here, Gothamist.
Hi, Jack with Cranes here.
How's it going, Jack?
Good, how are you?
Oh, we ran into each other on the street.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Kathy Wild on the commission, Mark Shaw, these are names that the business community knows. Are you looking for efficiencies that will relate to the private sector at all, or is this just within city government? Are you looking to cut red tape is this going to impact business in the city?
Yeah, we watched it already. Stickers. You weren't here that day, I don't think. I don't think you were.
You're looking to make it easier for
I don't think you were there that day, but yeah, we watched it.
workers
It
to
was like a small town, and they cut all the it was
demand
bullshit.
excellence from city government. And at the
was a
same
few
time,
days
as we
ago.
look through that, if there are any examples that are clear that could help to unlock potential of the private sector
doing,
in
man?
delivering those same kinds of results, I offer to you as an example, you look at the Speed Task Force. A lot of their findings, yes, they have to do with the public sector. Some of them also have to do with how to make it easier for the private sector.
Getting coached. Can you imagine? All right, this was sent to me. Let's see if it's any good. I don't know.
Election. He's still popular. And he's going to be popular for at least another year. The thing about his policies.
Ugh, Larry Sharp. Hell no. All right. No, guys, don't send that. Don't do it. No. All right. Now we got this.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Yeah, how you been, man? Long time no see. Having to help my brother a lot. Is everything okay on your end, or is everything okay with your brother?
Mamie Goodman. Vice President J.D. Vance says the U.S. is very close to a memorandum of understanding with Iran that would see both sides cease fire for 60 days while talks over Iran's nuclear program continue. Vance said the emerging agreement would also reopen the Strait of Hormuz to commercial traffic, with Iran given 30 days to remove all sea mines. President Trump has yet to give his final approval, and Iran's Tasnim news agency reports the text of the framework has not yet been finalized or confirmed. This comes as the New York Times reports the White House has been quietly working with Gulf Arab states to develop alternative financing mechanisms to pay for Iran's post-war reconstruction, including unfreezing Iranian funds held in Qatar. On Thursday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent downplayed President Trump's threat to blow up Oman, a U.S. ally, during a cabinet meeting a day earlier.
Oh, God.
Are you guys back there in the West Wing making plans for a new war with Oman?
Again, I think the president wanted to punctuate freedom of navigation in the Strait. I had a call with the Omani ambassador this morning, and he assured me that there were no plans for tolling the Strait.
Palestinians are bracing for a worsening humanitarian catastrophe in the Gaza Strip after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered his army to seize 70% of the besieged territory. Already, Israel controls about 11% more of Gaza's land than it agreed to under a U.S.-brokered so-called ceasefire deal it signed last October. Netanyahu's latest plan would push Israel's line of control further beyond the so-called yellow line, leaving even less land for Gaza's more than 2 million Palestinians. His comments came one day after Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said his government would implement a plan to remove large numbers of Palestinians from Gaza under what he called a voluntary emigration scheme. Israel intensified its assault on Lebanon Thursday, bombing Beirut for the first time in 3 weeks, even as Israeli ground forces pushed deeper into southern Lebanon and issued new forced displacement orders for residents. The United Nations reports 15 children are among those killed by Israeli strikes on Lebanon over the past week. 62 children have been wounded in the attacks, which continue despite the U.S.-brokered so-called ceasefire agreement with Israel signed with Lebanon in April. The United Nations has added Israel to a blacklist of nations credibly suspected of engaging in systematic sexual violence. In its annual report documenting sexual violence and conflicts worldwide, the UN found Israel's prisons engaged in systematic torture, rape, sexual humiliation, and degrading treatment of detained Palestinians. In response, Israel's UN ambassador, Danny Danon, said Israel will sever ties with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres and his office. In New York, hundreds of protesters gathered outside the Hilton Midtown Hotel in Manhattan Thursday evening to disrupt a pro-Israel so-called real estate expo that promotes the sale of illegal Israeli settlements in Jerusalem. Activists have described the sales as, quote, part of an initiative to bolster the pipeline of Americans settling on stolen Palestinian land, unquote. Jerusalem Mayor Moshe Leon reportedly attended the event. This is Rosa Martinez, an activist with the Global Samud Flotilla, who just returned to New York after being abducted by Israeli forces in international waters.
I just arrived from the Gaza Flotilla about 4 days ago. I had been missing a lot of these illegal land sales, but to me, just coming back and entering this space, it just kind of goes to show how interconnected and how global our work is. I mean, you know, we were detained by the Israeli occupation forces last week. And, you know, that is a military that trains the NYPD. The NYPD has a bureau in Tel Aviv. And, you know, a lot of the tactics that the Israelis use on us are just the amplified tactics that the NYPD uses on, like, brown, black, and immigrant communities here in New York City.
Romania's government says 2 people were injured early this morning when a Russian drone struck an apartment building in the eastern city of Galati. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte said in response, the 32-member nuclear-armed military alliance, quote, stands ready to defend every inch of allied territory, unquote. In Moscow, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said Europe's a party to the Ukraine conflict, cannot act as a mediator. Meanwhile, Ukraine launched waves of drones overnight targeting Russian oil and fuel infrastructure. Russian officials reported strikes on refineries, fuel storage sites, and a seaport. Reuters reports virtually all major oil refineries in central Russia have been forced to halt or scale back fuel output due to Ukraine's attacks, with Russian fuel output down by more than a quarter. This week, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wrote a letter to President Trump and members of Congress asking for further shipments of interceptor missiles for Ukraine's Patriot missile batteries. The request comes as the Center for Strategic and International Studies reports it'll take the U.S. at least 3 to 8 years to replenish stockpiles of interceptors depleted during the U.S. war on Iran. On Thursday, Democratic U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal said during a visit to Kyiv he supports Ukraine's requests for more air defenses and rejects Russia's warning foreigners and diplomats should leave Kyiv.
America is not leaving Ukraine. Our diplomats are here to stay.
In New Jersey, protests continue outside the Newark ICE jail known as Delaney Hall, where hundreds of detained immigrants have been on a hunger and labor strike for a week, demanding their immediate release and denouncing inhumane conditions. On Thursday...
Do you ever read articles from Mint Press? Yeah, some people have sent them over to me. I don't know how I feel about them.
The families of detained...
Yeah, I don't know if they're very accurate or not. Like, I don't know enough about them.
Detained immigrants spoke out against ICE's retaliation against the hunger strikers, with activists saying they'd received several calls from immigrants inside Delaney reporting guards had pepper sprayed and beaten detainees. At least 6 people were reportedly arrested outside late Wednesday as activists and family members of detainees formed a barricade outside Delaney Hall despite repeated attempts by ICE and law enforcement to violently break up the demonstrations. Delaney Hall is operated by the for-profit prison company Geo Group. We'll have more on this story after headlines. In climate news, a new study finds the planet's likely to experience record or near-record levels of heat over the next 5 years. The report by the UN's Weather Agency and the UK's Met Office projects global surface temperatures will exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, exceeding a limit set by the Paris Climate Accord to stave off the worst effects of global heating. Meanwhile, temperature records are falling across Europe this week amidst an extreme heat wave. Portugal reported its hottest ever day in the month of May. Italy suffered blackouts around Turin, while in Paris, unhoused residents held a protest to demand emergency housing during the heat wave.
Honestly, I wouldn't wish this on anyone. It's awful. It's not easy, especially at night when it comes to sleeping, finding shelter, or even eating. It's not easy.
In Florida, A Blue Origin rocket exploded on the pad during an engine test Thursday evening, sending a massive mushroom cloud high above the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The explosion shook homes and rattled windows along Florida's Space Coast, casting an orange glow that could be seen 50 miles away in Orlando. It's a major setback for NASA's moon landing ambitions and for plans by Blue Origin CEO Jeff Bezos to build a satellite internet service for Amazon to challenge SpaceX and its Starlink constellation. Jeff Bezos is the founder of Amazon. The Commerce Department reports the U.S. inflation rate rose to 3.8% in April, its fastest pace in 3 years, as President Trump's war in Iran triggered soaring fuel prices that added to the cost of producing and distributing products. This comes as a study by the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities finds 1.6 million fewer people.
Oh, I told you that. I said that a few streams ago. God, Jersey, if you were listening to the stream, you would know that already.
Are receiving.
I don't know who taught you that because it was Gustex. Letter from Cuban soldier. Interesting. World Outlook.
SNAP food assistance benefits since the Republican Congress passed President Trump's so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which will slash food assistance by $187 billion over a decade. Nearly half of those losing SNAP, some 700,000 people, are children. Government ethics watchdogs are sounding the alarm after the Pentagon granted a contract to the U.S. technology company Dell worth $9.7 billion. The contract was secured despite financial disclosures revealing President Trump purchased shares of Dell worth up to $5 million ahead of the deal. Trump has repeatedly urged people at public events to buy Dell computers. In response, Public Citizen's Rob Weissman said, quote, "It's impossible to know where personal profit-making ends and policy-making starts with this president," unquote. In Massachusetts, nearly 70,000
All right, guys, try the fish command now. Hopefully it works. Let's try it out.
70,000 drivers
with to do an all-nighter and fix everything. Someone fish. See if it works. What a complete idiot. Watch it, girl. Watch your ass. Yeah, it's not working.
Ride-share services, including Uber and Lyft, have become the largest private workforce to win union recognition since 1941. Damn. Organizers are hailing certification of the drivers' unionization efforts as a historic turning point for the modern-day labor movement as it seeks to hold big technology companies accountable. The App Drivers Union is a part of SEIU, the Service Employees International Union. On Tuesday, SEIU International President April Verrett joined a celebration for the drivers at the Massachusetts State House in Boston.
Years, drivers were told that they weren't really workers. Come on now. Just independent contractors, whatever the hell that means.
Damn right.
Replaceable, disposable, on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, these so-called independent contractors carry billion-dollar platforms on their backs while they struggle to survive. But drivers had a different vision. They said, "Nuh-uh, not today." They called BS.
Guatemala's government's denied reports it agreed to allow the Trump administration to carry out military strikes against accused drug traffickers inside the Central American nation. Guatemalan President Bernardo Arévalo was responding to a New York Times report that was published Thursday, which cited a letter issued by the Guatemalan government addressed to U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and a reported phone call between Arévalo and Hegseth last week. President Arevalo said Guatemala is seeking joint collaboration with Washington, D.C. in drug enforcement operations, but stressed Guatemala would not approve U.S. military attacks on the ground. And Gretchen Klausing, the founding executive director of Philadelphia Community Access Media, known as PhillyCam, has passed away at the age of 61. Gretchen dedicated decades of her life advocating for public access to the media and freedom of expression and was actively involved in national campaigns in support of community media and local journalism. PhillyCam staff and board issued a statement saying, quote, Gretchen dedicated herself to building PhillyCam into a vital community institution where Philadelphians could learn, create, connect, and share their stories. Her vision, leadership, and belief in the power of community media shaped this organization in countless ways, and her loss is being felt.
Where have I heard that before?
Deeply, their statements.
Absolutely. What's the name of our union?
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country.
One of my favorite things was when, I think it was like Bossy French said, hey, why don't you have a tip jar for your mods? And I laughed my ass off because I was like, they don't even show up to the stream. I think you're the only one living, Lily, right? And you're working all the time. I'm the one having the mod all the time.
And around the world.
That the reason that system is implemented, right? And I completely agree with it. Is because like on those streams like Hassan's, right? There are so many people. Right, the messages are overwhelming, but yeah, you want subs, we want fishing. Well, I'm trying to fix the fishing. God damn it!
Thanks for watching.
Fucking fishing is broken. Everything's broken. For fuck's sake! All right. All right, let's see. Somebody try fish now. Hopefully that will work. Not all mods do, yeah.
Democracy Now! And you.
Jesus, it's fucked. Just here.
YouTube. Subscribe to the channel.
We watched this one already. We covered Coach. We already covered the bombings of Iran. Oh shit. I forgot to cover this. Why would you ever want to get rid of JD Vance? Why? I don't get that, chat. Why would you want to do that?
All right, y'all, we got some
like seriously, when this exists.
There can be miracles when you believe. kill. Who knows what miracles you can achieve when you believe somehow you will. The goofiest motherfucker ever. Yes, and now you
I need like this to ASAP. Yeah, for real. Why
Please
does
join
this,
us.
Why does this exist? Right? Why?
Juicy rumors that are flying around out there that I have to share with you here. So take a look at this.
That's the song that Gus sings. It used to represent a lot of things.
JD Vance is reported.
That's how a lot of people make me feel. I love it. Thank you, Living Lily. She's on top of her clip game.
Becoming more isolated within Trump's administration after Tulsi Gabbard resigned. His non-interventionist stance on Iran has reportedly put him at odds with Trump, while Marco Rubio has gained influence. Some reports also suggest Vance could skip a 2028 presidential run to avoid being tied to recent controversies. So this is from the Daily Mail. Now, admittedly, Daily Mail is hit or miss. Oftentimes they miss. But there's been a lot of chatter that JD Vance has the wherewithal to realize that whichever candidate runs as a Republican in 2028 is cooked. They're barbecue.
Try it out. See if it works, guys.
Chicken. Now, they could steal it, as I'm sure they're planning on doing in 2026 and 2028, but the actual mandate of the people in no way, shape, or form will be granted to a Republican. People are fucking furious with Trump. They're fucking furious with MAGA. They're furious with the Republicans. And there's a revolt in this country. There's a revolt, and the revolt is absolutely tied to higher gas prices. It's absolutely tied to higher grocery prices. It's absolutely tied to unemployment going up. It's absolutely tied to the Epstein files and the illegal Iran war. And so a guy, JD Vance, is not an idiot. He knows, well, he is an idiot, but he's not as big of an idiot as many of the other people in the regime. And he knows when we said 48 times on the campaign trail that we're the anti-war people, we're the pro-peace ticket, that has to mean something to one extent or another. You can't do a total fucking 180 and not square the circle at all and just plow ahead and act like everybody should support you. Are you fucking stupid? And they are. Yeah. Many of them are. But JD Vance knows.
See what I mean? Okay. So all the commands work for me, but not for you guys. Like, what is wrong with Twitch today? Yeah.
This doesn't work, right? Like, this isn't good.
Oh, shit. Well, he already got his take with her. If you know what I mean.
Gonna work. So skipping
Right,
2028
Gloggy?
would actually be the smartest move he can make, because he's saving himself inevitable embarrassment. Whoever the Republican nominee is, like, the actual votes will be overwhelmingly against the Republican. Oh, guaranteed. Guaranteed. Okay? But they're saying now that Trump is pissed at him, but there's a deeper reason for that too, allegedly. Look at this. Just heard a wild rumor from someone I trust that works at JP Morgan. The buzz is that Trump has been exploring ways to force Vice President Vance out of office. He cannot fire him legally unless Vance resigns. The one way for him to be removed is to be impeached by the House, with 2/3 of the Senate voting to remove. Rumblings on the street is that Vance got caught leaking something Trump didn't like, something only Vance could have known.
Damn, I got
the
a
Camp David
legendary.
cabinet meeting was a leak trap operation.
Too bad I didn't use a master ball on that shit. Fuck.
They caught him. So what this person is saying is they were questioning...
Yeah, it's for some reason it's not working for you guys, which is weird.
JD Vance's loyalty, right? They gave him some information that
Ducky.
only he knew. Then JD Vance took that to the media, leaked it to the media, but it was a trap because they only told him that, so they know now that he's leaking shit, right? And that's why Trump also, according to this theory, this would be why Trump came out and said, oh, we're not actually going to Camp David today. The weather's bad. Yeah, we're not going to go. There was never a plan. There was never actually a planned trip to Camp David. It was just an attempt to try to catch JD Vance leaking to the media, which they view that as the biggest crime of all, right? And allegedly, they caught him. And so Trump is allegedly, reportedly, fucking furious behind the scenes. He's already furious because there's tension there. Obviously, with Tulsi Gabbard stepping aside, now she says it's because, oh, my husband has bone cancer, but there's also ideological policy stuff there too. Trump feels like he can't trust the people who, at any point, were actually anti-war. And there's a similar thing going on with JD Vance here, where his rhetoric was relatively anti-war. Marco Rubio has always been a warmonger. Now Trump feels more comfortable with Marco Rubio because Trump is warmongering fucking everywhere. You see how this game is played.
Yep.
You see what's going on. And so, but just imagine being JD Vance. Imagine being such a little cuck bitch that you know they're going to throw you under the bus. You know you're not in the fucking in-group right now. You know you're hated. You know they're going to screw you over. And you're still riding for them. You're still fucking riding for them. You're still doing this weak-ass shit where, you leak to the New York Times like, oh, I was kind of against the war, but ultimately I went along with them anyway. Like, oh, what a sad, pathetic existence you have, son. What a sad, pathetic existence. So let's see, man. Let's see what happens. But what Trump can do actually is limited, genuinely and sincerely. Like, I don't know how much he can do, even if he wants to get rid of him. But tension in the White House. And remember, Trump has a track record. He turns on everybody who's in his inner circle, right? I used to downplay it. I didn't care that there was high turnover in his first administration. But now you see why that is. Because loyalty to him is a one-way street. You do whatever the fuck he wants, and he does nothing of what you want, right? Like, he'll throw you under the bus instantly, if need be. But you better be endlessly loyal to him. And that's why there were more people that were let go and fired and resigned and shit in his first term than any other president. And now you're seeing the same things unfold here, right? There's been a bunch of turnover already. He wants there to be more turnover. I wonder if they will actually make any move here to try to rein in JD Vance or distance themselves from him or get him out of there one way or another. But reportedly, we got trouble in paradise here.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
All right. And with that, guys, I'm going to call it a night. My food is ready, I think. Thank you so much for joining me on another episode of the Gustex broadcast. We did almost an 8-hour day today. Thank you so much. Love you guys. Stay tuned for the credits and we'll raid into Gremlo. He's on. He's never on. Cool. Thank you so much, guys. I'll work on the game some more. I might go on if you want to see me test stream this stuff, but I don't think I'll need to test stream. I might need you guys because for some reason it's working for me, but not for you. What the hell? Bye, Gus. Thank you. You're welcome, Jersey. You're welcome, guys. Stay tuned for the credits, and I'll see you soon. Tomorrow, actually. Look how soon that is. Bye, y'all. Love you. Thank you, girl. Love you too, guys. Oh my god, and I fixed the credit problem too. Remember I was refreshing? I fixed that over the last few days. It was so annoying. I hate when shit doesn't work, guys.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you.
Fix your balls. Ladies, fix your balls. Men, fix your balls. Live long and prosper. Take care. Refresh these nuts. And thank you, Patreon's supporters. Can't do it without you. Josephus, thank you so much, my friend. Bye, guys. Spam plenty of emotes.